The two girls were discussing how a young gentleman passed by them and smiled at them, and they could not believe their eyes, for Ern had never smiled at them. It was rumored that Ern had been training hard lately. Girls looking at the boys who were training suggested that at such a young age of the young lord, it was too early for him to get smart. The boy didn't want the tragedy of Ern Stilgard to happen to him again in this life. He was 16 years old. Ern had previously left his past world and body at the age of 33, after which he found himself reborn in another world. The lad was born into the noble Stilgard family that has ruled the northern part of Navarro for generations. Ern's grandfather, Rebahan Stilgard, was a war hero. Stopping the takeover of the Paver Empire was a knight of mythic rank. The guy's father, Rebadan, was just a brilliant knight. Ern's abilities were very weak and could not compare to those of his grandfather and father. He had a simple third knight rank, but he became an earl and lost everything in just 3 years. People have heard that a lion's pride can give birth to a little dog. People around him treated him carelessly because he lost his title. Ern understood that all their words were true, although he could not compare with his father, but he tried to become at least a good count. But he was screwed and robbed of his order and property, and eventually he left this world at the hands of mercenaries Kunzi. Kunzi, after all, he had taken from Ern was little. The guy asked what this book of measurements deals. Surprisingly, it had a lot of blank pages. Ern asked the offender not to touch this book. The guy asked his captor to shut up and not talk to him. Looking at his assailant, Ern realized that the Book of Dimensional Transactions was not a mere paper, but a treasure of the family that allowed them to make trade deals with the inhabitants of other dimensions. If he used it correctly, he would raise the family from its knees. The offender pointed out that Ern simply believed the book and gave away all the property, saying that the rumors about him were not false, calling him insane. Ern asked the offender to give him the book, saying that it was his, and he saw something fall out of it, which he was very surprised to see was a bookmark of wishes. The wishing bookmark is a trinket that Ern got in these trades in another dimension. Earlier, the unknown man had said that this bookmark was very expensive, but it could fulfill one wish of his life. Ern realized that it was a fraud, not believing that this bookmark could fulfill his wish. Ern wanted to save his family through such deals. Suddenly, his thinking was interrupted by a guy who started to drink him an unknown liquid. The guy realized that it was a healing potion that gave temporary recovery. He asked his abuser why he had given him the potion. The unknown man replied that he had been asked to play with him for as long as possible, stating that he would not simply leave this world. He pulled out torture implements. The abuser reported that Kuntz told him to tell him that this bullying was his last gift. The boy was very angry with his acquaintance Kunzi, who wished him only torment and deceived him, but he could not resist it. Ern indicated that he was the last of the Steel Guardians and would leave this world as an unwanted dog. The offender, hearing this, assumed that Ern had gone mad at the end, for one cannot endure such a thing in one's own mind. The guy realized that if he hadn't been such a fool, he wouldn't have been treated like this, and the family would have been fine. Ern realized that if he had another chance, he would really want to correct all of his mistakes that he had made in this life. The bookmark of wishes heard his words, and the will of one who was facing despair, but to the end, was not broken, and dreamed of mending this condition that was fulfilled for the fulfillment of the wish. The system asked the guy to say his last wish, but the owner of the wish was unconscious and could not make the wish. After analyzing the owner's wishes based on his memories and finding no slight difference, Ern woke up in a different place, completely unharmed and rejuvenated. Looking out the window, the guy noticed the same view from the window that he always observed. He didn't understand how it could be, because just now he was sent to the other world by a mercenary sent by Kuntz. Suddenly, from behind the door came the voice of Izel, who asked permission to enter Ern's room. The boy realized that Izel had been his maid, who had cared for him more than 10 years before. The girl told the young master that the head of Ern was waiting for him, and he was surprised to see Izel standing in front of him. After looking around the room and seeing the jewelry from his memories, he asked the maid how old he was. Izel was surprised at his question, not understanding why he suddenly asked such a thing, replied that he turned 16 this year. Ern realized that he had really gone back 17 years. After the guy rushed to hug the maid, who did not understand what was happening to the young master, because earlier he did not behave like this. Ern asked the girl what she really... Izel, the maid, noticed tears in the guy's eyes. Not understanding what was happening to him, she assumed the guy was having a nightmare. Izel had believed in Ern in the past. Even when the whole family had lost hope, the guy had expressed his gratitude to her by wiping away his tears. The maid did not understand what had happened to the young gentleman. Being shocked, she assumed it was a new form of harassment. The girl apologized to the guy, saying that if she had done something wrong, let him just tell her, because she was ready for any punishment and will certainly correct herself. The young gentleman replied in the negative, adding that it was not the point to assume that his past life had been wasted. Ern remembered how he used to treat this maid and felt ashamed of his actions. Ern asked Izel why she had come to him and asked her to come to her senses. The maid said that Ern had not been there yesterday either, and that the head was very angry about it, so he was waiting for him now. The guy replied to the girl that he would go to him now, not realizing where he had put his sword again. Izel was surprised at this answer from the guy. Ern asked why she was so surprised by his answer, assuming that he had better not go to this meeting. The maid replied that this was not quite so, and she was not against his decision. The guy didn't know how it happened, but he realized that he was given another chance to change everything and started to get dressed for the meeting with the head of the Stilgard family. A momentary mistake that led to the destruction of a family and its terrible past is gone now. Ern Stilgard will try like crazy to change the future. After changing his clothes and taking his sword with him, the guy told the maid that he was ready to meet with the head of the department, and he was glad that he had the opportunity to change everything. Izel continued to be surprised by the young master who behaved unusually. Meanwhile, on the Stilgard training ground, the knights of which the Stilgards were proud, Ern made sure they were the same as before. Before Ern didn't value them and just thought they were sweaty old uncles, he noticed that in there were about 70 people. Knight first rank. Raphael was the captain of the Stilgard Knights, having asked Ern that he had just showed up for training. The boy apologized to him, assuming he was a little late, realizing that Captain Raphael's character was the same as in his past life. Raphael replied that it didn't matter about the lateness, asking Ern that he hadn't forgotten about his promise, saying that since he wasn't there yesterday, today he would work for 2 days. The knight told the guy that he had to make 50 circles around the field, 1,000 sword swings and the same number of dodges, saying that this time the guy would not get off so easily, but to his surprise, Ern did not object. The young master asked what he could already start immediately to fulfill. Raphael thought that the guy would start scolding again, but Ern's submission was a surprise to him. Ern realized that in his previous life he had put things off, and so he was in a depressing situation. But now he was determined to make things right, and so he had already run 50 laps around the field. The guy realized that everything was back 17 years ago, and only he had changed. Now everything was in his hands. He knew that about the future of his life, deciding to become better in any way. Raphael noticed that the young lord was serious about this training. Meanwhile, the boy made 472 swings of his sword. Ern wanted to stop the attacks that awaited him and protect their family's legacy. After he made the 1,000th swing of his sword, he fell to the ground. The guy, for the first time, fully completed a workout that was very hard for him, realizing that his strengths and weaknesses and the upcoming events forced him to try so hard, realizing that he needed to improve his fitness. Suddenly, the guy received a notification of a new user offering Ern to make a transaction between dimensions. The guy didn't realize what this window system was. Raphael asked if the guy was in line. Ern asked Raphael if he could see the system window that opened in front of him. The knight replied that he didn't understand what Ern was telling him, saying that he was pointing at nothing. Raphael assumed that the young gentleman was beginning to see things because of fatigue, and Ern asked if he could see anything. The boy realized that he was the only one seeing it, but Ern didn't understand why it was floating in the air and not in a book, deciding to try to make a measurement exchange. Ern accepted the offer the system made to him, and a book appeared in front of him that only he could see, realizing that this was a real transaction between dimensions, thinking it must be in the form of a book. Unexpectedly, his thoughts were interrupted by the knight Raphael, who was worried about the condition of the young lord who was behaving strangely. Raphael asked Ern if he had come to his senses, for he had said something strange, suggesting that he was not well and should see a physician. Ern replied that he was all right, for he was not what he used to be. The knight was surprised at the answer of the lad who sewed with happiness. Raphael had not noticed such determination in Ern before. The boy said that he was done with his training and asked if he could leave the training area. The knight replied that he could rest and bowed to him in farewell. Ern assumed that Raphael couldn't have lied to him, realizing that he himself had seen the exchange window all too clearly, and it couldn't be a simple hallucination. The man said hello to Ernie, assuming that he had just come from training, and asked if he wanted to make him something to eat. The guy said he didn't want to, realizing that the butler couldn't see the system window either. The butler noticed that there was a strange blue flame coming from the young lord's eye. When he informed about it, the boy was surprised by his words, assuming that the book of measurement transactions was right in his eye. The boy replied that this is how mana is displayed, stating that there was nothing wrong with it. The butler was surprised at this excuse. Informed the man that he intended to go rest. Left alone, the guy realized that it was all right in front of his eye, realizing that those around him really didn't see what was available to him. Had a hard time believing that he had gone to another world and returned 17 years back in time. A relieved exhale, the guy was pleased that the butler hadn't noticed anything. Suddenly, the guy received a notification asking if he was ready to continue bidding under this account with the nickname Earn. The guy was surprised that there was no reject button. Seeing his old ID, he accepted the offer. Then a transaction through the dimensions began to take place, reporting that he had 0 transactions, with the status of a normal person on his account was 10 coins. Realized that everything had started from scratch when he saw that supply and demand were not the same, realizing that there was nothing he could do about it because he was in the heat of the system. The guy did not understand where he got 10 coins, assuming that it was his past account, but the level of the transaction was not suitable because in his past life, he had a second level while he did not understand anything. A week later, Raphael asked what wanted to spar with the knight, trying to make sure the young lord was serious. Nodded positively. Raphael asked Fry to keep Mr. company, asking him to use only his left hand and without mana. The knight knew that despite his hard training, it was too early for him to spar with a real knight. Realized that Fry was a 6th rank knight, assuming that Raphael considered him weak, asking Fry not to listen to the captain and just put his best foot forward. Fry was surprised at such a request from Mr. was ready for them to spar together, stating that it was time for them to begin. Suddenly, the knight was surprised by the guy's lightning sword strike on his opponent. Fry was surprised by the guy's aggression, because he thought to treat him more gently, but the speed of the attack and sword technique were all expected. Surrounding people were surprised at such a heated battle. Because the young lord was crowding Fry, the knight assumed that his strength had weakened since managed to crowd him. After another strike, Frey used mana and there was a bright flash that blinded everyone on the training field. The knights were shocked by what they saw. They couldn't believe that the young lord was able to withstand this attack. Asked Frey, who had fallen to the ground, that he had won in this sparring. The guy was satisfied that he had managed to defeat this knight. Frey pointed out that he had used magic and didn't understand how he could lose to him. The guy asked his opponent to simply admit defeat. The people around him couldn't believe that the young lord had defeated a 6th ranked knight who used magic. A week earlier, had been satisfied that all the money he had gotten for the deal was in his hands in full. The guy knew that this time he would not be cheated, deciding to spend it all properly for him. The most important way was the transactions between dimensions. Decided to see how things were going on the trading exchange, because the most important thing now was the exchange he wanted to do. After providing 30 coins, the system reported that he could make an exchange. He expected to receive 25 coins. After he started making transactions between dimensions, he realized the main rule. The rule stated that depending on the market situation, the value of goods changes, and in every world, goods have different value, and to maximize profit, it is best to buy cheaply and sell expensively. However, on the exchange, certain goods have taxes and commissions, and the lower the level of the transaction, the more restrictions on the exchange. Knew that to level up, there had to be real results, and to get real results, there had to be a high level to find a normal item. At level 0 was like getting a star from the sky. Suddenly, the guy noticed Heartstone, who was selling small and medium mana stones. Wrote to the man, and the man replied that his mine produced excellent quality stones. Didn't understand why his name was glowing red. The guy decided to click on the red name of his interlocutor, who was offering to buy mana stones from him. A user information window popped up indicating that Heartstone is an entrepreneur who uses slave labor to mine the mine and is willing to do anything for profit. Decided to first find out the price in this channel. The average price for a small mana stone was 3 coins, for a medium 12 coins. Realizing that if the information was true, the seller wanted twice as much money and said that the price was market price. The guy asked Heartstone how he could sell stones for overpriced. Realizing that he is a scammer, the seller pointed out that his price is quite low, asking on what basis he says. So the guy said that the exchange will explain everything to him. Noticed that the seller was confused, assuming that what he saw in the information window about the seller was true, because Hearthstone could be sanctioned by the exchange for the wrong price. The seller replied that the profitability of the mines has fallen in the present time, and the workers are also asking for wages, stating that after paying the workers, he himself will have nothing left, and therefore wanted to cheat him. Earn realized that the salesman was fooling him again, and asked what wages the slaves could ask for. Saying that he was going to file a complaint against him, Hearthstone asked him not to do that and offered him the stones at half price. The guy thought about the vendor's offer, assuming that Hearthstone might still move, and decided to try to lower the price of the mana stones, but decided not to do so in order not to get a complaint. Then began the deal with Hearthstone, who gave him 2 small stones and 2 medium stones. In return, Earn gave him 25 coins after both guys accepted the deal. Suddenly Earn noticed that he would pay 22.5 coins for the deal. The seller's information and the report of the transaction appeared. Even the number of coins in the transaction decreased. Earn decided not to report the seller for a while and keep him on the hook. The guy was surprised by the applied cashback, realizing that it is a privilege only for VIP clients, assuming that it can't be. So why would he be a VIP client? After the transaction, Earn decided to taste the mana of the stone as he absorbed it and felt the mana flow, realizing that the seller had not slipped him a fake. For several days, Earn Steelguard had been diligently studying the special mana-breathing technique of the family that his grandfather had once perfected. In order to master the breath of steel, 2 conditions had to be met. At first, it was impossible for Earn, who didn't possess anything, but he got the former through endless effort and training, and the latter thanks to the mana stones he bought. Earn succeeded in mastering the breath of steel and was able to win a glorious victory over Knight Frey. Some of the crowd assumed it was a staged training session, saying that Frey could play along when needed. Earn decided to prove his strength once again. The young gentleman offered Michael to compete with him. The guy asked the guy what it was he was addressing him. This night was perfect for Earn to demonstrate his abilities. Suddenly, a girl intervened in their conversation and said that it would be very interesting to watch. Rebutton Stilgard's eldest daughter, Karen Stilgard, approached them, intent on observing what was happening. Raphael replied to Mistress that the young master was not yet ready for such a fight. Karen replied that she understood what he was worried about. The girl stated that if the knight was worried about the state of his mana offering, in return to simply hold a sword fight, Raphael did not object to Mistress Karen. Michael was a knight of the 6th rank, and in a normal sword fight comparable to the 5th rank, the man understood that the most important thing in such a fight was distance, assuming that the young lord had no chance of winning. Unexpectedly, Earn began to push Michael, who, according to the beliefs of those around him, was stronger than the guy. Michael tried to counter the guy's pressure by putting blocks, but Earn kept attacking his partner, who could not do anything against him. Raphael could not believe his eyes, for only a few days ago, young Mr. Earn had been blown about by the wind. Earn managed to win this fight too. The other knights were shocked that Michael had lost dryly. Then they began to admire the young lord and his strength. Karen came closer and whispered to her brother that he was good for him, and she thought badly of him all this time. The boy had not expected such a confession from his older sister, which pleased him. Rebutton regretted every time Karen was born a girl. She could not master the breath of steel that was only passed on to the men of Steelguard, but her talent was visible to the naked eye. Steel breath is the root and foundation of the Steelguard family. It was only passed down through the male line, and no girl in the family can master it. So Karen understood more than anyone the value of Earn's days of silent training. The sister praised the younger brother, who tried to accomplish this in secret from everyone where no one would see. Karen apologized to Earn for underestimating him because she was his older sister who didn't support him and judged him like everyone else. The boy's conscience was gnawing at him because it was really just to get his older sister's recognition. Raphael asked Earn if he wanted to fight again. Earn realized that Karen, of all the siblings, was the person who could see the situation most clearly without prejudice. Being full of virtue and insight, Earn realized that he had no other way to change things. A little while later, the Steelguard family was having dinner at the table. Earn realized that so far everything was going as planned, but he didn't understand what would happen next. The head of the household, Steelguard Rebutton, told all present that he was feeling particularly excellent today. Karen said she had asked the servants in the kitchen to prepare this dish for them because Earn would be leaving for the academy soon. Rebutton marveled at how his youngest son had matured lately. Earn had thought that as soon as he brought his sister's attention to himself, she would immediately start taking care of him. The head of the household told his son that Karen had told him about his victories among the knights in training, and realized that his plan had worked. For the first time in a long time, a father finally took an interest in his youngest son. Ern realized that he should not miss this chance, saying that he was not good enough to defeat the knight because it was a small sword fight. The father was surprised at his youngest son's words. Hearing that he had fought a 6th-ranked knight made him even more interested. Eldest son. Kieran added that in the duel, the knights did not use magic against Ern, trying to make his younger brother look weak. Ern was surprised that his older brother had so lewdly interfered in their conversation with his father, trying to make him look like a loser. Karen pointed out to Kieran that he too had become a knight of the 5th rank, only at the age of 18. Summarizing that Ernu was still only 16, Kieran replied that it was winter, and he was 17, and then he got the rank officially. Rabadan praised his youngest son, calling him a good boy, realizing that he was beginning to try harder in his achievements. Rising, his father informed him that his grandfather had first entered the battlefield at the age of 16, asking if Ern had any reason why he had taken to the mine so abruptly. The father walked over to his youngest son and extended his hand to him. Ern assumed his father wanted to shake his hand. Ern replied to the head of the Stilgard family that he was already 16. He shook his father's strong hand. The combat handshake is a competitive action where people pass mana through each other's hands. Ern was surprised by this act of his father. Ern assumed that the combat handshake was some sort of test, realizing that it was important for him to please his father and deciding that he should hide all skills above the 3rd rank to avoid suspicion. The father pointed out to his son that he had grown noticeably, adding that he had been worried that his youngest was a troublemaker, but now he could relax a little. Kieran watched his father with envy as he praised his younger brother, having heard that his father thought Eren would do well outside the walls of Stilgard. It seemed to the father that he had paid too little attention to his younger son, realizing that he was too late in coming to his senses about it. Rabadan said that Ern could ask him for something as a gift when he entered the academy, and he was pleased that he had managed to win his father's attention. Ern decided to ask his father for something, but afterwards he realized that it seemed too much for him. Rabadan told his son that he should not worry and promised that he would try to listen to him. The guy indicated that he didn't want to ask for something too global, being sure that the request would be denied. His father stated that he didn't know that their youngest son could also control people's souls, adding that he would give him an oath to fulfill his request. Rabadan, as head of the Stilgard family, has sworn a mana oath that he will not break his promise and will do whatever his abilities allow him to do to fulfill the request that his son, Ern Stilgard, voices, stating that he is willing to listen to him. The younger son informed his father of his request. Kieran, hearing his younger brother's request, told his father that it was simply not possible. Kieran asked Ern that he was crazy to ask such a thing from his father because it is impossible to break the traditions of the family. The eldest son asked his father if anyone but the head could enter the treasury. He did not understand what visit Ern was asking about. His father replied that the right to enter the treasury belonged entirely to the head of the family, saying that he had also entered the treasury with his father. Kieran pointed out to his father that this was a different case. Rabadan asked his eldest son that in such a case he should break his oath of mana. The eldest son nodded negatively, and his father asked his eldest son to leave them alone, for he and Ern would go to the treasury of their family. Ern was pleased that his elder brother had been subdued. Kieran realized that Ern wanted the right to enter the treasury, which even he didn't have, and he was angry with his younger brother. When he opened the doors, his father pointed out that he could only enter the outer treasury, asking him not to go inside, and that he could take any item but one. But Rabadan gave him enough time to choose an item calmly and deliberately. Ern intended to put a real book of measurements in his son-in-law's hands, for this book was the strongest weapon to ensure that nothing threatened his new life. This book should be owned only by him. The boy realized that before his past exodus over the last 100 years, the only two traders from the land of 1,342 were Grandpa Rebahan and him. The difference from his past life was that he could see transactions in other dimensions in his eye, and that meant the real book was still stored in the treasury, which is why he wanted attention from his father. Ern went to one of the shelves and realized that the book must be here somewhere, but it was not among the chests. The guy continued to pierce through the treasury, realizing that he couldn't have this book found by someone else, because he had to destroy the real book of dimensional transactions. The father asked his son if he had chosen one of the treasury items. Ern responded positively. Rabutin saw that his youngest son had chosen a hero figure. His father was surprised by this choice of his son. The figure of the hero exceeded 1,000 gold coins at the rate of the state in which the Stilgard family lived, a thing that is easier than all the others to see in the treasury. The father didn't understand why his youngest son's eye fell on this particular figurine, which was just a momentary gain, asking Ern that he had entered the treasury just to score gold. The boy understood what his father was thinking, and replied that this figurine was the most valuable thing for him, because thanks to it, he could buy a sword and a mana stone and still have money left over. His father advised him not to spend this time buying and selling things, but to train his youngest son hard because he was still not strong enough. The younger son replied to his father that it was not always the way. Only one Rebidon reflected on the words he heard from his son. Ern agreed with his father's words, adding that if he had an innate talent for the sword, then as his father had said, he was wasting his time. After the guy suggested that this option might be the fastest way for him to reach his goals. His father scratched the back of his head and replied that his youngest son was not easy to understand, and Ern was glad that he had managed to persuade his father to take the figure for himself. Sometime before, Ern had noticed something strange in the treasury that gave him a shock. Going to the shelf, where there should have been a book of measurement deals, he didn't find it there. He didn't understand where it could have disappeared. The guy decided to look for it in other places, but the attempts were even. After spending some time looking for the book he needed, Ern realized that it was nowhere to be found in the treasury. Ern came up with two hypotheses of what had happened. One implying that while he hadn't seen the book move somewhere else, and the other implying that someone was now using the book of measurement transactions, but neither hypothesis he could confirm at the moment. The guy did the math and realized that if he counted from the moment he became an earl, it was another 14 years he had to wait. Ern had no idea what had happened to the book in his past life during this time, realizing that he could only hope that the book of transactions would never fall into anyone's hands. It was a great achievement to learn that the book of dimensional transactions was not in the treasury now, so Ern grabbed the first thing that came to hand, knowing that the hero figurine could fetch good money. Ern realized that he had privileges that he had discovered during the Hearthstone deal that made his head spin, and a cashback effect on merchandise purchases was available. The guy remembered that he had seen the name of this effect somewhere, realizing that it was the privilege of VIP clients, but it continued to seem impossible to him. Ern decided to try this effect because he had heard rumors that if there was nothing in the VIP category, then he was not a VIP customer. In front of the guy's face opened a bigger window, where all the items were of the maximum level. Ern couldn't even imagine such a thing. Suddenly, to the guy came the realization that earlier, he was given more money for the exchange 0 commission of the maximum level allowed to carry out all transactions with 0 commission. An item called the Eye of Providence provided information about the seller and a report on the transaction made, recognizing the flow allowed to know the quantity of goods and the real price. A counting skill that made his head spin returned 15% of the transaction. Ern began his transactions due to the privilege of presence that gave him his first 10 coins. The guy was very happy with such privileges, realizing that in such a case, he could make mountains, realizing that everything would happen faster than he thought. Ern realized that it was time for revenge, realizing that he was already prepared for the upcoming battle. The guy decided to start getting coins from the hero figurine, applied the effect by putting the figurine on a magic scale. The scales showed a value of 115 coins. Ern assumed that this figurine was worth more, knowing that its price was at least 150 coins. After Ern activated the privilege of VIP stream recognition, the system reported that according to the Zero World's estimation, this figurine was worth 150 coins. The item was suitable for exchange in the Zero World. After taking the figurine, the guy did not understand where the stock exchange employees have shared 40 coins of value, because 40 can be equal to 400 gold coins. The guy was lazy, but he knew he had to make some kind of deal, although he was comfortable enough to make deals lying down because the book of measurements was in his eye. Rising up, the guy realized that the book of measurement deals was now right in front of his eyes. Ern assumed that this book that he had in his eye was the real book of measurement transactions. The guy decided that in this case he could walk without glasses, began to finalize the deal on the figurine. The guy was surprised at the quick sale of this item. Ern didn't know what his next item would be, deciding to stock up on mana stones first. Clicking on the stone seller's profile, Ern realized that the seller would agree to his offer because he could file a complaint against him. The man didn't understand how this guy dared to call him a fraud. The man didn't know this guy at all, which was very surprising. Ern asked to sell him the mana stones at the old price. Heartstone replied that there was a special concession that time, and this time he can't sell to him. Ern asked him not to cheat, adding that their past dialogue is preserved. The man realized that from his complaint, he would get a temporary lockout, but the losses for those few days would be high, deciding that it would be easier to sell it to him cheaper. The guy pointed out that he didn't understand how someone with 10,000 coins could be so petty. Heartstone didn't understand what this guy wanted from him, asking Ern how many mana stones he wanted to buy from him this time. Ern managed to purchase medium stones at 10 coins apiece and small stones at 2.5 coins apiece for a total of 25 medium and 20 small stones. After the guy put up an ad selling medium stones for 12 coins and small stones for 3 coins, he decided to take a nap until all the stones were sold. Meanwhile, in the Heartstone room, a man drops his bong on the floor he saw on the exchange. Heartstone was shocked because he had sold Ern the stones for cheap and he had put them up for more in his world. He resented the guy who had uploaded his ad to the same channel where he had bought them. When the guy woke up, he didn't understand why he received so many messages. He noticed that all the messages were from Heartstone because after 3 years of trading, the guy had learned something. Ern knew what to do if the interlocutor raised his voice, because he couldn't get through the wall of measurements to him anyway. Raising his heads twice as much, Ern replied to Heartstone that he was a bad, angry businessman, asking why on earth he thought he could yell at him. The man was surprised to hear the lad speak. Ern asked why he had fallen silent, assuming he was frightened by his swearing. Once in a past life, Ern had clashed with an unyielding salesman, and his particular manner of speech had forever seared his soul. Certain that he was not human, but something from Azeroth. Heartstone asked the guy if he could stop screaming after realizing that this customer was not normal at all. The guy stopped yelling. The salesman pointed out to him that in any case his behavior was too. Ern replied that if he had promised Heartstone he wouldn't trade them, then maybe it wasn't fair. The seller replied that it was rude to sell at an undervalued price. Another thing if he was selling at the same price. Ern pointed out that it was because he himself was selling them too expensive. Heartstone indicated to the guy that he would no longer sell to him at that price. After this dialogue, the guy realized that this salesman is too touchy, since he doesn't want to trade with him anymore. Ern realized that for guys like Heartstone, money is religion and faith. If the right appetite is whetted, they quickly realize that there are things more important than emotions, and they are willing to do anything to benefit. Heartstone realized that such a distinguished person like him should not allow emotions to interfere with the man. Asked at what price he would buy from him, Ern replied that at which price he was selling. Now, Ern had 455 coins, and he could spend 30% more, and the amount would increase to 657 coins. The guy was ready to buy 50 medium mana stones and 19 small stones, but Heartstone replied that he only had 25 medium stones and 50 small stones in stock. Ern agreed to this amount of mana stones, realizing that he would also benefit from this deal. Seeing that Ern had put the small stones for sale for 2.5 coins and the medium stones for 11 coins, Heartstone was furious, not understanding why this guy was reselling his stones so cheaply. The guy realized that if you look at it from the side of a normal customer, then Heartstone says everything right, but for VIP customers, the story changes, because for him there was 0 commission on bidding. Ern knew that if he lowered the price by 25%, he would still be on the plus side of those sales. In addition to high demand, mana stones had one more advantage, because the restrictions on the sale were very free. Disconnecting from his conversation with Heartstone, Ern realized that he had little time to make money and therefore had no reason to chat with him. The guy looked at the mana stones that were on the table and decided to absorb the mana from these stones to become stronger since he had little time. Now that he had a cool body, he would be fine wherever he went because he could stand up for himself. But so far, Ern was only quick with the basic requirements. Ern realized that he wasn't a true genius like his grandfather, and if things stayed as they were, he would have flaws and stagnation. If Ern Steelguard went up there, he wouldn't be able to survive with his current strength and skills, so he needed to keep growing. The guy knew that he didn't have much time left before going there, realizing that it was generally time for reckoning. Ern decided to lower the price of medium stones to 9.5 coins. Many deals fell through because of this. He was pleased that he was able to realize his plan. For the sake of going there in his previous life, Ern had to give up the entire year in the first year of the county. But in this life, only 8 days had passed since he had started making transactions through the dimensions. When Earn owned Steelguard, it took him a year, but now he had managed to make the multiple transactions necessary to level up. The guy fulfilled the necessary conditions, and his deal level increased, and now he can enter the channel of the first level. Earn used Move to the new System 1. He managed to move to the first system, received congratulations, the skill sponge inside the head was unlocked, the skill mastering speed was increased. System 1, where even errand boys and restaurant workers become as strong as knights, otherwise this system is called the World of Murim. Earn noticed the announcement of Tu Hu, who had received God's indulgence and obtained his world, but he did not possess artistic tools and wanted to acquire them at an appropriate price. Everyone reacted negatively to his analogy in acquiring a sword. The guy was notified of the side effect of absorbing the sponge inside his head. He didn't know what it took to unlock privileges in this world, realizing there was only one thing he could do. Earn ordered the system to activate an epiphany window that showed information about who he was trading with and the exchange center report. The guy was surprised that the epiphany window didn't go off, realizing that the guys at the center of the system were useless. Earn realized that these guys should at least tell him why he was privileged, or let him see the reason through the eye of insight. After a bit of thought, Earn realized that he could figure it out himself by assuming that they opened with level up. The guy received a notice of a special sale this week, selling special scrolls of various martial arts with no commission for an hour. If he exchanged 10 coins, he would receive one as a gift. Thinking about it, the guy thought it was too strange from such spontaneous actions and events. Earn realized that even if it was a special sale, the discounts were based on the market price and would be expensive anyway. And because of his level of privilege, the lack of commission didn't matter. Suddenly, the guy was congratulated for going to the #1 exchange center system, rewarded him for it, and gave him 3 coupons that he could use at the center. The guy assumed it was a customer care service that gave him some kind of cheapie as a reward. Earn received a Dantian image item and 3 years of internal energy martial art, maximum body and sword stealth, and 500 coins. The guy was surprised at the resulting maximum body and sword stealth, not realizing what it even was, hearing about it for the first time. The skill sponge in the head, absorbed effect, side effects absorption, was reduced by 80%, and absorption speed increased by 300%. The guy realized that the martial art truth was absorbed by the sponge skill in his head. He thought it was impossible. Earn realized that this meant that the martial arts of this world used mana as fuel, but in System 1, they used internal energy. The mana crystals and the item image Dantian 3 years of internal energy had similar actions in this world. If someone were to ask Earn what is better, he would say without a doubt that martial arts in System 1. The strange sword technique that symbolized Lazakan and seemed as if the mysterious blade technique was from the world of martial arts. Martial arts are similar in that they utilize the power of nature, but mana is in a more natural state, and internal energy is a refined version of mana. This privilege is compatible with poison. You still need to open your meridians and veins. The guy realized that in such a case, the skill becomes more refined than anything else similar. Suddenly, his body was filled with unknown forces, similar to the mana of the other world, and his eye began to glow with red light. Earn realized that he instantly managed to create a Dantian and learn an entire sword technique. This was more amazing than he could have imagined. The guy was curious if there was any limit to this spatial trade at all, because he didn't know about it. Earn realized that he could buy anything if he had money, even abstract values. Concluding that he needed to be careful when using coins, he decided to go to his first goal, the merchant of the spatial exchange, Mu Hyoja Manor. He adored the customer guy pointed out that there was no need to talk to him so rudely. The merchant assumed that he was of a different species. The man asked the buyer to think of it as a love of the human species, rather than a love of measurement. The buyer replied that he wanted martial arts scrolls, asking to be shown the assortment. The seller replied that he sells a lot of things. Asking the buyer to refrain from such non-formalities, the buyer suggested that he also communicate like that. The man realized he had gotten another bad customer who refused to listen to him. The seller assumed the customer was from a small bipod lower system. The seller realized that it was not for him to complain because he lived at their expense, thinking that he should thank such buyers. A man asked the buyer what kind of martial arts he was interested in. The buyer wanted sword techniques. The seller replied that he had a couple of them, including triple sword techniques, balance techniques, and sneaking tiger. Earn had listened to the salesman many times, but could not understand the strange manner of speech of this rogue Mu Hyoja. knowing that his specialty was to sell random, cheap, overpriced scrolls. The scammer reported that the triple sword technique is an unfathomable technique that contains all sword techniques. If one succeeds in mastering it, then the buyer can become the strongest in the world he chose, people of System Zero, and deceived them. Ern realized that this rogue chose people like him who were real wimps in their past lives. The guy realized that it was a deception again, because the triple sword technique was a normal technique containing 3 stabbing, slashing, and blocking movements. Ern was sure that it would be useful if it was used by the strongest in the world. The salesman added that he had other techniques nurturing penetration punching, and many others. Ern did not answer him. The salesman decided to give him a couple tips if he paid him 20 coins. Ern agreed, realizing that he was deliberately going along with his ruse to benefit himself by learning that his real name was Hakshol Lee. Meanwhile, in the 5th world of Marima in the mountain bamboo sector, a servant was trying to communicate something to his leader. Jusong Ha asked the servant that they had managed to find this rogue named Hakshol Lee. The leader of the mountain bamboo sect asked his subordinates how they managed to find the rogue, in addition to asking what source they used. The manager of the spatial trading sect replied to the guy that he also had a lot of questions and couldn't he answer them all at once. Ern replied that Hakshol Lee was upset right now, adding that, in any case, if he took care of their enemy, they would owe him a reward, asking if they agreed to such an arrangement. Jusong Ha replied to the guy that he won't be able to gain his trust with sweet words by asking what if he's a common scammer. The guy replied that if they don't believe him, it's bad because Hakshol Lee is their enemy, not his. He'll just put him down. The cult leader asked the guy that he called him to mess with him. He was angry at the guy who was trying to use this situation to benefit himself. Ern replied negatively, adding that Jusong Ha should realize this by looking at his information. Jusong Ha saw that the guy came from the lower system. He calmed down from that. The guy replied that all was correct, asking how he thought he knew the secrets of their book of techniques. The sect leader assumed that Hakshol Lee had told him about it, suggesting that he too trades in this dimension. Ern suggested that for a fugitive like Hakshol Lee, there is no better backup than a book of measurement deals. The guy received 200 coins from the leader of the mountain bamboo sect. Asking Ern that it was enough for him, the guy fell silent. Jusong Ha suggested that it was too little for him asking to enter his position. Ern actually just wanted to return his 20 coins that he had given to Hakshol Lee, realizing that no one would know that those 20 coins had become a point of no return for Hakshol Lee. Jusong Ha said that the guy should not think of cheating him because he cannot hide from him, but if he catches Hakshol Lee, he will get more than what he has now. The guy was surprised by such an unexpected fortune that came to him at such a moment he was ready to take on the case, but his reason for going to the Din system would be Seok Hyun, the seller of martial arts scrolls. Seok Hyun became the harbinger of the Steelguard family's demise. Ern met the guy while he was searching for martial arts scrolls to carry on his grandfather's legacy. He tricked him into spending money needlessly. Then the Steelguard family finally fell when Ern bought a wishing tab from the man in system number 2, but that didn't take away his grudge against Seok Hyun. The shame and pain the guy had to go through, he was sure he could Seoku Hyunu to get him back. Ern managed to approach him. Seok Hyun learned that he had come to him from Mu Hyukja, assuming he already knew a lot about him. The guy was sure that this man usually cheated people from low systems because Hakshol Lee had copied the information from the scrolls and stolen them and was selling them at a high price to strangers. The man was curious when Hakshol Lee would get rid of this bad habit of selling copied scrolls at inflated prices only to those from System Zero. Ern asked Seok Hyun, he is different from Hakshol Lee after all. The man replied that it is rude to compare him to Hakshol Lee, asking the buyer not to go overboard. The guy mocking the scammer apologized for his rudeness by asking him to show the assortment, saying he was looking for sword techniques. Seok Hyun was surprised at such a request. After looking at his inventory, he offered the buyer something suitable. Plum Blossom Technique, Secret Art Book Technique. Exuding a pleasant plum blossom fragrance, said the higher the skill, the deeper the scent. The seller asked Ern how to him. This technique, Guy realized that this is not a bad technique. Asking what the price of the seller, said that the market price of 50 coins, but he is ready to sell for 35. But Ern knew that the real price of 15 coins. Ern realized that if Mu Hyoja was selling a triple technique that wasn't even worth half a coin for 5, then Seok Hyun raised the price by 20 coins. The seller asked the guy why he wasn't answering. The guy decided to teach the scammer a lesson and replied that he was ready to take it for 35 because it's not that much, asking the seller to make the exchange immediately. Seok-hyun was pleased, assuming that this guy was not only rich, but also had a keen eye for technology, and asked the buyer how he made his money. The guy replied that he also works in the business, stating that he plans to meet with him often in the future. Seok-hyun was confident that he could fool this buyer who didn't even know the market price and grade of this technique. After the seller said that he always welcomed such customers, offering Earn to become friends, decided to deceive him further. Earn accepted the friend request from Seok-hyun, knowing that he could resell this technique even if he lost a little. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. A female voice announced that it was Izel. The guy let her come into him. The maid apologized for his unexpected visit, after which she was very surprised to see his red eye. The guy realized that his thirst for revenge had gotten out and he couldn't control it after meeting Seok-hyun. Earn came to his senses and pointed out to the maid that she wasn't guilty of anything. The maid asked if the young gentleman wanted something because he missed the morning workout. The guy replied that he was in great condition. Izel noticed that the guy had progressed a lot these couple days. Suddenly her face turned red. The guy wondered why the maid was blushing at the sight of him. Earn assumed the girl saw him as a real man, but he hadn't even unlocked half of his potential, and she was already looking at him like that. The guy asked the maid to be uninhibited and ask him whatever she wanted. The girl said that she had come to see him about the matter with young Master Kieran this morning. Earn remembered that in his previous life, he had also dealt with his older brother. In the morning, the two brothers of the Stilgard family met on the training ground. Earn was surprised to see his older brother, not expecting to find him here, though he had guessed what was going to happen. The younger brother asked Kieran what brought him to the training ground, because he doesn't usually train with knights, because their skills are nothing compared to his older brother, asked Earn why he thought so. Earn replied that anyone would realize this at a glance, since he doesn't show up on the training ground, instead practicing in a corner by himself. Earn assumed that his older brother was still a child. The older brother was enraged to hear the younger brother say such things, suggesting that he was crazy to say such things to him. Earn apologized to his older brother, pointing out that he was just making a bad joke and shouldn't take it so literally. Kieran swung around and said that he would start by teaching his younger brother a lesson in how to behave around his elders. Dodging Earn suggested that this behavior of his older brother was too disrespectful. Earn tried to understand what Kieran could be so upset about he was ready to keep dodging his blows. Kieran pointed out to his younger brother that he was asking to get punched by him. The older brother swung around and declared that Earn shouldn't think he was better than him just because his father praised him. Suddenly, Earn struck back at his older brother, and their fists clashed into one powerful blow. Kieran recoiled from the blow, not understanding where this power was coming from, thinking that his younger brother must be a simple knight of the 5th rank. The elder brother realized that he had let his guard down, stating to Earn that he would no longer hold back his strength, the true beginning of the mana enhancement technique and a basic requirement for a 2nd-ranked knight. The younger brother saw his aura and didn't understand why he would go so far in his grievances, since he was still pretending to be a rank 5 knight. Earn realized that he couldn't use his aura to retaliate by telling his older brother that he was out of line. Kieran replied that he would take this opportunity to teach his younger brother a real combat lesson. Earn noticed that his older brother had started attacking him with all his strength. The younger brother realized that he had no choice and would have to fight him at full strength, and he got into a fighting stance, preparing to strike. Earn used a rock-shattering blow. Their blows once again intertwined into one, after which there was a bright flash. Kieran didn't expect such strength from his younger brother and didn't understand why the hell it happened. He didn't understand how Earn could be so strong. The younger brother managed to temper the older brother's fervor with his powerful punch, and a crater formed in the ground where they had struck. Kieran tried to ask his younger brother how he had managed to become so strong in a short time. Earn replied that he couldn't answer that question. He felt that Kieran had gone too far in this battle in exposing his aura. Kieran asked his younger brother that he use the power of the secret vault he had gotten from the vault. Earn realized that his brother was upset that he had entered the secret vault and replied that Kieran should have been there, if not in the inner vault, then at least in the outer vault. Kieran asked what this outdoor vault was, assuming Earn was messing with him, since the only other person who went in there besides his father was his younger brother. Earn assumed that his father didn't know about the existence of the Book of Measurement transactions in his past life, and he hadn't used it either, so the likelihood of someone actually using the book was slim. Since Earn would never be in the inner vault, he had two options. Either she was in the inner vault, or she didn't exist. At all, his musings were interrupted by a maid. The guy reported that nothing much happened between him and his older brother. He just asked him to show him his aura, but Kieran lost control of his power in the process. Ezel asked if the young lord was hurt, for if he wanted she could bandage him up. Seeing the naked body of the guy, the girl noticed that the young gentleman had already matured, assuming that he would not like her idea. The guy assured that he was perfectly fine. Thanking the maid for her concern, he decided to take a pill from the medicine cabinet. Ern realized that he was lucky because Kieran didn't give him a hard time about it and asked the maid not to worry about him, saying that she could go and rest. The maid didn't mind and left the guy. Ern knew that now he had to find a way to get into the inner vault. He wanted to get there before he entered the academy. Ern realized that it was time for the very incident he had planned. Meanwhile, in his room, Kieran couldn't believe that his little brother possessed such a powerful force. Rabadan's second daughter, Darren Stilgard, suggested that her brother had embarrassed himself by losing to Junior. The boy said that Ern was obviously hiding something, suggesting that he was pretending to be weak until then. His sister replied that his younger brother had seemed like a bear to Kieran, but turned out to be a cunning fox. The sister added that despite this, Ern was still a simple child. He had not revealed his true nature because he was tired of enduring Kieran's barbs. The brother replied that Ern had not used all of his power because he felt he was holding it back. Darian pointed out that even if that was true, it was more likely that Ern was just a foxier vixen than Kieran. The boy replied that he was not a fox, but a leopard. After a little thought, he added that Ern might turn out to be a real tiger. Kieran told his sister to find out what Junior was hiding from them and what he planned to do next. The girl agreed with him, assuring her brother that this action he could grant her. Darian assured that she could get to the very last detail of their little brother's secrets. Meanwhile, a protest broke out in the Mana Stone Merchant Alliance because Ern was selling the stones at low prices. Hearthstone asked everyone to stop chatting. Hearthstone assured them that there was no reason for them to fight, since their common enemy was Ern, suggesting that they all create a plan to eliminate the guy who had dropped the price of their stones. Ern was selling medium mana stones for 10 coins, small ones for 2.5 coins. He noticed that all the other sellers had also started to maintain such prices. The guy noticed multiple reductions in value, all happening faster than he expected. The mana stones he was selling were worth 1 coin, less than their market price. The other merchants were angry with him because he lowered the average cost, and consequently, their prices began to fall as well, which began to destroy the competition, which was not a problem for Ern because he was making a profit thanks to the VIP privilege. Opening the inventory, the guy noticed that he had 1,002 coins. He thought he could sell medium stones cheaper than usual, but selling small stones for less than 2 coins is not profitable. The profit from the average grade stones was 1 coin, which didn't seem like a bad profit for Ern. Though the stones were dropping in value faster than he expected, he couldn't affect it much. Realizing that he had other things to worry about now, he decided to go into the system alone. Ern intended to take revenge on Seokyun for his past life by deciding to take everything from him. The librarian realized that the customer was looking for mid-level sword techniques and pointed out that in this catalog, the techniques were arranged by power strength, asking if the customer liked anything. Ern noticed that these techniques were expensive. Realizing that the library was not a stall on the street, and realizing that it was not enough, he asked Chin Sung if there was anything more expensive and powerful. The man was surprised at the suggestion that he look at the skill of their 1,000 Swords library, which was a basic set of unique primary skills that they were selling. The guy saw that the set contained the Breaking Fist, Despair Fist Sword Technique, Swan Tien Maneuvering Ruler. All of them were worth over 1,000 coins. Meanwhile, in the Castle of 1,000 Sword sect, with a huge influence in the 5th Murim system, its influence was not even comparable to the Mountain Bamboo sect. Ern stated to Chin Seng that he wanted to test something. The man asked what exactly the buyer wanted to try out. Seokyun graciously greeted the customer who approached him, saying that he had waited for Ern all day and thought he would never come to him again. The vendor provided the guy with the martial skills he had asked him for yesterday. It was the 8th Cloud Dragon Art and the Scarlet Dawn Green Cloud Technique. Ern indicated that he didn't think the vendor would be able to get both skills, pleased with his quick work. Seokyun replied that the whole team had been looking for them, and they couldn't keep dear customers waiting, asking if Ern wanted to buy anything else. The guy responded positively and assured me that of course he wanted to buy something else from him. Ern explained that Haifiel is a rich guy he serves, and he is the ultimate martial arts fanatic, stating that he is hard to please with a mid-level martial arts book, so he needs Seokyun's help. The seller was enthusiastic about such a story, envious that his team would help the buyer with everything. The boy thought about showing Haifiel something big rather than many small techniques. Seok-hyun asked the buyer what he meant by saying anything. One big Earn replied that he was talking about the unique primary skill of the Thousand-Sword Castle. Earn assumed that it would even be difficult for Seok-hyun to get such a technique, but the man didn't understand why the buyer needed it. The vendor assured him that the martial arts from the third or fourth world of Murim were very good, assuring him that he would try to get them, knowing that the most important thing was not to get caught by the librarian. When Earn saw his answer, he realized that Seok-hyun had fallen for the trick he had planned for him. The seller added that it looked rather risky for him, so he wanted to take Earn's advance payment. The guy sent him 200 coins. The guy promised to pay the rest of the coins when he received the book. Seok-hyun was pleased that the buyer left him 200 coins as a down payment and replied that he would contact him in 5 days. Seok-hyun knew that the only people in the library were him and the librarian himself, Jin Sung, and he realized that he needed to avoid getting caught. A few hours later, a customer told the librarian that he wanted to check something out. The guy asked Jin Sen what would happen if anyone tried to sell a unique primary skill anywhere else. The librarian laughed and replied that such a thing was impossible, asking what kind of crazy martial artist would think of stealing from divine swords. Jin Seng was ready to swear on his honor that if he did such a thing, he would regret not passing away sooner. Earn was satisfied that the first step had been successfully completed, realizing that he needed to find the 1,000 coins he had promised Seok-hyun, but 5 days would be enough for him, decided to go for a walk. After opening the trade window, the guy noticed that his supply of medium mana stones was rapidly melting away and wondered if he should buy more of them. After Earn contacted the seller, but he saw his nickname and refused to sell him mana stones, and so it happened several more times. Earn did not understand what happened and why everyone refused to sell him stones. The salesman's responses were more aggressive than he thought, realizing it would affect his job a bit. Suddenly, the guy noticed not far from him a maid who was standing behind a tree. He thought it was strange. As he got closer, the guy noticed the girl asking the maid to turn something out of the mouth. Suddenly, Darian slapped the maid who refused to follow her instructions, with Earn watching. The guy was shocked to see his older sister's behavior. He didn't understand what was going on there. The 2 daughters of the Stilgard family were complete opposites. Karen, the eldest daughter, possessed the warmth of a spring ray, and Darren, the second daughter, was cold and contemptuous. Darian indicated that she was not satisfied with the maid's answer, envying that she would ask her again, expecting a satisfactory answer. She was trying to find out what Earn was hiding from them. Oizel replied that she was a simple servant girl who took care of the young master, assuring that she knew nothing of the sort. Darian tried to strike the maid again without hearing a response, but was suddenly stopped by a shout from Earn, who had intervened in their conversation. Earn asked his sister why she shouldn't leave the maid alone. The girl looked suspiciously at her brother. The girl asked Earn what brought him here. She didn't understand how to react to his sudden appearance. The guy stated that he wanted to ask him something, because he was angry and didn't understand what his sister was doing with the maid. Darian was surprised that her brother was treating her so well, asking since when he had been so close to his maid, adding that Izel was doing a below-average job. Earn asked her to leave her alone. Her sister asked her brother to stay out of their conversation, stating that she was teaching her a lesson for what she had done wrong, and Earn should be grateful to her for it. Attempting to strike again, Darian indicated that he was doing his brother a favor and training his maid for him. Izel was about ready to get punched in the face again. Suddenly, Earn stopped his sister's strike by pointing out that if she had a complaint about his maid, she should report it to him. Darian asked her brother how dare he touch her. Asking him to let go of her hand, Earn replied that he had warned her. The boy let go and tossed his sister aside, ordering her to leave Izel alone. Darian hadn't expected this. The sister declared to her brother that he was crazy to ask what this insignificant maid meant to him. The guy replied that his sister was crazy, pointing out that she'd better not touch the people who serve him, asking his sister to apologize to Izel before it's too late. Suddenly, Darian started beating herself in the face. Izel was surprised by this, asking why she was doing this. Darian asked her brother not to act so arrogant, asking who her father would favor if she came running to him with such injuries. Her sister was curious to see her father's face. When she told him that Earn had raised his hand to her, the boy was surprised at such meanness on her sister's part. Looking at Darian, Earn pointed out that she did not cease to exceed his expectations. The girl interjected, trying to figure out what he had said. Whispering in her ear, the guy wanted her to remember once and for all what he was about to say to her before she did what she had in mind. Suddenly, the girl replied that she had nothing to do with it. Earn was surprised at her answer. Her brother said he would go and tell her father right away if it was okay with her. Darian looked at her younger brother with anger. Darian didn't understand how Ern knew about all this. She decided to apologize to the maid so her father wouldn't find out. The maid was surprised at this turn of events, and Darian added that she would try not to let it happen again. Ern kindly asked if Izel was all right. The maid nodded positively. She didn't fully understand what had happened. Crying, the maid added that she didn't deserve to be treated in such a way that he would defend her by calling herself a mere maid. Guy stated that if anyone dared to touch one of his men, he would not forgive it no matter who he was, even if it was the Emperor. Ern asked the maid not to belittle herself too much. Isel continued to cry at his words. Darian suspected something strange about her younger brother's behavior. As he left, the boy told Isel that she deserved to be treated like that, and the maid did not resist him. Darian did not understand how Ern knew about her secret. Darian suspected that someone had given Ern information she was trying to hide. She didn't understand how her younger brother could even know about it. A few days later, the members of the multi-union, of which Heartstone was the leader, were still arguing amongst themselves because Ern was selling medium stones for 7 coins apiece. Suddenly, Heartstone noticed the nickname of a stone seller who assumed someone desperate for coins the leader was surprised to see for the first time. His level and description made him look like an experienced merchant. The stone seller said that sometimes 10 coins in the present are more valuable than 100 coins in the future. Heartstone understood that these words make sense and replied that even he makes quick transactions when coins are needed. The unknown man replied that order is destroyed because of such sellers. The leader thoughtfully asked the stone seller what he was suggesting in such a case. The unidentified man replied that they had to choose one of 2 possible options. The first was to buy everything before the intruder could get to them. Heartstone interrupted him and assured him that this option was not feasible because they wouldn't be able to buy up all the stones. Asked what other option, Unknown replied that they needed to lower the price of mana stones even more than Ern. Therefore, the multi-union has significantly reduced the price of mana stones from what buyers bought them up like crazy. The price for the average mana stones was already 6 coins. Ern assumed that a bidding war would now begin, realizing that demand was growing insanely fast, realizing that he would then be even busier. Heartstone furiously asked him to explain, because an unknown member of their sect had promised that lowering the price would produce a certain result. Unknown replied that he didn't remember saying that, pointing out that in order to prevent the infiltrator from getting all the mana stones, their prices had to be lowered. The leader pointed out that even so, Ern wouldn't stop selling mana stones, saying that the unknown man's words weren't very convincing. John Doe was fine with the criticism, pointing out that Heartstone can do it all at once, stating that his predictions were wrong if the leader plans to succumb to that offender's entreaties. Heartstone stating that he would never ever succumb to this guy who dropped the price of mana stones. The unknown man replied that in that case, the sect leader should continue to trust him, stating that he had a secret plan up his sleeve to stop the intruder. Heartstone responded that its capital is losing momentum, and this infringer doesn't even give a sign of it. The unidentified person asked what the agreement was, with the offender assuming that since they lose 1 coin, the offender loses 2. The leader stated that the violators' prices are the same as theirs from yesterday. Suddenly he realized what this stone seller was getting at. The unidentified man suggested that Ern is now at his breaking point. Heartstone pointed out that this guy is the kind of person who hides a trump card until the last minute and then shows it. Heartstone indicated that he didn't understand anything, because why would Ern take such a risk asking an unknown person about it? The stone merchant replied that Ern planned to overtake the entire mana stone business. The sect leader was surprised by such an assumption. The man was sure that it was impossible because there were limits on sales of goods, asking how he could get around them. Unknown replied that the guy would easily solve this problem by finding helpers who would sell instead of him, or create a union just like them. Heartstone got the question that wasn't this kind of thing this multi-union man was created for, surprised by such a question. Unknown added that by gathering a few vendors and increasing control over the mana stone market, to then become the one who would control the price of mana stones. Heartstone realized the words of an unknown member of their union, the one adding that he admires the head of their union, who aims to control prices. The leader exhaled in agreement with the unknown man's words, and replied that this was exactly what he planned to do. This unknown was Ern, who realized that Heartstone wanted to be called the head, realizing that he saw right through him. Guy had been waiting for the formation of this alliance since he started selling mana stones. He had a special privilege of the maximum level that the people of the lower system didn't even know about. The guy assumed he looked pretty depressed, But information is an important aspect of commerce, so he could understand why controlling information is a special privilege. Earn has been a member of the multi-union since its inception in order to have a bloody competition for profit. The first type of people that participated in this competition were those who can't live without instant gratification. The second type are the crazies who are willing to do away with these trades for the evil of all so that everyone suffers from it. Earn, pretending to be a multi-union member, said that they would stop Earn the Infiltrator and show everyone their union power, and when the Infiltrator reaches the limit, they can strike, saying that they need to come to an agreement urgently. Hearthstone assumed that if he successfully took Earn out of the game and took over the Mana Stone industry, he would be able to control prices, and if a new merchant appeared, he would immediately get hit by the Alliance. Such a scenario seemed great in the mind of the Hearthstone Union leader. The guy planned to lead the leader in this direction and further leading him into deception, because the other members of the multitude have not realized it yet. Some sellers within this competition will begin to get defensive and watch the Earn and multi-union battle closely. The guy assumed that they would hire a third party to take all the mana stones for themselves, and the wise person to do so would be Earn. Meanwhile, in Darian's room, the girl sat at the table and tried to figure out how her younger brother knew about it, because he had said Damien's company name exactly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the girl's door, and Darren asked who was there, saying that she had asked no one to bother her. When she opened the door, the older sister asked her brother why he had come to her without letting him go straight to his room. The guy looked her straight in the eye and told Darian that they needed to talk about something. Earn asked if she knew about Damien's firm. The sister asked her brother to come into her room. Damien's firm provided gentle materials to homes, and it was a relatively stable and respected firm. However, the problem was that they had a close relationship with Darian in a past life. After he became a lord, the firm used money to manipulate Earn. Sister asked how he understood. Earn replied that the firm had changed significantly since she became involved in their affairs, stating that it was very obvious. Darian asked her brother how he could prove his words and asked him to show them to her. Earn asked his sister to calm down because he had come to her to understand her position. Earn pointed out that he was the youngest child of the family, suggesting that he would get nothing from the family, but as a son, mastering the breath of steel, he could probably make money as a swordsman. The boy clearly understood that Darren was trying to find a way to make a living. The sister realized that Earn had been hiding his real self until now, and now he was trying to show her something. She tried to find out from her brother what he wanted. Earn asked the sister to listen to him. The brother said that there was only one thing he was interested in, asking if she had come to the firm herself, or if they had come to her. The girl replied that they were the first to come to her and said they just wanted to do her a favor. Darren added that in return, he would have to pay them back for her. Earn realized that his sister was lying to him because it was impossible that such a powerful firm would come to her. Suddenly, the sister asked if her brother was satisfied after what she had told him, for now he could start criticizing her. Earn replied that he had not come to her for that. The guy was wondering how he could earn his sister's trust by claiming that he and she were very much alike. The girl was surprised at his words, asking what he really wanted from her. Earn knew she had such a temper. Earn offered the sisters to work with him jointly. Darian was surprised at such an offer from her younger brother. The younger brother knew that it would be very difficult for his older sister to refuse such an offer. After the conversation, Earn left his sister's room, indicating that he trusted her with the case. Darian replied that he would report the specifics of their case later. The brother knew it was a lie-filled argument, but right now it wasn't such a bad deal. Earn realized he had to work with Darian to see what would happen after a certain amount of time. Using the eye of bidding measurements, Earn realized that the main thing for him right now was dealing with Hearthstone. He noticed a message in his bidding profile. The guy received 800 coins from the Mountain Bamboo sect. Earn assumed that they had caught Hacho Lee on his tip. The Mountain Bamboo sect sent the guy a gift of 10 bamboo life pill. Earn was surprised that they gave him more than what they promised. Earn took the gift of the bamboo life pills. He didn't yet understand what he should do with them. Measurement bargain book users have hit a gold mine. Hearthstone has decided to reduce the price of medium mana stones by another 4 coins. This is due to the price war between Earn and the multi-union. Earn noticed that Hearthstone was trying to minimize his losses. The guy was wondering why the union leader had tossed out 4 coins. The guy had asymmetric information, and all he had to do was change his name and buy up all the stones. After a bit of thinking about what was going on, Earn realized that in addition, if you take into account the price and the cashback, it was 3 coins per stone. After checking the inventory, the guy noticed that it was half empty, and he still had 1,573 coins left. He decided to buy another 500 stones. Ern started buying up mana stones, realizing that he would be damn rich when he sold them at a bargain price. That night at Damien's firm, guards were guarding the firm's office to make sure no one overheard the bosses talking. One of the guards spotted the unknown man and pointed out to him that he couldn't just walk around here, asking him to leave the area. The unknown man asked the guard to bring him the manager. Immediately, the guard was surprised by such insolence. The man asked to tell him that Yulaf had come to see him. As they approached, the manager was pleased to say that she was waiting for Sir Yulaf and asked him to follow him because Mrs. Darren was waiting for him inside. The manager escorted the guest to the right room, where Yulaf seemed suspicious to the guards. A servant informed Sir Damien and Lady Darien that their expected guest Yulaf had arrived. The girl was surprised at this sudden arrival. The leader of the firm, Damien, introduced himself to the guest and graciously greeted him. Darien didn't realize who the man was. Darien assumed that her younger brother had sent Yulaf, not understanding how he could know someone like that. She looked suspiciously at this supplier of mana stones, suggesting it could be a trap. The man assumed Darien thought it was some kind of trap, noticing her gaze on him. Earlier, Ern had informed the sisters that an influential merchant would be coming to the firm, assuring them that he could be trusted and asking Darien not to worry. Sitting down at the table, Yulaf suggested that they get right down to business, stating that his mana stones were very good quality and asking how much they would pay for them. Damien began to scrutinize the samples the merchant had given them. The head of the firm told the trader that with one stone, it was very difficult to determine its quality and how much they were willing to pay him. Yulaf replied that he had prepared for such an occasion and had brought more mana stones with him. He began to take them out of his inner pocket. The influential merchant placed a whole bag of mana stones on the table. The head of the firm was surprised by such a quantity. An hour earlier, Ern realized that partner markets are very expensive, but he managed to accumulate a lot of points. Ern bought a human mask made of human skin, and when he put it on, he would look like a completely different person, and bought a voice-changing pill, after taking which his voice would change for 30 minutes. The guy pretending to be Yulaf was sure that he could complete the deal in 30 minutes. The head of the firm, Damien, said that these stones were of the highest quality. Yulaf said he wanted 100 gold pieces for them. The head of the firm replied that this price was a bit high, offering him 90 gold pieces, saying that no one in Lehite would offer more for them. Yulaf got up and asked Darien to follow him, because he couldn't bargain with someone who didn't understand things. The girl agreed with him, saying that she had hoped for their agreement, since they had bargained with the noble's Ern in the guise of Yulaf, was glad that his sister read the atmosphere well. Leaving, Darren told the head of the firm that they would contact another company to sell these mana stones. Yulaf pointed out that there was a Krite firm nearby. Suddenly, Damien asked them to stop pointing out that Yulaf was a fierce man. He was willing to settle for 100 gold for a mana stone. Damien didn't expect Yulaf to raise the price to 120 gold pieces now, so he asked the seller if he was serious. Yulaf repeated that he wanted 120 gold coins for his top-quality mana stones. The head of the firm realized that if he bought the stones for 120 coins, he would not profit at all from this deal. Yulaf stated that he came to him knowing the market price, adding that he couldn't just be cheated. With a serious look at the head of the firm, the salesman pointed out that it was called a trade negotiation. Damien asked the stone seller to sit down first, informing him that he wasn't backing out of the deal, and he was willing to consider a price of 120 gold pieces. Suddenly, the head of the firm cast aside all doubts and said that he was ready to buy all the stones from Yulaf at a price of 120 gold coins. Ern, in the guise of Yulaf, did not show his joy at such a favorable deal. Darien was surprised at what was happening. The girl didn't realize if it even made sense, since they were arguing between 90 and 100 gold pieces, and now suddenly the price had jumped to 120. Darien thought Yulaf only looked intimidating, assuming the man was up to something. The head of the firm decided to be honest with the mana stone seller, saying that he could get up to 130 gold for such quality stones. Adding that he would remain in favor by 10 gold pieces, Yulaf pointed out that he shouldn't joke with him like that. Damien indicated that he meant what he said, because he too should get a profit for his labor until Yulaf provided enough stones to make up for the low profit. Yulaf placed a pouch on the table, indicated that the head of the firm underestimated him, asking him what it was. Damien asked the salesman what it was all about. Suddenly, Yulaf said that in this pouch lies 300 mana stones, realizing that such a quantity would be enough. Yulof added that labor fees, storage management, and transportation costs notwithstanding, he didn't think Damien would be at a loss. The head of the firm realized that this opportunity comes only once in a lifetime because the price of mana stone depends on its availability. Even if buyers have the money, they won't be able to get these stones because they are usually always out of stock. Damien realized that 300 of these stones, no matter the price, could make him a profit even if he was destroyed in the negotiations. Darian was surprised to hear that the head of the firm was willing to buy the stones, saying that this trade would benefit their firm. When Damien heard there was a merchant willing to trade, he didn't expect so many, and Yulof completely exceeded his expectations. The head of the firm said that he didn't have many connections, but he knew the market quite well and thought it was strange that he hadn't heard of Yulof before. Yulof asked that he suspected him of someone Damien had never heard of or seen before selling expensive mana stones. Damien replied that he in no way thought so, assuring that he couldn't suspect someone whom Mistress Darian herself had recommended. The man said it was just pure curiosity, asking Yulof to tell a little more about himself. Yulof was pissed off by this behavior of the head of the firm, but he understood that Darren would probably refuse him. He wondered why the girl looked much more interested than Damien. Exhaling, Yulof asked what Damien wanted to know what kind of person he was. Suddenly his voice changed. Ern, in the guise of Yulof, realized that 30 minutes had already passed, and the effects of the voice-altering pill had worn off. Coughing, Yulof used the voice-altering pill again, so as not to arouse too much suspicion. Surrounding people saw the strange behavior of their interlocutor. The head of the company asked whether the seller of stones was in a straight line. Yulof apologized for the incident. His voice remained the same, saying that he had to take medication because of his illness. Damien pointed out that in that case, Yulof should not delay there, and he would get to work on paying for that merchandise immediately. Ern, in the guise of Yulof, was pleased that even though it wasn't planned, he had managed to avoid questions. Leaving the room, Darian indicated that since they were alone, she would like to find out more about this man her younger brother had recommended. The girl reported that she acted like she was on his side for the deal, but she was curious to know who he was and how she knew the youngest member of their family. Yulof pointed out that it was none of her business. Darian objected, stating that she deserved to find out from him. The man asked what she thought Damien's firm was her local convenience store, in addition to asking why she thought they bought mana stones of unknown origin. Darian proudly replied that the firm had bought the stones for her because she had guaranteed her identity as Darian of Steelguard. The boy was surprised at such confidence. The girl added that the case has put her in a difficult position because if anything goes wrong, the firm will blame it on her. Darian stated that she couldn't just turn a blind eye to Yulof's strange behavior. The guy was surprised to hear the words. The girl asked why he tried so hard to hide his identity, assuming that the name Yulof was not his real name. Ern had expected such insight from his sister. Darian seriously assumed it was her younger brother Ern's trap and asked her companion about it. Ern, in the guise of Yulof, laughed at such a statement. The girl did not understand what could make the man laugh so much. Yulof asked her what kind of crazy person would burn 30,000 gold pieces to mess with some girl. The man assumed that the girl wanted to say that these mana stones were stolen, and he was some kind of criminal. Darian asked that this was not the case. Yulof explained that in order to get 300 stones, he would have to rob an imperial vault. Stating that he wasn't that talented, the girl asked how he got that many stones. The man pointed out that he had heard from Ern that they were siblings worse than enemies. Darian was surprised at the way Yulof translated the conversation. The girl asked Yulof to take his hands off her and not touch her again. He was furious at the permissiveness of the stranger. Yulof replied that when he grew up, he realized that the only people he could lean on were his family. The man informed Darian that she should get along with her kin so she wouldn't regret it in the future. Yulof left and asked the girl to wait in the carriage, saying that he would send her compensation through Ern. Darian didn't realize that this strange man had met her and was familiar with her younger brother, but she didn't realize that it was Ern in the guise of another man. Guy noticed that the final price of the average mana stones for Damien's firm was 120 gold in coins. It was 12. Ern had a bamboo pill in the amount of 10 pieces, 690 medium mana stones, 2 voice changer pills, a leather human mask, and 62 kilograms of gold. The guy was very satisfied because he bought the mana stones for 3 coins and sold them for 12. Considering Darian's 1% share, he made an incredible profit. Ern realized with age that the only thing you can really rely on is family, so it's best to be on good terms with them. The boy realized that he had to disguise himself as Yulof to get the truth to his sister. Ern assumed that his true intentions never reached Darian, which struck him as rather ironic. Ern's present life was different from the past, and he was not ready to accept any acts of ill intentions from his brother and sister toward him. But all the hatred and resentment he harbored toward them had long since faded. The guy decided that it wasn't a bad thing at all to begin with, because he shouldn't focus on resentment toward his sibling. Ern stated that he was a few steps away from Seok-hyun, asking him to wait, and the hour of reckoning would catch up with him. The commonly accepted currency of the continent of Jion is gold coins, while in the world of Murim, it is gold pieces. Gold is a rare metal that was very often used as currency. This night, the guy managed to sell a bunch of gold, and thus his balance was 2,752 coins. The guy was pleased with such an event because preparations for his fee were complete. He noticed that he had an unread message. The system reported that Ern had received a message from Seok-hyun asking if he would like to read it. The guy realized that he shouldn't give the appearance of being desperate. The guy realized he needed to look natural. He took a deep in and out breath. Slightly calming down, he took the message. The salesman noticed that Ern had entered the chat room, which made Seok-hyun very happy, knowing that he had better be on time, because trust is what drives everything in this business. Seok-hyun had put a lot of pressure on himself to acquire the secret arts of the poison sect in Heavenly Sword Castle, because if he only mentioned the words poison or poison sect in passing, everyone would just leave the chat room with him. Ern was surprised to learn that Seok-hyun was having a hard time with his connections getting the order he needed, realizing that the salesman was trying to cheat him again. The guy thanked him for his hard work, asking if they had come to a consensus. Seok-hyun replied positively he was ready to show him the goods. The chaos. Cultivation technique. Unlike the heavenly cultivation, which can be mastered by anyone who is part of the heavenly castle, this technique is only allowed to be used by a select few. An inner cultivation technique that contained not only the primitive laws of the natural world, but also the laws of the entire universe. Ern made sure that the vendor had the technique he needed. Ern replied to the salesman that with this arrangement, Hifael would be satisfied. The salesman decided to share the guy's information so that he would pass it on to Hifael. Seok-hyun pointed out that 2,500 coins was a huge amount of money. However, even such an amount was small for a chaos cultivation technique. The seller added that in the official market, the heavenly cultivation technique cost 2,000 coins, and if one were to consider it overpriced, it still couldn't be resold in the channels. Ern received a message from Seok-hyun that the market price of this technique was about 5,000 coins. The guy realized what the seller was trying to tell him. The ability to sow doubts in the minds of the buyers and push them to buy his overpriced junk seemed to Ern a great skill, and he realized that this seller had been cheating the buyers for years. Earlier in Seok-hyun's past life, very often he was deceived. Ern previously wanted to become an expert. The salesman replied that saving human life is always a priority, asking me to trust him because he will provide him with everything he needs to become a true expert. Earlier, Ern had fully trusted the deceptions of Seok-hyun, who assured that their meeting was orchestrated by fate itself. Seok-hyun replied that he couldn't afford to go broke from a big loss alone. He would try to offer him the best price in his past life. The salesman fooled Ern. The boy realized that this was the stupidest decision he had ever made in his life and was very angry with Seok-hyun. Ern asked the salesman how much he wanted to sell him the technique, for eventually realizing that he was going to cheat him again. Seok-hyun replied that he was willing to sell him the technique for 4,000 coins, saying that he had discounted it by as much as 1,000 coins. The seller added that, on either side, he only saw a profit from this transaction. Ern realized that he was short 1,000 coins, but with his skills he could cover the remaining costs. The guy replied that, in that case, he only owed the seller 3,800 coins, considering that he had given him 200 last time. Seok-hyun replied that it wasn't like that, suggesting that this guy was engaging in a major transaction for the first time in the #1 system, saying that he would spend 200 coins to buy this technique. Ern realized that the seller was trying to deceive him by answering that he was in shock, because he was asking him not 1 or 2 coins, but 1,700 coins. The seller replied that if one goes into details, one should not think that these are his client's coins, asking, since Hifael will pay, why don't they take the easiest way out in this transaction? The guy replied to the seller that in that case, he would first talk to his customer. Seok-hyun was fine with it, replying that he would wait for his message. Ern realized that Seok-hyun was trying to make it look like he was the only one who would lose if Ern didn't agree to the deal. The guy's current balance was 2,752 coins. Ern realized that if he used all of his special privileges, he would still be 25 coins short. Ern said he would rather throw them on the ground than trade them at the exchange center because he didn't have much time, and the sales limit was pushing him so he wouldn't get another chance. The guy decided to calculate his losses he might incur in this deceitful deal with Seok-hyun. Ern realized that, in any case, he just needed to pick up the tech later, and it would pay off hundreds of times over. He took the salesman to see that he had consulted with his client. The guy reported that the sum of 4,200 coins wasn't such a bad deal. It was far from an ordinary secret arts technique. The seller was happy about this message and replied that his client was extremely generous to pay such a sum. After that, they made a trade deal where Seok-hyun provided the chaos secret art chaos cultivation technique, and Ern provided the necessary amount of money. The guy was happy because the prey took the bait, and he managed to trick Seok-hyun, who had cheated him in his past life, into accepting the deal, and then it was finalized. Ern realized that his precious trap was finally activated, and now he could manipulate Seok-hyun. His account balance became negative. Now he knew what revenge tasted like. The guy found what had happened very exciting. The guy realized why the people from the Mountain Bamboo sect had been chasing Hakchol Lee for more than a decade. Now he would look forward to making new acquaintances. Ern was surprised that Seok-hyun was starting to get excited about making a fraudulent deal so quickly. The guy decided to teach him a lesson. The guy asked what he looked happy. The seller replied that it's not every day he manages to sell something for 4,000 coins. Ern was curious to know how long Seok-hyun would feel like this. The salesman didn't know what he was talking about. The man saw a message with his name on it from unknown people who said he now belonged to them. Seok-hyun was surprised, assuming he had eaten the wrong thing. Ern replied that he knew his true name, stating that Chun-hung was a fraud, in addition to asking if the librarian Chin Seng knew about his shenanigans that he was doing behind his back. The man wondered how this guy managed to find out who he really was. He started to get worried about such a thing. Chun-hung decided to calm down because he couldn't just confess so easily, and decided to continue pretending to answer the buyer that he didn't know what he was talking about. The guy asked Chun-hyun not to embarrass himself and not to act like someone he didn't know, because he knew him. Ern suggested inviting a third-party fucking verification, informing that the librarian Chin Seng is also online. The man was shocked by this outcome of events. The guy wanted to call out to Chin Seng, but Chun-hung asked Ern not to do so. He admitted that his name was really Chun-heng. Ern pointed out that there was no point in playing dumb since he had confessed his true name anyway. Chun-hung did not understand what this guy was that managed to trap him. He realized that the trade that looked like a joke was a trap. The man noticed that the guy was from System Zero. He made sure he wasn't imagining it, and he was really from that system. The fact that he stole martial arts from the library. His nickname is Seok-hyun. He didn't tell anyone that he deals in measurement transactions. This book of measurement transactions was also stolen, so there were no records in it. Chun-hung didn't understand how a young guy from a lower system managed to know all this and guide him. Ern was ready to tell the salesman a few rules, assuring him that he had better memorize them, because if he broke them, he would become an enemy in the Heavenly Sword Castle. The man asked if the guy realized that in such a case, he would also become an enemy, and replied that such threats do not work on him. Ern replied that no matter how majestic the Heavenly Sword Castle was, they would be able to travel across dimensions. The man asked, what about the suspension of commerce because they wouldn't let him through for nothing? The guy replied that he would soon start feeling guilty if he didn't immediately return the chaos cultivation technique to them, and said that they had a corrupt librarian. Ern pointed out to Chun-hung that he should speak respectfully to important people, because in Heavenly Sword Castle, people who leaked superior skills were treated as #1 criminals. Chun-henu was terrified to see Ern's reports that he would have a one-way ticket and a lifetime of torture to boot. The guy added that if it were him, he would never mess with a unique, supreme skill. Ern called Chun-heng a real man. A brave and ambitious man didn't know what to do. The lad assumed that the man hearing all this was treasured out of fear. Ern was pleased that he had managed to outwit the rogue. Ern asked if he was ready to work with him. Chun-hyun said that, of course, he was ready to work with him. In response, the guy asked him not to do anything stupid. The guy said that first, he would die if he didn't respond for more than 5 seconds. Second, he would die if he closed their message tab. Third, he had to follow all of Ern's orders. Ern added that in the fourth, he would pass away if addressed informally, ordering him to think before he spoke. The guy indicated that let the gathering time begin. Now Chun-hen asked what he was talking about. Ern added that he would send him to the other side of the world if he acted like he didn't understand. Suddenly, the guy received 3,420 coins from Seokhyun indicated that he had given him 4,000 coins, assuming that he had bought candy with the rest. Chun-hen replied that this was due to the coin transfer fee, assuring that it was 5%. The guy replied that he had completely forgotten for the commission indicating that the exchange center had stolen 580 coins. Earn asked Chun-hung where his 580 coins were. Asking that the lawful master would pay the apprentice's debt, the man replied that he would take the transfer fee. Chun-hung sent the guy the missing amount of coins. Earn was satisfied that this rogue understood how to treat him. Earn was surprised that after the refund, he had 1,000 more coins than before he paid him, because even with the transfer fee and repeating the transfer, he could have tons of coins. The guy understood that the exchange center couldn't be that stupid to assume that they had already figured out how people could abuse the system. Earn still didn't know why he'd gotten the maximum level privileges, realizing that if he did anything suspicious, he could ruin everything for himself. The fellow also asked for a refund of the 200 coins he had deposited as prepayment, for he had never heard of the pay, for which Chun-heng had told him. Chun-hung replied that he used all the money to obtain the chaos cultivation technique he had to bribe the guards. Earn angrily told the man not to take him for a fool, and told him to return the missing coins. Chun-hung threw back 200 coins. The guy replied that in that case, they had dealt with the chaos cultivation technique, suggesting that he move on to the green technique and the 8 cloud dragon martial arts. Then Earn received all the coins he had spent earlier from this vendor. Chun-hung asked, "Is that all, or is there more?" Earn saw that he only had 215 coins left on his balance. Earn said that from now on, the time he would spend on it was also billable, stating that he was willing to make it easy for him. Chun-heng was shocked to hear that he owed the guy the last 215 coins he had left. He didn't understand how Earn knew how many coins he had left in his account. The man concluded, and asking that this guy is a Veep Earn, asked him not to divulge this information. Chun-hyun didn't understand why Veep was doing this, since he should be on a different level from him and Mu Huge. The man asked the guy what he wanted from him. Earn replied that it would be appropriate to say that he was returning an old debt. Chun-hen asked which doga he was talking about. Earn asked Seokhyun that he really didn't understand the seriousness of the situation, stating that he was the only one asking questions here. Seokhyun really didn't understand what this guy wanted from him since he had no more coins left. The guy asked me to stop lying to him, because he must have made a nice fortune by cheating people from the zero system, asking what happened to all the other coins that were cheated. The man replied that he spent all the coins on alcohol betting and on providing for his 2 wives. Earn asked that he was the one who handled everything, and immediately pointed out that he must have more than just coins. The man replied that he had books of martial arts and could make a decent sum by selling them all, realizing that he could get 1,000 coins from the sale of all the books. Chun-hung was ashamed to realize that he would have to get rid of the books, but at least in the future, he would be able to return most of them. He decided to sell enough to get by this month. The guy asked what martial arts books he was talking about, since he was talking about the martial arts themselves. Earn reported that the internal energy, internal cultivation technique, and the body brightening technique were Chun-hung's main weapons, suggesting that he had studied a bunch of auxiliary techniques and sword techniques. The guy ordered to give these all the techniques to him. Chun-hung was completely shocked by such an order, stating that it would be equal to his demise. Earn replied that they were 2 different things by asking what he should tell the librarian about his shenanigans, suggesting that he choose for himself. The guy offered him a choice of giving him his life or martial arts, which he tricked him into giving him 10 seconds to think. Earn had always wondered about those who lived in the system alone, living and going to another world with their martial arts. Chun-hen had passed down to him all the martial techniques he had. This one incident was enough for Earn to realize that it wasn't true, realizing that Chun-hung had nothing else of value left but his life. The guy asked the scammer what he really didn't have the basics. The man didn't understand what he was telling him. He was desperate. Earn understood if it was only about the point techniques of the fist and fingers, they would themselves be a level below, since they were not his basics, asking why his body techniques were so weak. Chun-hyun replied that it didn't mean anything. Sobbing, he asked the guy what else he wanted from him, apologizing he wanted to end it as soon as possible because he had nothing left. The man reported that all of his internal energy, all of his money, all of his martial arts, all of it he gave away, stating that he had a minus sign on his balance sheet due to transaction fees. The guy asked the man to stop making a big deal out of it. He knew that Chun Hyun was the type of person who, even in a situation like this, would wriggle and deceive someone. Earn decided to check his profile and was surprised that Chun Heng really had nothing left. The guy promised him that he would not touch him for now, indicating that he could do what he had always done before Chun Heng was surprised, because he was sure that the guy would let him live. Earn replied that he only told him to do as he tells him to survive. The man was surprised by this message. The guy realized that getting rid of Chun Heng would end everything, and when he thought back to his past life, he realized that he couldn't just let him slip away so easily. Earn was ready to make Chun Heng suffer and beg for him to send him to the next world. He wanted to get even with him fully for his misdeeds in his past life. Earn then informed the man that he would be in touch with him, asking him to check his mail regularly, stating that his whole life was now in his hands. Earn interrupted the conversation with Chun Heng, who still had some questions for him. Relieved exhaled, the guy was satisfied that he had managed to accomplish what he had planned and take the crook on the hook. He realized that everything had gone exactly according to plan, and now Seokyun was in his hands, and the martial arts techniques that Earn had dreamed of in his previous life were also in his possession. Earn decided to now study each technique in more detail. He began to absorb one technique after another. Early in the morning, Earn checked the foot technique of the Thousand Sages. It lightened the body, but it lacked mobility compared to the stride technique. Earn felt this description, realizing that there are both pros and cons to this technique. The guy realized that running fast is not everything, and jumped off the cliff with the analogy that he was like a bird floating in the air. Upon landing, Earn realized that it was worth all the effort. At that moment, he thought he would die, for he had absorbed this skill relying only on the special privilege of the sponge inside his head. Earlier, when he was absorbing techniques, his brain without privilege could have just exploded, but he managed to survive. Earn thought that he had enough body lightening techniques, the initial stance of the sword technique. Swantian was performed in the manner of a peaceful water wave. Using the combat skills of this technique, the guy realized that however the power of these attacks is quite impressive. The secret technique that turned the hero Rebahan Steelguard into a knight of mythical rank is a mystical blade that was thought to be a lost technique after the owner's demise. Earn was surprised that he had managed to discover this secret technique that had been lost. The mythical blade would be recreated in his homeland in the lands of Steelguard after more than a decade. After making a strike, it seemed to Earn that this technique was a bit too strong. Earn didn't believe that Raphael was capable of such a thing, even though he was a first-class knight, assuming that he too could strike such blows. The guy couldn't believe that just now, a swordsman pacifist from the first system had surpassed the greatest knight in the country besides Earn's father. Earn realized why he thought he was low system and ignored. He was a little upset by this realization. Afterward, the guy realized that he had no reason to be sad, because he was only better off if he was trained and under his power. Warming up, Earn decided to check out the rest of the people he knew. He was curious to know their powers for real. A little later, the guy used the Heavenly Saint technique. Compared to the internal cultivation technique of the Breath of Steel, breath seemed obsolete to him. After finishing, he used the Jantian sword technique. He was very satisfied with this sword technique. Then, he tried out the Thousand Dimensions footwork technique. It was a little weak for the first system, but overall decent after applying the initial Despair Destruction technique. Continuing to train, Earn used the Golden Wheel technique, which included many pressure skills, suggesting that it might prove useful. Earn realized that all 5 martial arts were compatible with continental arts, after he realized that he was increasing his physical strength, but he didn't understand what was happening to his mana, assuming that they used mana stones. The guy realized that martial arts attracted a lot of attention, deciding that he shouldn't stand out right now. Internally cultivating Dantian heart mana in this situation would be very useful. Earn assumed that he needed to train twice as much. After thinking, Earn found out that these techniques were slightly different from each other. He thought it was impossible because the pressure points were the same. Earn decided to try using a mirage that is so close yet so far away. Thousands of millions of trial and error. He couldn't see that ridiculous light. With a little practice, he managed to use a silver aura, which made him surprised. No matter how much the guy thought about it, he still didn't understand. He thought it would work, but it was too realizing that revenge and content was the best outcome. The butler asked the young gentleman to stop. Earn was surprised, not assuming what he wanted from him. The man reported looking everywhere for the lad, asking where Earn had gone. So early in the morning, the lad replied that he had gone for a walk, asking why he was looking for him. The The butler answered the young lord that the lord was looking for him. The boy was surprised, not knowing what his father needed from him. The man answered positively and added that his father had been looking for Ern for a long time, asking him to come up to him. Ern was curious to know what his father wanted from him in the early morning hours and decided to go after all. Walking into his father's study, Ern reported that he had heard from the butler that he was looking for him. The boy noticed the warden next to his father. He didn't expect to see such a picture in front of him. Overseer Kaloi was a useful man who watched over the island. He was not a knight, but his sword control was quite good. If Raphael was Rebidun Steelguard's right hand, Kaloi was left-handed like a shadow. Ern hadn't met him much, and it was hard for him to understand what he was thinking, knowing that it would be difficult to agree with him. The father was curious to know where his youngest son went, assuming he had started practicing first thing in the morning. Ern nodded affirmatively and replied that he was doing his best, for he did not want to disgrace the name of the Steelguards. Ribaden, stating that he liked his son's attitude towards training Ern, saw the seriousness in his father's eyes. Just looking at him, the guy's body tensed, realizing his father's heroic rank, but it's not as bad as it was before. Ern realized that the wall between them, that he would not overcome that, was called awakened heroic. A wall crushing many knights in despair, crying wall, a barrier that was hard to even imagine, stood before Ern. After a little thought, the guy realized that he wasn't so simple either, assuming he could do it. The father pointed out that this behavior was unexpected, for his son Ern asked what he was talking about. Rebidun pointed out that Ern had previously told him that he had other ways. It seemed to Rebidun that training with the Dawn was a bit out of place, since he had other ways of accomplishing things. The younger son replied that just as there are different paths, one does not have to follow, one stating that he is following several paths at once. The father realized from his son's words that he had decided to chase two birds with one stone, concluding that it would not be easy. Rebidun guessed that the two ways were sword and trade, seeing how his son would react. Ern was surprised to hear this. His father added that he would be interested to see how many more times his son could surprise him. He thought that only Darren was talented at trading. The boy assumed that his father knew his older sister's secret. Rebidun asked his son why he was hiding this talent. Ern replied that the nail might be sticking out of his pocket, but it was better to keep it out of sight. Rebidun realized what his son was trying to imply. Rebidun reported that the praise is overstating that amazing things are one thing and censure is quite another. In a serious tone, the father asked his youngest son if he knew about the mistake he had made. Ern assumed that using their family name in trade was a mistake. Rebidun nodded positively, realizing that Ern knew about it, adding that the man's shop was under the protection of the Steelguard family, and he must have known him for sure. Suddenly, my father announced that today or tomorrow he would meet Yulaf in person. The father asked his son why he was quiet, in addition to trying to find out if he could contact him. Ern realized that in any case, he needed to take care of this before leaving his lands, replying to his father that he would contact Yulaf and make sure he met with his father tomorrow. Rebidun agreed with his son, asking that in 3, for Ern leaves for the Knights Academy. The father asked his youngest son if he was ready for the trip. The boy replied positively, because the butler had already taken care of everything. Rebidun demanded whether he could somehow help his youngest son by suggesting that he might want something. Ern realized that his father could help him, but he couldn't say so, so he decided to keep quiet about it, replying to his father that he had taken care of him enough already and didn't need anything more. Rebidun replied that in that case, Ern could go to rest, realizing that his youngest son had indeed changed in recent days. He exhaled a sigh of relief, not understanding why his father wanted to meet Yulaf. Suddenly, Kaloi approached the boy, offering to chat a little. Ern was surprised at such an offer. It seemed strange to the boy that the warden was the first to start a conversation, realizing that this was the first time this was happening to him. Ern replied that chatting wouldn't hurt them by asking Warden Kaloi what happened and what he wanted to talk to him about. Kaloi asked the guy how he knew about the relationship between Darien and Damien's firm. The guy realized what the conversation would be about, assuming he now knew who was on his tail. Ern knew that if his father asked something like that, even Darien wouldn't be able to get away with it. The lad replied to Kaloi that his father had surprised him greatly. The warden asked Ern what he was talking about. The lad replied that he assumed Rebidun would not let his sister play with him. Kaloi replied that it seemed like condoning it, for the Lord valued the talents of Darien's older sister, and instead of warning and punishing her, he allowed her to realize the consequences herself. Ern heard the warden's words and realized that in that case, Darren's weak point had simply evaporated. The warden asked Ern to answer, assuming that someone from the firm had told him about it. The boy replied negatively to the warden, indicating that he was just assuming Kaloi was surprised by that answer. Ern added that in a land of their size, needing big customers, merchants would do anything to lure such. He just threw the bait, and the sister fell for it. Kaloi was shocked by this explanation. Ern asked if the warden wanted to ask Kaloi anything else. Kaloi answered that there were no more questions, and the boy said that he would go because he still had to meet Yulaf. This conversation annoyed the guy a little because he knew what was going to happen very soon. Ern realized that there was something he had to do before leaving for the academy, and it would be good for the Steel Guard family. The guy realized that Kaloi would never know about this, and he had better start investing. Upon opening the affiliate market, Ern was shocked at the prices he saw, saying that it was just crazy now. He understood why everyone had such a bad opinion of these markets. Ern saw that the technique of 1 year of internal cultivation was worth 3,000 coins, and from the perspective of a person from the first system, the price for 1 year of realization didn't matter. A year of internal nurturing is what the average martial arts user can get by training for a full year using only basic nurturing techniques. It had been a long time since the people of the first system had settled on this value. Ern didn't know what the value of the inner cultivation year was now, because if Seok-hyun had been doing it for 50 years, Ern had nothing to say. Ern couldn't say it was expensive, but he could have gotten it cheaper. He decided to look at the affiliate market. The guy noticed an advertisement in which Hwa Young Nyo was selling inner cultivation for 250 coins for a year and 2,300 for 10 years. Ern realized that he would spend half of his coins, but this price was the cheapest. Ern realized that, considering the price, it would be better to buy potions or fermented nurture and absorb them, but he doesn't have time for that. The guy decided to try to absorb the earlier technique in the trade dimension. By absorbing tech, he managed to skip a whole 60 years of internal nurturing. To be precise, he missed 63 years in the first system. It means nothing, but for the guy, it was a weighty reduction. Ern got the achievement and reward of 5 years of inner nurturing. When he thought about it, then switching to the second system was almost impossible. The guy remembered that in his past life, he had reached the second system only through luck. He had planned to sell all his martial arts and stop trading after realizing he couldn't do that. Ern in his past life couldn't even dream of a soul status, but in this life, he can achieve other statuses. After outdoing himself for 2 weeks, Ern was thinking about what he should do next. Spotting one of the items he was sure he had previously seen it in a partner store, he realized that the yin and yang bugs would come out expensive, but they were only sold at this location. Ern didn't understand what it said. He thought it would be better to learn more about this product to do the right thing. The guy submitted a dialogue request. He was surprised that the interlocutor was online. He wanted to chat with him immediately. The unknown man surprised a customer who wanted to buy not an object, but an organism from him. Ern didn't know what he was talking about because he had put them in that category, but he apologized to the seller. The guy wanted to know more about the use of the beetles because he didn't understand much from their description. The seller was surprised that Ern didn't know what the name meant. Assuming that he was from the first system, Ern answered positively. The seller pointed out that the bug symbol in their names is actually a symbol of loneliness, parasites living in humans and causing some entertaining symptoms, and this couple is particularly interesting. The unknown man asked if Ern knew what the worst thing his rival could utter. Ern assumed there was something wrong with this salesman. The vendor pronounced that he had just swallowed the yin and yang bugs, laughing suspiciously, adding that upon hearing this, his heart begins to sink, and he loses hope and thinks that his end has come. Ern asked if these words were true. The seller had a positive answer. If Ern used these bugs, he could easily turn an honest and rich man into a deceitful and stingy man, and even people who wanted revenge would instantly turn into cattle. Ern was alarmed by this conversation. He decided to open a window of insight, seeing that this salesman, because of his interest in black magic since birth, his character had changed dramatically. The evil god of cruelty, who cast away humanity, the devil with the face of man, Ern thought that by earthly words he had turned into a black magician or a demonic novice. The seller asked, "What isn't it?" Just Ern realized that his behavior made the seller more trustworthy, replying that he was right. The unknown man did not recommend using these bugs on his family or Mistress Ern, asking why the seller replied that it would give him complete control, but there was no way to avoid the side effect. The seller said that people come to him all the time asking about how to take them off, especially those who have used them to conquer girls. The unidentified man asked the buyer to remember that once the bugs get into the body, it is almost impossible to remove them. Ern was surprised that it would be impossible to remove the effect. Ern rejoiced, realizing that this was very excellent, and it was far from what he expected. The guy realized that if that was the case, he shouldn't worry, so he decided to see who would eat the bugs. Later, the lad turned to Sir Havis, who was standing on the training ground. Havis greeted the young gentleman who approached him. Ern asked if he had finished his training. The knight answered positively. Captain Raphael's training was enough to make the knights collapse from fatigue. Ern pointed out that after such a grueling workout, Sir Havis was still on his feet, stating that this was what he expected from a knight's ace. The knight thanked him for such words. The guy offered him a drink. Ern was sure the knight was thirsty after such a workout. Havis was surprised at such a thing. Taking the glass, the knight thanked the young lord, not understanding why he gave it to him, for Havis had never spoken to Ern before. The knight realized that this guy was the son of a lord, and it would be good if he was on his side. He saw that the contents in the glass emitted some kind of unpleasant aura. Havis didn't realize what it even was. Surprised that Ern gave it to him to drink, he didn't feel like drinking that liquid. The knight felt that his throat would feel ill after such a drink, but Ern looked at him with such intense eyes that he could not refuse this drink. Havis didn't understand why the young gentleman was looking at him so intently and pressing him with his gaze. The knight decided that whatever would happen, decided that Ern could not give him something bad, and he drank the contents of this glass. Drinking the contents, which tasted disgusting, the knight was shocked at this. Ern asked how he liked the drink, indicating that he had prepared it especially for Havis. Havis replied that he felt great, suggesting that it would definitely be good for his body. Ern was relieved that the knight liked the contents of the glass. Asking if he could take it away, Havis didn't mind, and gave the glass to the guy. The knight thanked the young lord, indicating that he was now under his care. Ern asked if he was really grateful to him. Ern decided to ask Havis for a favor because people always return good things. The knight was surprised that the guy wanted to ask him something, deciding to ask what exactly Ern needed from him. Havis thought that Ern might not have made him drink the liquor, but simply asked him to fulfill a request. He kindly allowed the boy to name his request. Ern suggested the knight move to a secluded spot so the others wouldn't hear their conversation. Havis was surprised at this. Stepping back to a quiet place, the knight asked what the guy wanted to create an aura. It was a surprise to him. Havis indicated that if Ern followed the instructions he could create it. Ern asked the knight to show him the aura. The guy was full of energy, stating that he wanted to see Havis's aura. He was trying to test his hunches. Havis understood what this guy wanted for him, but couldn't understand why he let him drink that stuff. He thought Ern's behavior was very cute. Normally, Havis didn't show his aura to others, but deciding that he should show it to Ern, asked the guy to step back a bit. The knight drew his sword, which was filled with his aura, and began to emit a bright glow. Ern was pleased that the knight had shown him his aura. As he had requested, he covered his face from the forces that were beginning to arise in the area. The guy expected this from the knight ace behind Havis was smoke that originated from his aura. The quality of color and density of Havis's aura was incomparable to his older brother. However, he noticed something strange. Ern understood that he didn't have to worry about the level of such an aura, realizing that he was stronger than the knight. The boy realized that everything was going much better than he had thought it would. He was pleased that it had worked. Ern pointed out that he had expected nothing less from Havis. The knight was flattered by such a reaction, pointing out that compared to the captain's aura, he was nothing. Havis reported that there are many other aura users asking Ern why he chose him. The guy replied because he was the youngest. Ern asked when the knight had gotten the aura, assuming that if he did like everyone else, it must have taken him 5 years to get it, because if he got it before the others in his 20s, it hadn't even been 10 years yet. The feeling of overcoming the wall of knowing how to surpass oneself, Ern asked who besides Havis could feel it. Havis realized why the boy had chosen him, not understanding why they had to come to a place like this, pointing out that he didn't need to be ashamed of his passion for auras. Unexpectedly, Havis suggested that teenagers feel differently than adults. Ern patted, asking what the knight finally realized, why they had come to such a place. Havis was surprised at this guy's reaction. The guy asked what Havis had finally managed to catch him continuing to clap his hands. Havis didn't understand what was going on. Looking at the guy, he didn't know if he was a human being. The atmosphere changed. Ern noticed that the knight's calmness was gone. Havis didn't realize what was happening. The boy pointed out that overcoming the wall and surpassing himself was just bullshit, suggesting that he would be hurt if everyone knew about it. Havis didn't know what the young gentleman was talking about. Ern replied that he was talking about his personality. The knight didn't realize what was wrong with his personality. She began to worry. Guy asked Havis how the weather was down south, calling him Mr. Imperial Spy. Havis was surprised at such a statement from the young gentleman, not understanding how he had managed to figure him out. The knight indicated that he didn't know what Ern was talking about by asking that being a spy was too much for him. Ern asked why everyone acted like this when pressed. He realized the knight was lying to him. The guy asked what he thought he was just calling the knight spy, assuring him that he wasn't some maniac. Havis surprisingly continued to listen to him. Suddenly, Ern said his real name, Harvis Durakal. The knight panicked, realizing that his mission was a failure. Ern pointed out that it would be bad if everyone knew about it, and he purposely brought him to a quiet place, but he still suspected him calling him a common spy. The knight pondered his words. Assuming it was a trap, Havis asked the guy to stop it, stating that he had the pride of a knight, stating that if he had proof, they wouldn't be standing here. Havis pointed out that if the guy had proof, he would have told the counter-captain, and they would have looked into it. Ern asked the knight if he would confess to being a spy, but Havis replied in the negative, adding that he was lucky he wasn't a spy, because Ern wouldn't have left the forest if he had been. The guy asked what the threat was. Havis replied negatively, explaining that he was just not being careful. Ern pointed out that it was true that he was the only one who knew who Havis really was, adding that it was just the two of them. The boy asked the knight if he could be sent to another world in this place. Havis gave him a surprised look. Havis didn't know what the guy was thinking at all, assuming he was stupid or trying to intimidate him. The knight decided he shouldn't worry about it since he knew his real name. Havis assumed that would be enough, and he rushed to attack Ern, who was standing against him. Suddenly, Ern disappeared. Havis was sure he had managed to strike a blow at the young master, but didn't understand where he had gone. Ern attempted to strike with a spinning kick at his opponent, but the latter managed to guess his intentions in time. Havis was surprised to see a young lord who possessed such powerful strength confronting him. Ern emitted his powerful aura that shocked the enemy. Havis did not expect this outcome. Looking at his sword, Havis noticed that it was chopped in two. He couldn't help but wonder. Ern pointed out that it was obvious since he attacked and backstabbed, asking how Havis became a spy in the first place. The spy realized that this guy would be a problem because he never worried about the younger son of the Steel Guards. Nothing changed when they found out about his talent, because the island is full of geniuses and talents. Harvis Durakal was surprised that a boy of 16 possessed the aura, realizing that this event was taking a very different turn. The spy assumed that this guy had Rebahan and Rebadan's blood awakened in him at such a young age. What was happening in this place was frightening for Harvis Durakal. He realized that now was not the time to settle. Standing up in a fighting stance, the spy realized that his life was now on the line. Ern was surprised that the spy wanted to fight him on his fists. Ern, rescinding his sword, said he was ready to fight him on his fists in a show of strength. Harvis Durakal noticed that this guy's sword and aura were missing, suggesting that it was a very stupid move on his part. Spyro tried to shorten the distance with his opponent, intending to strike Ern with a powerful blow. Ern gathered his strength into one and tried to block the attack of the opponent, who was in a rage. Suddenly, a bright flash from their battle showed in the forest, but no one but the two of them saw it. With his powerful and precise strike, Ern managed to counterattack the opponent, who was trying to disarm him. With the force of the strike was much better than Ern thought it would be. After recovering from the blow, Harvis Durakal didn't understand what had happened and how this guy had managed to attack him so powerfully. Approaching Ern didn't think that the spy might get internally injured by asking if his heart mana was fine. Ern asked Harvis Durakal not to resist, because this time he would not get away with it. The spy looked at the boy with anger, not understanding how he could hide such skills. Harvis Durakal realized that this guy was clearly not messing with him, not knowing what he should do in such a case. Spyro realized that they had an obvious difference in strength that he could not surpass. He realized he was finished. Harvis Durakal asked who told him, assuming it was an inspector or a security agency. Ern pointed out that Harvis Durakal did not understand the whole situation in which he found himself. He looked questioningly at Ern. The guy looked at the wounded spy and menacingly pointed out that he wasn't the one to ask questions here. Ern has always been curious because this island is only known for being the land of Rebahan, who stopped the Empire, and it is neither a research center nor a strategic point, assuming that the information department has so much time. The boy asked what the information department wanted to accomplish by sending spies to the Steel Guards. Harvis Durakal remained silent. Ern thought it was necessary to choose a loyalist if you were sending him to a foreign country. Looking at the spy, He assumed he had all the skills, so he was also a knight with an aura with class. Guy guessed, since they sent such a one meant they were worried about the steel guards. Ern pointed out that his silence was very suspicious. Ern informed the spy that he was nothing more than a replaceable tool, asking that the Emperor notice him for it. Harvest Oracle replied that it didn't matter. Ern pointed out that he was making him cry, asking if he knew that it only made him feel worse. The spy pointed out that he could tear his nails or limbs and do whatever he wanted. Ern replied that he was not a savage. Ern knew that wasting time torturing a spy was futile, and so he had a backup plan of action. Taking out a flask of bugs, Ern asked what he should do now since what was happening was a little different. Harvest Oracle was surprised to see the maggot in the flask, not understanding what this guy was up to. Ern pointed out that someone would have lost their temper upon hearing those words, saying that they were yin-yang beetles. Harvest Oracle was shocked to hear that there was a yin bug in Ern's hands, and he had already eaten yang he didn't realize when he ate it. Suddenly, the spy realized that that offered drink was along with the yang beetle he drank. Harvest Oracle tried to induce gag reflexes to extract the poison from himself. Ern informed him that it was too late, suggesting that the bug was already in his brain. Harvest Oracle asked the guy what it all meant. He hadn't heard of this kind of poison before. The guy explained that yin-yang bugs share feelings and it hurts enough, and Yang is especially worried about Yin. Ern reported if Yin passes away, then Yang will lose the will to live and start eating Harvest Oracle's brain, then the owner and the bug will pass away. Harvest Oracle replied that he was not foolish enough to believe all these words, stating that he had never heard of such creatures. Taking out the needle, Ern realized that it would be better to feel it once than to have hundreds of times explained to him, stating that he would lightly try to do it. Ern pierced the lid of the flask and lightly pricked the yin bug that was inside. The spy was surprised by it. Suddenly, an indescribable pain pierced the entire body of Harvest Oracle, who didn't believe Ern's words. Earlier, the salesman explained to Ern that the bug Yang more than Inu, but the owner is even more painful and will be a problem if the owner just passes away. The salesman told the guy a few tricks. The first step was to simply lightly poke the bug's owner would feel pain, as if countless spears had pierced its body. The second step is to throw the beetle into cold water, and the owner will feel as if his body is frozen, even if he can't breathe. The third step is to put the beetle near the fire. The owner will feel as if he has been thrown into a pit of hellfire. The salesman said they would even be able to feel their body burning, but it would all be their imagination. Earlier, John Doe swore that these 3 steps would be enough, but there are a couple more steps that are of purest evil. Ern made sure that this salesman had not lied to him, realizing that he had reason to be sure. Unexpectedly, the spy identified himself as Agent Harvest Oracle of the Imperial Information Department. The young lord asked him why he had come to the Steel Guards and what the Empire wanted from their family. The spy replied that the Empire feared a second Rebahan might appear on this earth. Since even mythical ranks were lost in history, it was said that the legendary rank was the last in sword skill level. The man who shattered this belief was the knight who stopped an empire from taking over an entire continent, was the guardian Navarro Steelheart. After his son became a knight of heroic rank, it was Rebadan Steel Guard. Ern indicated that he didn't want to hear what he already knew, asking that the heroic rank was surprising. But after all, the Empire has nothing to worry about. The spy replied that he was right, and the Empire has a couple heroic ranks and a legendary rank. Harvest Oracle, stating that what matters is the heroic rank of the son of the mythic rank, asking that it's just a coincidence. The spy indicated that the Empire had thought of this, stating that the reason must be the blood of the Steel Guardians. Ern asked Harvest Oracle what exactly it was that the Emperor had predicted, thinking that the whole snag was in his family. The spy's silence spoke volumes to the guy. Ern asked the spy, assigned to them, what he thought about it. Harvest Oracle replied that among his grandsons, Kirin is the most outstanding, for to reach the second rank at his age is a very significant achievement. Spyro suggested that if Kirin reached his grandfather's level, or even his father's level, Ern interrupted him, stating that it was impossible. Harvest Oracle said he would be pleased if Kirin reached at least the awakened rank. He thought the power runs in the blood of Steel Guardians, but it weakens with generations. Spyro told Ern that he couldn't have thought he would inherit the most from Rebahan, and besides, he hid those skills well. Ern realized that he wasn't just wrong, because he was completely wrong. It's not that the power gets weaker with generations. The guy could use the aura from behind the Dimension transaction book, and it had nothing to do with inheritance. Ern realized that the most important thing in this situation was that the Empire was still keeping tabs on their Stilgard family. Suddenly, Ern remembered that his father's disappearance in a past life might be the handiwork of the Empire. The fall of the Stilgards began with the disappearance of Rebidon Father Ern. This has been called Navarro's biggest mystery. Ern in his past life failed to learn the truth about his father's disappearance, suggesting that the Empire's goal was not just to keep tabs on them, but to prevent the emergence of a second Rebahan. There's no way the guy could have expected something like this when he realized it could be a new story. Coughing heavily, the man realized that this was happening more and more often, and there was no way he could resist it. The man didn't know when it started, but he starts having pain in his head while exercising. It's dangerous because he can't get rid of it. Rabadan realized that he was not recovering while he rested, suggesting that he had an inner enemy he had not yet faced, calling it a mind demon. Suddenly, Kaloi the man entered. The Lord allowed him to pass. Bowing, he was ready to begin his report. Kaloi apologized to the Lord for disturbing him during the training session, saying that Rebidon needed to know about it right away. Rabadan asked the aide what he was talking about. Kaloi replied that the younger son had brought the merchant Yulaf. The Lord wondered with asking that this was something to worry about. The aide replied that it was about the man who came with them. Rabadan was surprised that his youngest son had managed to detect an imperial spy. When everyone gathered, they saw the body of Harvest Duracle lying motionless, and were surprised at the sight. The Lord, seeing the body of the spy, assumed he was dead. He didn't fully understand what had happened. Ern apologized, saying he tried to keep him alive but failed. Rabadan replied that there was no need for him to apologize. Asking his youngest son to go and heal, Ern replied that he was fine. The Lord asked his son to explain to him what had happened. He was anxious to know the details. Ern introduced the Mana Stone seller he was familiar with to his father, calling him Yulaf. Rabadan replied that he had heard about this vendor from Warden Kaloi. He was not surprised by this encounter. Ern reported that he went to Lahit to meet Yulaf and explained his situation to him, and the two of them left, saying that something was wrong. The guy suggested that it was very strange to follow a merchant. Then he lured the spy to a quiet place and asked who he was. Ern reported that the spy then drew his sword and tried to attack him. The father asked his youngest son how he knew this knight was a spy. Ern pulled out a letter in response. The lad asked the butler to give his father this letter he had found, and the servant obediently obeyed his orders. After reading the contents, the Lord announced to everyone that he believed everything his son said, stating that he was indeed a spy. Kieran shouted out from the crowd and asked what it said, showing with his whole demeanor that he didn't trust his little brother. My father said that there was some kind of code written there, because the Imperial Information Department often did it, and said that he had seen it a couple of times. Kieran put forward the theory that if it's just a copy of the message and Ern is trying to trick them. The Lord assumed he didn't want this sent to the Empire. He looked seriously at his eldest son. The eldest son confusedly replied that it was an Imperial problem they needed to clean up. Rabadan asked him, what is the real reason? Kieran answered positively to this question of his father. Lord stated that when something happens, and if people believe in the best at all costs, and it is not always worth it to deceive the people if you are not a mere pawn. Rabadan pointed out to his eldest son that lords think differently, for if there is no rain, then we must prepare for drought, for that is truly how a leader thinks. The father asked his son if he understood what he was saying to him. Kieran looked down at him and replied that he understood the Lord's words completely. The Lord praised his youngest son for such a good job. Ern replied that he had caught it by accident and should not praise him. Rabadan ordered the warden to call the doctor. Kieran continued to look at his younger brother suspiciously. To himself, the older brother hated the younger for his good fortune in winning his father's trust. Later, Yulaf asked the guy that he wasn't overreacting to what was going on. Ern replied that he had expected to be locked in that room for a long time, but that was not what happened. Yulaf pointed out that the boy had only had a scratch and had been treated with potions, asking if he was healthy now. The doctor checked the guy after every meal. Ern realized that they were really focusing on healing, although the regeneration rate of the aura wielder was much faster than a normal person. Ern asked how long it would last, for it was a very pitiful sight to him. Yulaf asked Ern that it is not bad. The guy in response suggested to the interlocutor to look at himself in the mirror. The guy replied that he himself had told him to keep that mask on, but now he had decided to take it off his face. Ern asked his buddy what his father had said, deciding that something very suspicious might be going on. The guy replied that the Lord was asking the usual things. The guy thought the Lord didn't care about Yulaf because of the spy. A friend pointed out that this mask is not badly made, because even the Lord they managed to fool, because he could say that he was wearing a wig because of the scar. Ern asked his buddy to take care of this mask, since he can't create the same face. Once again, the guy asked why this. The guy replied to his buddy that a similar face could not be found, and in that case, they would have to come up with something else. Suddenly, the guy thought about Ern's words since they really couldn't find a similar mask anymore. The guy, immersed in his worries, unknowingly dropped that mask. He was shocked. Ern asked him to take care of this mask, as it was his only chance of salvation. The boy was shocked at the words he heard. The boy thought the skills and things Ern possessed were incredible because he had no idea where he got them all. Thinking for a bit, the guy decided to ask Ern why he was hiding his abilities from the outside world. Ern retorted by asking what good it would do if he started showing off his skills to everyone, stating that he was only a 5th grader and people were already uncomfortable. The guy pointed out that there is a limit to which a chisel can chisel out a blocked stone, and at his class, it would just break. Suddenly, the guy claimed to be a descendant of Rebahan and a true steel guard. The guy was sure that no one would object to Ern, even if he told everyone about his skills. Ern ordered his interlocutor to stop sassing him. He was surprised to feel his aura. The guy suggested that he wanted him to become a walking billboard and attract the attention of the Harvest Oracle Empire, and replied that he didn't mean it. Showing the bug flask, Ern stated that it was still in his grasp, and not the Imperial guy's. The guy was surprised at such a threat. Ern cheerfully asked Harvest Oracle if he wanted to take that flask of hooch in from him. Harvest Oracle assumed that Ern couldn't fool him twice with an innocent grub by answering him that it wasn't what he thought it was, indicating that he wouldn't ask such questions again. Ern asked the guy to take a look at the report he had written earlier. He handed him the sheet as requested. The report said that Rebidon's Stillguard kept hiding his true rank, and it was hard for him to say for sure. Kieran's Stillguard was described as a normal bearer of a 2nd-class name, with potential for 1st-class ill will. Jason's Stillguard was described in the report as a normal 3rd or 4th-class host. A spy was trying to study his body. Ern learned from the report that he is an absolute 0 with no sign of advancement. The spy in the report assumed he was incapable. After Ern had read that there were a couple of changes in the information about the communications manager Gilbert, who had died, and Harvest Oracle was still trying to figure out the real reason for his death. Ern reported that the report was okay, but to call him incapable is a little wrong. He felt the report was a little biased, and it pissed him off. Harvest Oracle tried to explain himself by assuring that he did not want to call Ern that in the report, because he had ordered him to belittle him as much as possible in the document. Ern pointed out that he shouldn't apologize because it makes him suspicious. Harvest Oracle assumed this guy was playing him. The guy told Harvest Oracle that he needed to hide a lie inside the truth, and if you're too straightforward, you can get caught. Harvest Oracle replied that in that case, he would correct his report and write that Ern is about 6th or 7th grade. Ern asked how he would contact his superiors without a communications manager. Harvest Oracle replied that he knows an agent at Acadio. Hearing this, Ern assumed that no matter what, they would have a trip to Acadio. After that, the guy let Harvest Oracle go, advising him to stay out of sight of the others. Ern realized that Harvest Oracle would make a good double agent. He needed to keep an eye on the Empire and find out what their plans were. The guy realized that if Duracle started working with the Empire again, he could just finish him off with a bug. After his father came in to see Ern and asked how he was feeling, the boy was surprised that his father had come to see him. Ern tried to get out of bed, but the Lord pointed out that he could stay out of bed. The younger son replied that he was fine, stating that he was healthy. His father asked if he was really all right. Ern nodded positively and assured him that it was all thanks to his care, saying that the doctors had given him a potion, so he was much better now. Rebidon was pleased to hear this, for he had thought of postponing the trip already. Ern replied that he was fine and had a long way to go anyway. When the boy thought about it in his past life, he didn't remember his father coming into his room. Ern remembered that he and his father didn't have private conversations like this, and he really couldn't get used to it. Suddenly, the father sat down next to the boy on the bed. Ern did nothing wrong, but felt like he was being yelled at. He didn't know what to do in such a situation. The father informed his son that the knights had found where the spy had previously stayed, indicating that they had been hiccuping all night, so more time had passed than expected. Rebidon, adding that the spy was masquerading as a merchant from Lahit, said they needed to increase the number of guards and make sure there were no more spies. Ern was pleased, for unlike in his previous life, his father now knew that the Empire was targeting their Stillguard family. The father pointed out that it was all thanks to Ern. The boy replied that it wasn't at all and he shouldn't praise him. The Lord asked his youngest son to be as careful as possible from now on. Ern was surprised at such a request from his father. Ribadan added that Ern had done them a great favor, but that didn't mean he could let his guard down after that. The father stated that he didn't want to lose his precious youngest son to a spy. The father Ern knew didn't treat him so friendly in his past life. He was a strict man with a cold heart and completely different from who he saw now. Ern couldn't believe that it was really the same person he knew. Suddenly, an unconventional thought crossed his mind. The future of everyone in the family and the collapse of the Steel Guards. Ern remembered the faces of everyone who had been in his past life, but his father was not there. Ern knew that the hero's disappearance would happen 2 years later. When his father disappeared, he was at the academy, and his memories of him were only of childhood. The boy realized that he had misunderstood his father by comparing memories from the past and present time. The father pointed out that judging by the way Ern had been behaving lately, he would be fine in the capital. Asking his youngest son to always be wary, Ern realized that it was his father who needed to be more careful. Ribadan noticed the strange look in his son's eyes, then asked what was wrong. Assuming that he had bumped somewhere, Ern replied that he was just listening thoughtfully to his spoken words. Ern added that he would keep in mind all of his father's instructions, realizing that he wasn't kidding. The guy almost let his emotions take over and tell his father everything, because if he tells everything he can prevent the worst future, but if he tries to start this dialogue, his father will just consider him crazy. Ern decided not to say anything to his father and to change everything on his own, because this time he had enough strength and experience. His father said that since his youngest son wanted to look around a bit, he had an hour of free time. Ern thanked his father for that. Ern was pleased that he could finally get into the family's inner secret vault. But he could actually get here anyway because his father wanted to reward him for his achievements and for entering the academy. The father asked his son what he liked so much about the secret vault, pointing out that if he needed an allowance, he could just ask him for it. Ern wondered why his father looked so disappointed, considering that if the Knights of Navarro were given the same opportunity, they would all ask for only one thing. All of them would ask to be a trained knight of heroic rank, but Ern didn't ask for that. Ern, looking at his father, assumed that he wanted him to ask him that, and he was asking him for time to walk around the secret vault. The youngest son said he didn't want the gold. He just wanted to see what was here. The guy actually knew everything from his past life, and it felt like everything he was telling his father was a lie. His father replied that in that case he dared not detain him any longer, and Ern apologized to his father for his deception. The father said he would wait for his son outside, advising him to take a good look around, and Ern replied that he would be on time. Left to himself, the boy was satisfied that he could examine the vault he hadn't been in for so long. Opening the doors, the guy stated that it had been a while since he had been here. He was ready to continue exploring the rooms of this vault. Ern knew that the outer secret vault was mostly emergency supplies that could be used at any time, while the inner vault was packed with rare, unique items. The guy realized that just because these items were rare didn't mean they were expensive, indicating that he needed to give something like this. The commander's shield is a magical shield given to the family by the king, said to be enchanted with morale-boosting magic, so that it can maintain the spirit of an entire army. The guy didn't understand why a knight of mythical rank would need such a shield, since even a legendary or heroic rank wouldn't use one. Looking to the side, Ern remembered that the king granting such a thing had ulterior motives, assuming that the Steelguard family was the king's shield rather than sword. Ern realized that when the king's motives were revealed, grandfather had visited this shield here in the vault. After they won the war, his grandfather could do anything he wanted because he was a knight of mythical rank who supported society and could take over the kingdom if he wanted to. The guy knew that of all the titles and other honors he had received from the king, a lot, but those honors weren't even close to his accomplishments. Ern said that they could not sell such rewards, for it was a gift from the king himself, but he knew that there were real treasures here. When he came to the table, he noticed that there was his grandfather's equipment with the help of which he won the war. The best of this outfit was his grandfather's fellow sword that bore the name Dark Sky. Suddenly, Ern thought of putting this sword in his inventory, but realized that it would be disrespectful to him because his inventory was only level 1, but he wanted to upgrade it anyway. The cost of upgrading his inventory was 200 coins. Ern remembered that he had managed to earn a good amount of money from the last exchanges, so 200 coins seemed like a small thing to him. After the upgrade, the system reported that the next inventory level upgrade would cost 500 coins. Ern pointed out that it wasn't a problem and upgraded to level 3. Unexpectedly, the next message of the system shocked the guy because the increase to the fourth level already cost 1,200 coins. The guy realized that he had such a large amount of coins, but he hesitated whether to spend them so thoughtlessly to raise his inventory level. He decided to stay at the third level. Pointed out that the inventory of the third level looked cheap compared to the coins he had spent, and he needed another 1,000 coins if he wanted to set up here. Picking up his grandfather's sword, he indicated that he was just going to check something out if he put it in his inventory and look at the item's characteristics. Having made this action, the guy was satisfied because his theory was confirmed. There it was written that this is a great sword containing in itself the spirit and perseverance of the master. Taking the sword back, realized that it was different from the swords of this system. Since his grandfather was good at martial arts, he assumed his equipment was not from the first system. The guy stated that the Dark Sky sword had been with his grandfather since he was a child, and it meant that he had originally participated in spatial trading. Putting the sword back after testing his theory and quenching his curiosity, he was satisfied but didn't want to take it out of the family vault. Suddenly, realized that he had a limited time to nail down here, and he shouldn't waste time being curious. After all, the reason he came here was to find the book of measurement deals that was supposed to be here. The boy knew that from the Earth of 1,342, there must be only one spatial merchant, and if this book falls into the hands of his loved ones, he may repeat the mistakes of his past life. Realized that he had to get this book first, so he wouldn't make the same mistakes. Walking over to the shelves, the guy assumed she must be here somewhere, but she was nowhere to be found, which seemed very strange to him. Decided to search the place thinking that the book was in the old place, according to memories from the past. He looked on the shelf where it should have been. It was not there. Looking under the closet, the guy noticed something strange that was lying too far away. He decided to get this object a little awkward movements, but he managed to grab it. Pulling an object out from under the cabinet, the guy realized that it wasn't too big, not understanding how it could have been there. Managed to get an ostrich egg, which was black for some reason. The guy didn't understand how it could have ended up under the cabinet. Realized that by feel this egg was like a metal egg. Didn't know what it was because it wasn't his thing, and he decided to leave it where he found it and throw it back. Having performed this action, realized that in any case, it only all but confirmed the book of transactions of measurements not in the inner vault. All the guy had to do was figure out how he got to the past, and how he started interacting with the spatial exchange system without the book. After returned to this world, he could think of only one possible explanation for what had happened. Tried to remember what he had wished for before he died, thinking it was a wish bookmark. What had happened in his past life was so vague that the guy couldn't remember exactly what he wished for, assuming that he had asked for another chance and that he also wanted to monopolize spatial trade. Realized that the bookmark only gave him one wish when he thought about it, but he couldn't put together a picture of what had happened. The guy realized that he wasn't going to be able to come up with anything about it anyway, realizing that there was no other book in this vault. Realized that it would be a bad idea if he left her here unknowingly, deciding that he would take something else instead. Going back and looking through the shelves, tried to find something useful to take with him, since his father had only given the limit for a while. Walking past the sword, stopped and wondered if he should take it for himself, or if he didn't need it yet. The boy was still very much immersed in his thoughts about this Dark Sky sword that his grandfather had wielded. After realizing he had so much time, the guy decided to finally give up on that sword. Realized that there were many magical items in this vault, and before they seemed incredible to him, but now he didn't need them. Passing by the shelves of books, suggested that maybe he should pick up his grandfather's old records. Suddenly, the black egg he had found earlier rolled out to him again. Didn't understand how it had ended up in this place again. Picking up the egg, the guy remembered that he had definitely shoved it back under the cabinet, seeing that it had no legs and it couldn't just move. Realized that this inner vault was the personal vault of the grandfather of the greatest spatial merchant's personal vault, and strange things couldn't happen here. Looking closely at the egg again, realized that it was from another dimension. Decided to look at it and what would happen if he put it in his inventory to verify the information. A window appeared, which reported that it was just a system balloon with unknown features. Pointed out that with such successes, it was possible to show nothing at all. Was surprised that the system didn't want to show information to the first level, because if most basic information services don't work, it means it's from a higher dimension. The guy pointed out that this ball is not from the second or third system, deciding now to deal with it. Ern decided to activate his visionary eye skill. He was surprised at what he saw. Memories surfaced in front of the boy, and he remembered this day very well. It was his first day at the academy. This day was like a holiday. Ern didn't hear the insulting words of the people around him who didn't understand why this guy entered the academy. Everyone who saw the guy off asked him to take care of himself, asking him not to hurt himself out there. Guy thanked everyone for their concern. He was curious what he would have thought of all this in his past life. A couple weeks ago, Ern was the one everyone avoided, and now, in the present tense, he was the last hope of the Steelguard family. Karen approached her younger brother and asked him if he was happy about his departure. The boy was surprised that he was going to be there for 4 years. Ern replied that she was right, but he would try to go home for vacations. The older sister asked Ern to text her when he got to the academy. The guy was fine with that suggestion. Karen instructed her brother to remember to eat well and to always wash his food well and not to throw away his laundry. Ern was shocked by this admonition from his sister. My sister knew my brother would be fine, but she couldn't stop worrying about him, assuming it was because he was the youngest child in their family. Karen asked her brother to give her hand. Ern was surprised at such a request from his sister, but obediently extended his hand to her. The boy received from his older sister a bag of coins. He was surprised at such a presentation to Karen. Karen reported that it was a small gift. Ern asked why he needed the money at the academy. Big sister had heard from Karen that money could come in handy at the academy, so she gave it to him. Ern replied that he didn't need to do that, assuring that he had a good allowance, because if he exchanged all his coins for gold, he could hire a group of knights. The younger brother thanked his sister, promising to spend the money in a good way. Karen replied that there was no need to thank her. Suddenly, the boy wondered where his sister got the money from. Ern noticed that her ruby pendant was missing, that she always wore, realizing that she had sold it for him. The guy assumed that this pendant didn't belong to their mother, and it wasn't passed down from generation to generation. Even so, Ern realized how much his older sister valued her pendant and was sorry she had sold it. The guy assumed Karen was feeling the pressure and decided to give him such a gift before he left. The Steelguard family was without a mistress, and older sister Karen was replacing all the children for their mother. Ern assumed she couldn't help but felt she had to. Ern realized that it must be his feeling and not hers. He sat alone in the carriage and mused on the subject. Afterward, the guy realized he had no time to grieve because he had to be more ready than ever before he left. Ern decided to enter the first system to trade. He received 30 coins from Seokhyun. The guy was surprised at Seokhyun's indication that he wasn't kidding. The scammer asked the guy what he was talking about. Ern indicated that he told him there was no time and asked him to get Seokhyun out as soon as possible. Seokhyun replied that he was working on it. The guy replied that he was sure he was working on it, suggesting that he was ecstatic about the request. Ern asked Chun Hung if he had found a useful person, as he had asked. The man was surprised at such words. Chun Hen pointed out that it was a misunderstanding, and it is an automatic exchange. Ern asked what scammers such as this use, assuming he wants to screw him over. The guy said that now there will be new interest rates, -1% and 2%. Chun Heng asked to stop. Chun Hung pointed out that he had suddenly received a call from a customer, but that didn't mean he had forgotten about Ern's words, because he had been watching him while he was doing the register. Ern was sure he'd told him that already. He assumed this crook was trying to keep fooling him. The guy angrily added that Chun Hung wasn't trying to trick him because he would immediately throw a complaint against him to the librarian. After Ern changed the interest rates, he pointed out that if he tells him to do something, then he should forget about everything and perform. Chun Hen apologized, replied that he would immediately check everything and contact him afterwards. Ern knew that this manipulation would work because contracts between dimensions are guaranteed by the exchange center. A Secret Service contract was applied in exchange for protecting and keeping Seokhyun's secret. He must obey his orders and give 80% of the profits. Chun Hung had already enjoyed the luxury and fun. Even if he took away 80% of his profits, he would not stop selling because the normal salary would no longer satisfy him. Ern realized that Chun Hyun was already like a candy that was melting, saying that she would milk him forever. Unexpectedly, Seokhyun said that he had gotten Ern pointed out that it didn't take him that long. The guy decided to see what he found there was Evangeline's breathing technique. Ern didn't understand why the explanation of this technique ended. He used the Eye of Providence. Even so, he failed to find additional information, suggesting that the description of this technique is true. Ern replied that Chun Hung had found it, but it wasn't exactly what they needed. Even if she was a swordmaster on Earth, it couldn't be said that everything worked properly. Chun Hung replied that he too had studied this book, pointing out that Ern had said that the person he needed was a third-level person. Ern angrily asked the rogue who he was calling third level. Chun-Hung replied that if one could not use sword chi, then probably third level was not enough. The guy asked him to shut up, stating that it was his inner third-level energy the man didn't realize who was to blame. Chun-Hung decided to bear with it because he couldn't risk his life for it, and replied that theoretically, it could be said that this was the ultimate martial art. Ern asked the rogue what about stability, since that was the most important thing in their case. Chun-Hang replied that she was pliable and delicate, so the likely risk of internal wounds was low. The seller said he had barely managed to get the book when he wrote to his friends, assuring them that it would be very hard to find anything better. Now Ern asked if that was true. Seok-hyun gave an affirmative answer, asking why zero system art, because if he needed methods to study internal energy for women, he had a couple. Ern replied that it was none of his business asking how things were with the others, since that was not his only request. Chun-Hung replied that he was still waiting. He had managed to find the sellers, but they had not answered him yet. The guy asked Chun-Hung to direct these salesmen to him after they gave their answers. Chun-Hen replied that he understood everything and tried to negotiate with the guy to return the previous interest rates, but Ern said nothing and left the chat with him. Ern was pleased that he had spared this rogue because he was useful to him. He decided to look at the book that Chun-Hung had taken out. After reading a few pages, the guy realized that it was a good book about martial arts. In addition, it was perfectly translated into their language. Ern decided in that case to give this book to his older sister. She was surprised at such a gift from her brother. The younger brother stating that the book would be more useful to her, Karen asked that he took the book out of her, assuring her that he shouldn't have done that. The guy replied that it may seem strange now, but there is a reason he is giving this book to her. Karen asked what reason he was talking about. Ern replied that she would know that reason when she read it, and he would appreciate it if Karen would read the book in full. The older sister thanked her brother. The guy knew his older sister had talent. He realized she was better than the old him. Ern realized that if his sister learned Iron Breath, then perhaps their Stilgard family would not fall. But he could not be sure, for it was difficult to become a special knight. His brother was certain that his sister would not miss the chance to nurture her talent for the good of their family. Martial arts first system, or higher mana stones, Ern could give her if she wanted it, realizing that now was not the time for it. Now, after all this, he was ready. Suddenly, he remembered something he thought was important. Before leaving, Ern indicated to Darian that he was leaving, but that he would not stop watching what was going on. Ern asked Darian not to fool around and interfere in the serious trade affairs of the Stilgard family. Going to the academy in a past life was a road to hell, but now a lot has changed in this world. Ern realized that in this life, he had a good relationship with people who hated him in the past, positive views of those around him. This was what was most unlike his past life, for now he had plenty of experience. The guy realized that this was what would create even more differences in the future. Chun-Heng told Ern that the sellers he was looking for had answered him. Ern replied that it was very timely, asking if they sold Chun-Hen, positively responded by suggesting that Ern personally discuss the details with them. The guy didn't mind contacting the seller. Seok-hyun found he asked Ern to wait for a while. Ern was pleased because finally he would start to find out something. He took out the black egg he had found in the secret vault. The Bulgasari egg is incredibly weak at birth, but later grows into an uncontrollable, metal-eating beast. The adult Bulgasari is so powerful that it can cause a natural disaster. Ern realized that the egg could hatch into a living natural disaster. He could not believe that such a creature could be in such an egg. Chun-Hong gave the guy the contacts of the salesman. Henry Ern indicated that he would call him later if he needed to, asking him to wait. Ern noticed that Henry was from the fourth system, Callisto. He thought it odd that this salesman was in the channel of the first system. The exchange center provided Ern with a report indicating that Henry was a 3,827th rank warrior who participated in competitions and was also obsessed with championships and gambled away all of his winnings. Ern contacted Henry, saying he wanted to buy a taming guide from him. The seller saw that the buyer was from the first system. The guy asked the salesman if he could see the item. Henry replied that he didn't mind showing him the manual that listed the tricks and gimmicks of the Grand Butte Beast Emperor. Upon seeing this technique, Ern replied that he was confirming the purchase and wanted to buy part 215. Ask Henry what he didn't hear, because he told his slave Chun-Hyun that he couldn't sell that part. Ern asked what the seller wanted to sell all 14 at once. Henry answered in the affirmative, saying it would cost 2,000 coins. The boy was shocked at the price, assuming that Henry wanted him to give him 2,000 coins for an egg hatching allowance. Ern replied to the seller that he would not agree to such a price. Henry assured the buyer that this book made the Emperor of Beasts so assured that this price was quite low for such a manual. Ern responded by asking the seller not to lie to him, pointing out that it was not she who had made him like this, for she had been written after he had become emperor. The fellow offered Henry 150 coins for the 215th part, stating that he was giving 8 coins more. Henry asked the buyer to use common sense when trading because a complete collection of 666 pieces is worth over 300,000 coins. The seller asked the buyer that he didn't see a pattern. After all 14 chapters in a row are premium items. Ern pondered Henry's words about whether he would be able to find this book in the first system, realizing that he would not be able to find one here. The guy realized that didn't mean the salesman could push him around any way he wanted by raising the price. Ern offered to sell Henry a copy of the 215th for 100 coins. The seller was surprised at such an offer. Henry asked that how dare he talk about a copy of such a manual, assuming that Ern wanted to use the licensed item without paying the full amount, since the author had spent a lot of blood and sweat creating it. Hearing the salesman's words, Ern assumed he was on drugs, not realizing what the sudden admonitions were sprinkled about him. Copyright tags on books managed directly by the exchange center, because if caught selling a copy with such a tag, he can forever be banned and take away all the coins. Ern seemed unsurprised after apologizing to Henry for not seeing the mark. The salesman told the guy to be careful and added a caution that they were going crazy on those tags. Ern replied that in that case, copying would not work. He thought about the situation. The buyer indicated that then just let Henry sell him the 215th part for 200 coins, stating that this was his final offer. The guy asked the seller not to accept his offer if he didn't agree with it and just closed the chat. Ern realized that now they would find out who was more desperate. Henry texted him a message. The system asked the guy if he wanted to join the chat room. Henry said that 200 coins would not be enough, offering him a price of 250. Ern asked if he knew what the last sentence meant, indicating that he needed to think straight. The seller stated that the price would drop if the part from the middle Ern asked what he wouldn't sell to him. Ern managed to talk the seller into selling to him by asking him to throw him an exchange window, just as the guy suspected. The fellow knew that Henry had only 400 coins, and how desperate he was to come to the first system, assuming he was trying to raise the money he had lost at gambling. Ern wanted to see if the Emperor knew about Bulgasari. A well-trained werewolf could reach the national level. The guy realized he had thoughtlessly dragged the egg with him, but didn't expect much. He assumed it was planet level. After this assumption, he felt scared and didn't know how to behave properly with this egg. The absorption was completed. The system reported that the evil beast here was not used 215th of Bulgasari. Ern realized that there was a reason he was called a beast. Emperor brooding only began day and night. Methods of raising him differed. Ern realized that it was almost impossible to raise him in the former system. The guy knew that since Bulgasari is an imperfect organism to breed, it would require the genetic information of another organism, such as saliva mucus or other bodily secretions like blood. The most important thing in the beginning was the potential to make it bigger. You need powerful genetic information as a basis. The guy thought about the fact that he needed a strong organism for genetic information. Beasts existed even in the first system, and martial arts users here called them spirits. Not a single particle was wasted, and it was evident that they were actively being sold in the store. Ern recognized that the description of the order was such a human, earthly, heavenly, and heavenly guy didn't know what to take. Suddenly, Ern remembered that he had Chunhen to help him. He asked him if he knew about Chunhen. Spirits asked him what he needed. Chunhung was surprised at the guy Ern's suggestion and indicated that he wouldn't force him to tame any beast without internal cultivation. After all, he wasn't that stupid. The guy asked Chunhung what he knew about it. The man replied that he knew as much as anyone else. Ern sent the man a file asking him to assess their combat power, assuming that good healing skills did not mean high strength. Chunhung replied that the guy had put together a good list, confirming that healing skills and combat power were in no way related. The blood of the 10,000 iron mouth was good for nurturing, but in the end, it was just an old turtle. Chunhung pointed out that it was much harder to compare with the blood of a blood fire dragon and the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear. Ern asked, which would be better? The man replied that a bloody fire dragon becomes such only a serpent, which is trained for thousands of years, although it should be practiced, because a dragon is a dragon. After Ern learned that the big bear was no match for him after asking how art users hunt such beasts, Chun Hen replied that incredible people live here. Ern thanked the man for his help, but Chun Hung asked the guy to wait. Ern asked what was wrong. Chun Hen replied that he had bought Evangeline breath with his coins, though they had contracted he still. Interrupting the man, the guy asked what it was that hit his wallet. Chun Hen replied that he didn't mean it. Ern asked how much Evangeline's breath cost. Chun Hen replied that he bought it for 300 coins. The guy wondered how much it cost. Chun Hen replied that he was in a hurry and couldn't bargain with the seller. After thinking for a bit, Ern asked if he was lying this time. He had already used flow recognition to check the price. Chun Heng pointed out that he wouldn't have lied to him under threat of death, because Ern wouldn't have bought it anyway. Ern decided to reward Chun Hung for his honesty. He swapped the interest rates between their trades, which amounted to 20%. The guy then said he would call him if he needed him, asking him to be in touch, and if he didn't answer within 10 minutes, he would issue him a warning. The guy decided to use the bloody fire dragon before buying it from one of the customers. Ern doubted whether the elixir he had bought would work, since the egg had been in storage for 10 years. The boy dripped a single drop of elixir, and it immediately evaporated. Ern assumed he was pouring it as if on a hot pan. Suddenly, the egg reacted. Ern realized that he wasn't just called a beast, realizing that this creature was alive after so many years of oblivion. The guy was curious to know how this egg got into his grandfather's vault, assuming he was trading with someone from the fourth system. Egg continued to react. Ern was glad that everything was going well because he was afraid he might not like someone else's blood. Sitting down next to the egg, the guy realized that he only had to wait for his caravan to continue to the academy. Gathering his thoughts, Ern began to meditate in anticipation of arriving at the academy. Suddenly, there was a crunching sound, and the guy saw that the egg was moving and assumed that the hatching had already begun. Indeed, the egg began to crack, and from there gradually began to climb out unknown to the guy beast. The infamous shapeshifter from the fourth system in planetary level theory is a living Budstvite Bulgasari. Ern was shocked by such a cutie that came out of the egg. The beast didn't realize what had happened or where he was. The guy assumed that something went wrong because he hatched early. He didn't know this little guy was a normal animal. The beast let out its cute growl. Ern realized that there was no difference in it. He fell in love with his new pet. The guy read a manual on raising pets afterward and made a cut in his hand. Since the Bulgasari had no mammary glands, they fed the babies blood instead of milk. Bulgasari children have memorized the taste of blood and treat the human species as their own, and they will follow the owner of the blood, like a mother. Aggressive behavior disappears after this, but it is best to feed them their own blood for easier control. The beast was drinking blood very actively. Ern became uncomfortable and asked it to stop doing so. The guy stated to his pet that he could die from blood loss. He realized he needed to find a way to feed him before he sucked all the blood out of him. Afterwards, Ern realized that he needed to give the little pet a name, since it would now follow him everywhere. Ern couldn't decide on a name, trying to match something related to Bulgasari. The guy asked the pet what his name was, Sari. The pet was surprised at the name, showing with his look that he didn't like it. Harvest Duracle noticed the young gentleman asked him what happened to his arm. He began to worry about him. Ern replied that everything was fine, and there was no reason to worry. He bandaged his wound from which he fed his pet. The servant pointed out that it wasn't normal because he was bleeding from his wound. Ern pointed out that he was bored in the carriage, and after playing with the sword, there was such a mishap. Harvest Oracle replied that he didn't believe him because after he demonstrated his real skills to him, he couldn't believe that he could hurt himself on a sword. Ern realized that he had to do better than that. Duracle didn't know what Ern was up to when he asked him to be more careful because he was responsible for his safety. The young gentleman asked what they had stopped for to eat. Harvest Oracle answered positively, stating that after a snack, they would continue on their way until sunset. Harvest Oracle asked Ern to bring him something. The boy asked him to bring him food in the carriage. Suddenly, the guard noticed something suspicious in the bushes near them and tried to draw his sword, but Ern stopped him, telling him not to be so adamant. Ern replied that it was fine. Harvest Oracle did not understand this behavior of the young master. Suddenly, a cute little beast jumped into Ern's hands. The guard was surprised by such a thing. Harvest Oracle asked the gentleman what kind of animal it was, assuming it was a weasel. Ern replied that it was his new pet. The beast was attached by feelings to its master, who had managed to hatch it from a magical egg. Duracle asked, since when his master had had a pet. Ern replied that it had been quite a while. Ern asked that Harvest Oracle was not at all interested in him or aware of his affairs. The guy pointed out that Duracle had followed him diligently and failed to notice that he had gotten himself a pet. Ern asked Sari to say hello to Harvest Duracle. The guy asked if he could pet him. The guy decided to check something out and let Duracle pet his cute pet. Harvest Duracle tried to pet the animal, pointing out that it was very cute when Sari touched it too, looked at him angrily. The guy thought the beast hated him and decided to stop touching it to avoid bad consequences. Ern asked what Duracle expected his stroking of Sari to make her tail wag, indicating that he had almost pointed a sword at him earlier. The guard said he would bring Ern food to Ern as soon as it was ready. Bulgasari is a ferocious beast that grows stronger by eating metal and can also take other forms, which can be useful but also dangerous. If Ern doesn't control it, he can't keep it around when he gets angry. The boy realized that the blood feeding had been worth it. They were both happy because they had managed to become friends. Based on the Emperor's theory, Bulgasari's potential power is the strength and energy of the body given as a child, so it was written. The first part of the equation Ern solved. When he chose a blood fire dragon to solve the next, he needed sources of strong energy. The problem was that these sources of power were damn expensive. Ern decided to feed his pet. Ern couldn't hold back his tears because he had given a bamboo pill of life to his pet, which was given to him by the leader of the Mountain Bamboo Sect 1. Such pill was worth 150 coins. The guy realized that even selling cheap stuff, he still wouldn't have enough, realizing he needed to act again. There were 53 days left before the Mana Stone limit reset, and he needed to choose the next product. Ern tried to decide what he should sell, realizing that it should be something desirable to everyone in the first system, with a large margin of maintaining balance. The base price must be high to make a big profit. He started trying to find the perfect object in his memories. The internal nurture sold well as it was desired by everyone in the first system, and could be bought for a tidy sum of coins, the number showing the quality of the nurture. Ern realized that even if one bought for 250 coins and resold it, one would get 58.5 coins on top due to skills. If he just resold it like that, he could make thousands. He couldn't even imagine how much he could get. The guy understood that the exchange center would not allow him to do such a thing because there was a restriction on the sale of this item. Ern couldn't wait because he would have to wait more than a year to sell his internal nurturing. After being rewarded with 1,000 coins for the achievement, he decided to increase his reach by buying the next item, Elixir. The guy started buying up roots of Centennial Polygonum Rainbow, Dazzling Fruit Roots, Black Ginseng Summoning Pills, and a lot more. Everyone's elixir category was different, so there was no limit on sales, which meant that Ern just had to prepare to earn coins. Ern asked Sari to open her mouth, since he had bought many useful elixirs for him. After eating a few of them, the guy noticed that his pet had developed small fangs. He realized that these elixirs worked. Sari. For the last few days of the road has changed a lot. The color of the fur of the Bulgasari depended on the creature of the first blood. When the beast grows, its fangs and fur completely change, and in this case, the baby stage ends. Now that he had reached his limit, feeding him elixirs no longer made sense. Ern realized that the coin eater stage was over. 30% of his profits the guy reinvested in the exchange, and 50% went to Sari. The other 20 went to internal nurturing and other items Ern needed. Ern's most used item was the second round of daylight healing magic. The guy often used this scroll, and at this moment, he too decided to use it by tearing it apart. Ern suggested that if breathing chi is good for the soul, then there is nothing better for cleansing the outside. The guy used to be called the star of the Navarro community, though not for as long as he would have liked. The guy realized that looks are also a strength. He decided to do everything in this life to look good. Suddenly, the guy was approached by Michael. Ern asked the knight what was wrong. Michael informed his young master that it was still half a day's ride to the academy, and Sir Havis asked him to tell him if they needed a break. Ern replied that everything was in order and asked him to tell Havis to keep moving, promising that they would rest when they got there. The guy realized that time flies very fast for the trades because half of the day had already passed, and he hadn't even noticed her. Ern decided to continue making deals before he arrived at the academy because he still needed a large amount of money. Meanwhile, in the second town of Navarro Acadio, the guys opened their mouths and were shocked to see the place they would be sleeping in. Harvest Duracle asked Ern that it wasn't too expensive for a servant's resting place. Ern replied that these guys have come a long way from behind them. Duracle pointed out that this is a famous inn in Acadio. The young lord indicated that his guards needed to rest, asked Sir Havis to keep an eye on them. The boy asked what people would think of the steel guards when they saw them. Ern asked the aide to take them to wash up. Ern handed Harvester Ackle 200 coins, indicating that he could use all of them. The boy was surprised at the young lord's generosity. The guy asked what was enough for everyone for a hot bath and expensive food. The aide replied that he had given him more than was required. Ern pointed out that and he is thanked by pointing out that everyone else should enjoy it too. The guy asked that they weren't here to play after all, asking how things were going with the venue. Harvester Ackle replied that he had left a mark near the castle walls. They were to contact them after noticing it. Ern praised him for doing such a good job, realizing that they just had to wait until they were contacted. A little later, Ern's guards were rejoicing at the banquet the young lord had arranged for them. The knights noticed Harvester Ackle approaching him and asked him what they were doing here. The lads offered to share a drink with their captain, but to their regret, the captain replied in the negative. The knights pointed out that it wasn't like him to try the local booze either. The captain replied that he really couldn't join them. Looking at Ern, the captain asked if he could have one drink, hoping he would let him. Ern grimly replied that he could drink if he wanted to go to the other world immediately. The captain replied that he couldn't drink this time, asking to be left alone. The guys didn't understand why he decided to refuse even a drink. Harvester Ackle pointed out that one glass would turn into two, and two into three, and so on, saying that they could not fool the captain so easily. The knights pointed out that if he changed his mind, he could join them at any time, adding that there might not be enough booze for him afterward. The captain was ashamed to hear the knights say such things, but he could not risk his life for liquor. Suddenly, the waitress caught the captain's eye after she apologized to him for that the guy asked her to be careful because she could hurt herself. Ern asked Havis, who sat down next to him, that he hadn't lost the very thing he was giving him. Havis asked in response who he thought he was, stating that he only hiccuped because he was surprised. The guy said it was the first time he'd ever seen someone deliberately hit him, and he pulled an obscure piece of paper out of his pocket that the waitress handed him. Leaving the restaurant, Havis indicated that they memorize the map and divide the city into parts, because that's what the note said. Havis pointed out that the letter T stands for the name Trevor is the man he had earlier told Ern. The guy asked if everything was going according to plan. Harvester Ackle replied that everything was fine. Harvester Ackle added that it was an agent he had worked with before and thought it would go smoothly this time because he was going to go to him right away. Ern asked that he wanted to go to him alone. Havis nodded positively, explaining that that was the way it always was. The guy suggested that they go to the meeting place together, and he would hide there afterwards. The captain replied that they could do that, but there were too many eyes in the academy, and if anyone saw them in the place, it would be a failure. Ern realized, after realizing Havis's words, that he was right, and the problem was that he might not return after this meeting. The young lord realized that although they had become close while traveling, he should not trust Havis. Ern asked Harvester Ackle to show him his progress report. The interlocutor asked the guy that he didn't trust him, since he asked to see it. The guy asked to be understood correctly, stating that there could not be anything resembling trust between them. Havis gave him his report. Reading the report, Ern was convinced that Havis had not lied to him, for he had changed the part as he had asked him to earlier. Havis indicated to the lad that if he was done with his reading, he could search him, saying that he could give him a copy of his report. He was trying in every way to gain Ern's confidence. Ern asked what he was offended. Havis replied that he wouldn't dare do such a thing, for he knows his place, he was told. Havis added that his life was important to him because he didn't want to go through that hell again because of some suspicions about him. Ern gave him back the report, indicating that he could be free and he would not search him in an attempt to demonstrate his trust in him. Harvester Ackle bowed to the young master and told him that he would be back soon. Ern decided not to go to the academy with him. Ern didn't understand whether Havis was trustworthy or not, because it was always difficult to understand someone's real intentions. So he had a process prepared for Ern to go through, because if Havis found out his secret, it would be very bad. Ern used the third circle of transparency magic to apply the invisibility technique on the ground. A red magic seal was formed. Gradually, the guy's body began to disappear as the magic seal itself became invisible to the surrounding eyes. This technique was better than Ern thought it would be. He didn't know what would happen if he still used the skill to make his body light. The guy had managed to become so secretive, he intended to follow Harvester Ackle to find out his true motives. Watching Havis, Ern was convinced that his behavior was worthy of a true pro. Harvester Ackle walked quickly and not slowly, having fully adapted to his surroundings in the shopping plaza, and was not at all like an outsider. Ern noticed that there were many people following Harvester Ackle, realizing that it would be very bad if he went along with him. The boy continued to watch Harvest Duracle, who didn't suspect that Ern was secretly watching him. Harvest Duracle came to the indicated place, then quietly knocked on the door. Ern continued to follow him. The unknown man opened the visitor's door and looked around carefully, trying to see if he was being followed. Ern was standing on the roof of this building under the invisibility technique. He easily managed to avoid detection and made sure that Harvest Duracle was doing everything he had told him to do earlier. After the guy decided to try out a new martial arts ability by using perception at 100 paces, he began to hear what was going on inside the room. Ern heard the voice of Harvest Duracle saying hello to Trevor, who replied to Harvest that it had been a long time since he had seen him. Trevor asked his acquaintance what news he had come to him with. Duracle replied that Junior had entered the academy, and he had become his bodyguard. Trevor assumed that he had done it to see him. The people around him were surprised to hear from Harvest Duracle that Gilbert had passed away, and one of the guys asked how it happened. Harvest Duracle asked how he himself thought, giving him a choice of assuming that Gilbert had died of illness or accident. Trevor asked when he found out about it. Harvey Duracle pointed out that it was obvious, since he owed him his life. The guy felt very sorry for Gilbert that he died like that, assuming he passed away when he was tortured. Trevor pointed out that the academy was in the capital and far away from Acadio. Thus he began to suspect Harvest Duracle of trying to deceive him or hide something. Harvest Duracle looked calmly at Trevor, who was beginning to suspect him of betrayal. Ern, overhearing their conversation, assumed that something had gone wrong. He heard Harvest Duracle's question about Trevor having fun. Trevor was surprised at such a question from his acquaintance, not understanding what he was trying to hint at. Laughing, Trevor asked Harvest Duracle to relax, asking her not to be mad at his ridiculous joke. Trevor explained that he was sorry about what had happened to Gilbert, but there was nothing they could do about it now, because that was their life. Ern heard that they couldn't do their job if they regretted every demise of their employees. Ern assumed it would go well. Trevor asked Harvest Duracle how he had gotten here, since the others should not have suspected anything, saying that the journey would have taken much longer. Harvest Duracle replied that he used Ern's Stillguard and mentioned the visit to the academy, then he happily agreed. Ern, hearing Harvest Duracle call him names, made his words hurt without understanding why. Trevor found out how he managed to get to him by asking how he could help Harvest Duracle. Then he handed him the mission progress report, asking Trevor to encrypt it and send it to the Empire. Trevor looked thoughtfully at his guest and asked what else he needed. Harvey Duracle said that that was all he needed and that he didn't need anything else, and turned around and told Trevor that he was leaving. Ern had experienced the life of a spy, and it was a pity that he could not get any useful information, for they were talking business and had already finished. Even so, Ern was pleased that Harvest Duracle had succeeded in accomplishing what he had planned, and he congratulated him mentally as he continued to watch him. Ern realized that in that case, he needed to start acting. He continued to be under the invisibility technique. Suddenly, the guy heard a conversation inside. Someone asked Trevor that it was strange because the agent was alive and the contact had died. Ern realized that it was not all over. Trevor asked his assistant what it was about, suggesting that Harvest Duracle may have switched sides and is now working for the enemy. The aide responded positively, adding that he was technically demoted too. Trevor replied that Harvest was not the kind of person who would betray them. Ern heard that Harvest Duracle valued his family and would rather die than cause them trouble. Trevor assumed his assistant disliked Harvest Duracle by asking or something. The assistant couldn't answer anything intelligible. Trevor ordered him to stop talking nonsense and focus on his work. Ern heard that everything was decided by upper management, and Trevor and his team would relay the information they received to management. Watching the departing Harvest Duracle, Ern realized that he had his own reasons for conducting such affairs. The guy realized that invisibility and perception at 100 paces were perfect for this mission, and they were definitely worth the coins spent. Ern came down from the roof and said that he would use such useful techniques many more times. Suddenly, the guy overheard someone talking about social hierarchy. The second guy replied that he dare not talk about it. Ern noticed that a fight was breaking out in one of the courtyards. He didn't understand why it was making a ruckus in the middle of the night. One of the guys asked, "How dare a common baron's knight dare to cross them?" The other party replied that his master was the Marquis and not himself. Ern realized that it was his knights who had gotten drunk, at his fault. The knight pointed out that if it weren't for the steel guards, his powerful Marquis Albret didn't exist at all. The boy was surprised to hear the name of Marquis Albret. He had crossed paths with him in a previous life. Ern couldn't believe it was the same person. His eyes were full of shock and incomprehension. The knight replied that he was foolish, since he had hoped to simply socialize with uneducated northerners. The guy declared that he would show him a country slave what dignity was. He was ready for a fight. The knight ordered him not to turn back to defend the honor of the steel guards. Ern realized that in this case, a fight could not be avoided. The crowd of drunken knights started moving on each other, trying to figure out who was stronger. Suddenly, their skirmish was interrupted by a man who asked what they were doing in the middle of the night. Hearing his logos, all the guys froze, looking at him. They didn't immediately realize who it was in front of them. Someone in the crowd recognized the man as the second captain, and he looked angrily at the knights who had caused the debauch. Ern, noticing him frantically, began to pant in his head as events from his past life began to float into his mind. The guy felt like his body was tearing up as he closed his eyes. He remembered how he had been interrogated. The second captain was the man who had taken everything from Ern in his past life, and he had never been able to forgive him for it. Ern noticed behind the back of the second captain, Kunz Albrecht, who stood quietly watching the clash of knights. The lad came to be furious at their encounter. Ern could not have thought he would meet Kunz Albrecht in this place. Ern managed to control his emotions, realizing that now was not the best time to get rid of him, realizing that it was impossible to get rid of Kunz Albrecht so quickly and painlessly. The boy intended to return the pain he had suffered because of him in his past life, telling himself that the hour of reckoning would soon come. The second captain approached the drunken knights. One of them was surprised that the captain was so tall. The captain pointed out that he told them not to make a fuss. Hearing his angry voice, all the guys were scared of what was coming. Suddenly, all the knights in one voice asked the second captain to apologize, saying that such a thing will not happen again. The second captain introduced himself to one of the knights as Captain Albert Dirac, asking him who he was and where he was from. The knight replied that their squad of steel guards Dirac asked the guy what steel guards were doing in Acadio. Suddenly, everyone was surprised to hear the voice of a guy who loudly announced that he would answer this question of the second captain. Dirac thought this guy was strange because his gaze was calm but sharp as a dagger. Ern realized that second captain Dirac was surprised by his sudden appearance, assuming that this was the first time he had heard a voice caused by internal cultivation. The guy decided to intimidate Dirac anyway. The second captain grabbed his sword, seeing that the guy was approaching him. The second captain, seeing the kid, never ceased to be amazed when he asked him who he was. The guy introduced himself as Ern's still guard. The people around him were surprised to hear this from the guy. Dirac couldn't think that a member of the Steel Guard family was here, realizing that things could get much more complicated. Ern asked the second captain what his name was. Dirac. The man answered him positively. Guy pointed out that Dirac was asking why they were here, asking that there was a reason the Steel Guards couldn't be in Acadio. Dirac replied that he didn't mean it. Ern indicated that he just wanted to stop by on his way to the academy and was interested in Navarro's second city. Ern asked second captain Dirac in response why Kunz Albrecht was also in Acadio. The second captain replied that his master was there for the same reason as Ern, for young Mr. Kunz wanted to rest. Dirac added that he wanted to apologize for the past turmoil that occurred between them. Suddenly, young Mr. Kunz Albrecht intervened in their conversation and pointed out that Dirac had nothing to apologize to Ern for. Kunz Albrecht asked his bodyguard why he should apologize, stating that the Stilgard family is the cause of all the trouble. The Stilgard family couldn't be suppressed by the title of Marquis, and if you do that to them, there will be a backlash. Dirac knew that, and he suggested that Kunz Albrecht finish here and go back. The young gentleman replied that he did not want to return to the hotel, asking why he had to leave. Dirac indicated that there was a misunderstanding between them that they could discuss in the morning. Ern pointed out that there was no point in waiting until morning, since they could figure everything out definitively now. The guy asked for permission to ask a question and said he didn't understand something, asking if they even knew what had happened since they had just arrived. Kunz Albrecht replied that it was not so important, saying that the Baroque was lower than the Marquis, making it clear that he was above him in status. Ern realized that this guy was saying that because his title was higher, asking that in that case, it was his own fault. Kunz Albrecht indicated to the lad that he had gotten it right, and he wouldn't need to explain every detail for them northerners to understand. Laughing, Ern pointed out to his interlocutor that he was just talking some nonsense. Kunz Albrecht was angry at this reaction. Kunz Albrecht ordered Ern to take back what he said and beg his forgiveness for it. Ern calmly replied that he would do so if it turned out that he was wrong. He was determined to prove his interlocutor wrong. The guy turned to the knights who were yelling about the title. One of them asked what he wanted from them. Ern asked one of the knights to tell them all what really happened here. Knight pointed out that it was the Steel Guards who started it first. They yelled at them and started a fight between them. Kunz Albrecht pointed out that in that case, Ern was wrong, and he should kneel before him and ask for forgiveness. For his offensive words to him, Ern replied that there was no need to hurry and both sides should be heard. Then Ern asked Michael that the words of the knights of the second side were true. His subordinate hesitated to answer. Michael replied that it was true, but they were the first to start laughing at the steel guards, shouting hurtful words. Ern asked what exactly he meant. Knight reported that the other side of the conflict asked how long they would milk Rebahan's accomplishments for former glory, for they behaved too proudly and thought they were someone important. Michael apologized for making a fuss, but he was not sorry for his actions, for if they were to sit lazily by and hear such things, how dare they call themselves Knights of Steelguard? Ern asked the titular guy that Michael's words were true. The knight hesitantly replied that it was true, adding in justification that they didn't directly say so. Hearing this, the second captain was horrified to realize that his squad was full of stupid guys who couldn't think ahead. Ern pointed out that it was true. Suddenly, Ern asked Michael to raise his head. The knight didn't know what to expect from his young master. Ern informed him that he had done a great job, and he held no grudge against him. Michael was surprised at the guy's reaction. A guy stating as a member of the family who inherited a heart of steel that he can't ignore what happened. Ern pointed out with rage and anger that the Steelguard family's steely heart, protecting Navarro Kunz Albrecht, stood in incomprehension, trying to tower over him. Looking at his knights, Ern added that they would fight for the sake of those who remembered them, and spill the blood of those who laughed at them. Second Captain Dirk realized that this conflict had moved to a new escalation. Kunz Albrecht was angry at the captain for keeping quiet. Ern said he would ask them again that they still think they mean nothing to the country. Dirk was shocked by the guy's serious words, since he was Mr. Kunz's classmate. The other captain assumed this guy was using his grandfather's fame to say the standard political nonsense. However, Dirk couldn't think that he could stand up for himself with such elegance. The anger was matched by the strength of the family. Dirk became convinced of the reality of what real Steelguard blood was. Ern looked at them with contempt. Kunz Albrecht tried to say something to Ern, but Dirk realized that provocation would only get the situation out of control. Suddenly, the second captain landed a powerful blow on one of the guys in his knight squad to end this situation. Seeing what had happened, the surrounding people were surprised by such an act of the second captain. Kunz Albrecht was silenced by such a thing. The second captain continued to strike at the knights of his squad, pointing out that they had done an excellent job of defaming Albrecht's name. Having been maimed for their rash act, the knights pityingly apologized to the second captain and the others. Dirk indicated that he didn't need their apology after all, and it was worth asking for one from the young lord. Turning around, the second captain stated that they had started it all, so in addition to embarrassing their Mr. Albrecht, the knights continued to dutifully apologize for what they had done, as the second captain had instructed them to do. Ern, watching what was happening, realized that this captain was not joking, for he must have understood the hidden meaning of his speech. The guy realized that this man had created an atmosphere in which it was safe to replace mocked with provoked, and made the knights ask Kunz for forgiveness, pretending that the quarrel was only between the knights, reducing the size of the situation. Second Captain Dirk retreated, but did not ruin his reputation. Ern realized that this was no ordinary man. Ern decided to keep a close eye on the second captain as much as possible, so as not to cause trouble. Kunz Albrecht was angry that Ern had emerged victorious from the situation. He said he was tired of it all, and he headed to the hotel to sleep. Ern pointed out that it felt like he didn't get anything, but he accepted Marquis Albrecht's apology. Hearing these words, the young gentleman stopped and turned back angrily to look directly into the guy's eyes. The boys' gazes met, but neither of them continued the dialogue. Kunz Albrecht turned around and silently left the place. Suddenly, they were approached by Harvest Duracle, who asked what they were all doing here, assuming he had missed all the fun. The squad of knights looked at him with disbelief, saying that it was better for him to keep quiet and not interfere right now. Harvest Duracle was shocked by the stares, asking them to apologize for not knowing what had happened here. A little while later, Kunz Albrecht was eating at a premium hotel, reflecting on what had happened last night. Kunz Albrecht pointed out to Dirk that this Ern was known as the worst of the worst. The second captain confirmed his hunch. Dirk pointed out that the sons are nothing compared to their father, and the youngest can't even catch up with his brothers. He had heard such simple rumors about the Steelguard family. The guy asked what the statement meant. Just rumors stating that they hadn't seen Ern's swordsmanship, asking the bodyguard not to exalt this guy for his sharp tongue. Ern didn't like Kunz Albrecht in the slightest. He asked Dirk why he ordered the knights to squirm. Dirk replied that retreating was the right thing to do, because there were still people afraid of Steel Guardians. Continuing the heat of the situation could make Lord Kuntz angry. Albrecht was shocked by such words because he hadn't thought of such a thing. Guy pointed out that either way, one should keep watching Ern. He wanted to make him pay for yesterday's embarrassment. Kuntz Albrecht reported that now that he thought about it, he hadn't seen a single rat from Steelguard, asking where they had all gone. The second captain replied that they had all left early in the morning. From this city, he offered them to travel together, for they were also going to the capital, but they refused his offer and went on their way. Kuntz Albrecht asked his bodyguard why he was doing something he wasn't asked to do, because he was convinced he made it look like they wanted him to. Dierek replied that there was nothing strange about increasing the number of defenses, since Kuntz Albrecht's safety was his most important assignment. Then came the night, and Kuntz Albrecht slept in his expensive room. Unknown penetrated to him, but the guy did not notice and did not even wake up. The guy was awakened by a powerful slap on the cheek. He could not immediately realize what had happened and who had done it. Ern, under the invisibility technique, got into his room and woke him up and covered his mouth so he wouldn't scream at the whole hotel. The boy asked his adversary to shut up, for he intended to have a serious talk with him in private. Kuntz Albrecht realized that it was Ern. He felt the mighty power that was in his hands. Ern told him that he was looking for a better way to get revenge on him. Ern wanted to give Kuntz Albrecht back his tried feelings. He stated that he would watch him break down. The guy asked Kuntz Albrecht if he knew about it. The guy tried to answer him, but his mouth was closed, and he managed to utter incomprehensible sounds. Ern pointed out that seeing his face this night had changed his mind earlier. Kuntz Albrecht's Lasse burned with envy. Ern added that it wouldn't be like that in this life. Kuntz Albrecht would pursue the Steel Guards and try to take everything they had. Ern realized this. Ern indicated to the enemy that he would tonight pass away. Kuntz Albrecht was frightened by such a request from this fellow. Earlier, Ern didn't understand why Kuntz Albrecht was doing all this. He asked what Ern really didn't understand it. Sitting on the throne, Kuntz Albrecht replied that he had hated Ern since the first day they met, and that's why he had done it. Ern was surprised at the words he heard, and Kuntz said that the name Ern Stilgard annoyed him too. The guards did not let the boy near the young master. The boy asked that Kuntz Albrecht took over their lands because he hated the Steel Guards. Kuntz Albrecht, after a little thought, pointed out that Ern was no better than him in everything, thus belittling him. Young Master Kuntz pointed out that although Ern had learned Steel Breath, he was just as good, but because of his appearance, Ern was greeted with a smile everywhere. Albrecht asked what now, since there was nothing in him that was better than him, pointing out that Ern was broken and pathetic. Ern did not come alive to hear such words. Kuntz Albrecht asked who he was, a simple failed lord without land. The young Marquis began to praise himself over the lad who failed to object to him in return. Earlier in his past life, Marquis Albrecht had claimed that in the end, he had won, leaving Lord Ern with nothing. Kuntz Albrecht didn't understand why this guy was even here. He didn't believe that Ern would really send him to the other world. He tried to remove his hand. Suddenly, Ern removed his hand from his mouth. For the first few seconds, the young Marquis didn't know what to do. After Kuntz, Albrecht tried to call the other Captain Dierek to his aid, but his voice didn't sound as loud as he wanted it to. Ern indicated that with a pressure point, he was able to press one of them down and block his mouth. Kuntz Albrecht was shocked to learn that he would not be able to speak until Ern unlocked the pressure point. Ern intended to complete the plan by saying that unfortunately for Kuntz Albrecht, this would be the last night. The guy said he could frame the young Marquis' face and hang it on the wall. Kuntz Albrecht didn't understand how this could have happened, because his room was full of guards, and Captain Dierek was in the next room. Suddenly, the young Mark had decided to get to Dierek's adjoining room to rescue him. Kuntz Albrecht got out of bed and decided to run to the door that led to second Captain Dierek's room. The young Marquis realized that if he simply opened the door to Dierek's room, he would be saved. Ern was able to successfully stop his enemy from calling for his second Captain Dierek to help him. Marquis Albrecht twisted from the powerful blow. He began to moan in pain, but no one heard it. Ern noticed that Kuntz Albrecht was trying very hard to survive, knowing that he wouldn't succeed because he had thought of everything. Suddenly, Ern used an unconventional hold on the body of the guy who was trying to run away from him. Kuntz Albrecht felt as if his body began to sink in space. He could not move. Grabbing the guy, Ern recommended that he just stay still, adding that he didn't need to cause any more trouble. Ern promised that he would just listen to him without hurting. After those words, Kuntz Albrecht realized he could move. The guy sat his foe down at the table, looking at his hands. They realized he could now move them. Ern placed the sheet on the table in front of the enemy, instructing him to write. Kuntz Albrecht was surprised by this. The boy asked the young Marquis to take the pen. The young man looked at him nervously in response. Cousin Albert decided not to listen to this guy, realizing that he would send him to the other side of the world when he finished writing. Suddenly, Ern drew his sword and made one quick swing with it. Cousin Albert didn't realize what happened at first. Then the realization came to him that Ern had severed his left arm, which had flown away from them. Ern ordered his foe to take the pen as he had asked him earlier. He showed with all his appearance that he was not joking. The young Marquis clutched at his wound and began to scream at the top of his voice, but no one heard him. The guy warned Kunz Albrecht not to complicate the situation by asking why he kept causing trouble. Suddenly, Ern said that if Albrecht continued to resist, his right foot would be next. Cousin Albrecht felt the aura that emanated from Ern Stilgard, realizing that he already knew how to wield it. Having recovered himself, the young Marquis showed by gestures that he agreed and would write what Ern asked. Sitting down at the table, Kunz Albrecht asked Ern to tell him what to write. He was willing to obey him. Ern asked the enemy not to stain the sheet with his blood. Kunz Albrecht looked at him warily. The guy said if one drop of blood fell on the paper, his head would hit the floor. Ern ordered Kunz Albrecht to begin writing. The beginning was that of a pathetic son of a marquis addressing his father. Kunz Albrecht assumed that everything was all right now because he could just put a prosthetic hand on his arm, since servants do everything. The guy realized that the most important thing in all this was to stay alive, but he didn't understand how to do it. The young Marquis assumed that he had made a serious fuss when he fell wounded to the floor. A first-ranked Dirk should have realized that something strange was going on in the young Marquis' room. Kunz Albrecht didn't understand why nothing was happening, and the guards hadn't come to him. He was surprised that Dirk hadn't come to see them yet, because he was already on the last sentence. The guy realized he needed to buy time, assuming he could purposely make a mistake by deciding to just drop ink on the paper. Ern informed the enemy that he could hear his thoughts from the beginning. Kunz Albrecht was terrified by this possibility. The boy asked the young Marquis what he was trying to buy time for. Albert was surprised at this. Ern informed the lad that there was one last sentence left to write. The young Brand continued writing, abandoning his ideas. Taking the paper on which the message to the Marquis was written, Ern decided to reread it. Ern pointed out to Kunz Albrecht that surprisingly, he had done well on this task. The young Marquis did not realize what was about to happen next. Kunz Albrecht realized that he couldn't hold on much longer because of the bleeding. He knew he had to give some sign to make Dirk understand. Suddenly, Ern struck a blow to the guy's throat and he grabbed it, realizing something strange was happening to his vocal cords. Ern pointed out that it was unpleasant, but now he could speak again. Realizing this, Kunz Albrecht looked at the guy with anger. Predictably, Kunz Albrecht started calling for Dirk's help, claiming there was an intruder in his room. Laughing, Ern asked the young Marquis, is that all he managed to come up with on the verge of passing away? Ern pointed out that in that case, let him shout louder. Kunz Albrecht didn't understand why the intruder was so calm, because he could be sent to the other world if the guards came. The guy told the enemy that he had seen it all coming and had thought out all his steps ahead. Ern used a scroll of silence as soon as he entered his room, and not a single peep will come out of that room. The young Marquis was shocked by what he heard, for not only the sounds could not leave the room, but also the vibrations. Kunz Albrecht asked Ern why he had taken his voice from him in that case, since no one would have heard him anyway. Ern retorted, asking the guy had he written that letter, would he have had a chance to survive? Kunz fell to the floor. Cousin Albrecht pointed out that in that case, he lost to the Steel Guards, and Ern was the reason. Ernu pointed out that the young Mark did not deserve the power and wealth he so dreams of. Kunz asked what he was talking about and what he had done. Swinging his sword, Ern pointed out that it was all because of Kunz Albrecht's inferiority complex. The young Marquis tried to stop him, begging him not to do it, saying that he would never forget that night and would never do anything to hurt him again. Kunz Albrecht asked Ern what he knew about his family, indicating that they were damn rich, asking him to name what he wanted from him, and he would give it to him in exchange for his life. Ern stated that Kunz Albrecht shouldn't have sent him to the other side of the world in a past life. Marquis asked the guy to stop. Despite all promises on the part of the enemy, Ern Stilgard accomplished what he had planned and sent Kunz Albrecht to the other world. The body collapsed breathlessly to the floor, and none of the young Marquis's guards were able to suspect anything wrong. Ern stated that it was the best look on Kunz Albrecht's face in his entire lifetime. He would have congratulated him, but he had other things to do. The guy decided to use bone acid that melted the body when it came in contact with blood. It easily melted hard substances like dental bones and was good for hiding a breathless body. Ern realized that it was necessary to make it look as if Kunz Albrecht had disappeared rather than gone to another world so that he would disappear from the Marquise's reach. The guy realized that it was terrible, because in any case, he often gave out something unimaginable. Afterward, Ern decided to double-check the dead man's belongings to make it look like he had disappeared. Ern opened his inventory. He threw in all of the young Marquis's belongings, realizing that the Stilgard knights traveled by horseback and were now in a city a day's journey away from here. One night wasn't enough to get back here knowing that Albert's family might have suspected him, but Ern had a perfect alibi. Taking out the scrolls, the guy used invisibility, stealth, and concealment to discreetly leave the place. After a quick look around, Ern realized that he had gotten rid of all the evidence and could now leave this place safely. Ern left a note that Kunz wrote to Albrecht that was addressed to his father, saying that Kunz was leaving Albrecht's family, asking them not to look for him. The boy managed to catch up with his squad. Sari looked at her exhausted master and didn't understand where he had been missing all night. The revenge Ern had dreamed of had come to pass. He knew that even if he raised a glass to wash away the victory, it would not be enough. He did not understand what ailed him. Ern realized that things would have been different if he had planned his revenge a little more carefully and repaid Kunz as much as he had suffered at his hands. After a bit of thought, Ern decided that all in good time, he thought he would never get a better chance to exact his revenge. The guy assumed it was enough that he regretted countless things he'd done in his life. Ern couldn't get the overwhelming feelings of regret and pity under control. He tried to gain self-control. The guy asked himself what he was doing, not realizing what he had done to Kunz Albrecht. Sari was surprised at this behavior from her master. Ern remembered that the family's downfall had happened independently of Kunz, and the disappearance of his father was the deciding factor in his past life. A steel guardian who once ruled the northern Navarro, and a pack of wolfhounds roaming around a declining family, and Kunz was just one of the pack. Ern decided to come to his senses because he had a long way to go, and he decided not to regret what he had done. The guy got a lot of coins, realizing that precious metals and jewelry are quite expensive. Ern stated that he only had one thing left to accomplish. He looked at the magical sword Kunz had taken from him. Assuming that the exchange attached the name of the owner of the sword to the name of the item because he was not in the channel, he thought the description of the item was too rough. Ern received a message from the ubiquitous beach lobster, who was ready to buy a magic sword for 500 coins, although the sword, and belonged to the low circle, but it is a magic that can be used with the benefit of knights. It could be used repeatedly. The guy realized that when fighting against a knight with similar abilities, it was enough to affect the outcome of the fight using this sword. Ern was curious if he could defeat the second Captain Direk, because according to Javis, only special knights are stronger than Direk. After assessing his strength, Ern realized that now he would have no problem dealing with the first class. He was proud to be the best at this level. The heir to the mystic blade, perfecting deep inner nurturing Ern, had already surpassed 1 year out of 60. Considering his age, he had achieved crazy achievements. Ern assumed that this was not enough, for it was not wise to fight a special knight, yet. He would prefer something that could help him in this. The boy suggested that maybe he himself could use this sword. He looked at Sari. Ern realized that this option was definitely not suitable for him, because if he carried it around, he would only attract suspicion. The best solution would be to sell this sword, but before the sale of 500 coins, Ern stopped remembering a very important detail. The guy assumed that if it was a magical sword, then he pulled it out of his inventory and turned to Sari, who was lying next to him. Ern asked his pet if he was interested in the potential value of this sword. Sari swallowed the sword and began to eat it, for she fed on any metal, and it increased her skills and strength. The master asked if Sari tasted good, as she braided it in both cheeks. Ern realized that 500 coins for this sword was not a small sum, but compared to the coins invested in Sari, it seemed like a pittance. Ern realized that while there was no way to use the coins, he should still try to raise the one he had tamed. Beast Emperor Grandboit divided the potential value of Bulgasari into 5 levels. The lowest level was absorbing certain kinds of metals, and the highest level was absorbing the magic and powers of all metals and items. Ern realized that since Sari wasn't giving up metals, she had a medium level or higher. He didn't anticipate how much he would need to spend in coins for the highest level. The guy noticed that his pet had already devoured this magic sword for 500 coins. Ern asked Sari how she thought she had absorbed the magic of this weapon and would be able to use it. The owner didn't understand what the pet was telling him, assuming that either Sari had succeeded or was just purring a song on a full stomach. Guy saw the confidence in the pet, asking Sari to show him what she could do. Suddenly, the guy stopped rejoicing and asked the pet not to demonstrate lightning strikes, because if the carriage goes up in the air, they'll be in big trouble. Suddenly, the pet began to do his master's bidding. He was covered in a magical shield. Seeing what was happening, Ern assumed that Sari had indeed succeeded and was now using the magic of the absorbed weapon, stating that the potential value was at least top level. Guy asked the pet if it could take the form of the sword he had eaten. Sari tried to perform it. The master received notice that the Bulgasari he had tamed had turned to something he had absorbed. He had raised Bulgasari, reaching his maximum potential. Ern was pleased with this. Ern was surprised that the sword that appeared had a wagging tail. He thought it was very strange. The pet owner didn't know how to react to such an incomplete transformation of Sari. Suddenly, the pet turned into its usual beast form. Ern praised Sari for her good work, but he was not left alone by the tail that was in place of a sword hilt. Ern asked the pet that he was doing something like this for the first time, suggesting that she try the same thing again. Sari made it clear that she agreed with her master. Sari turned back into a sword with a tail, and the guy didn't give up hope that the pet would succeed, because it was only his second attempt. The next attempt was the same. The owner suggested that the pet relax a bit and try again. Ern gave Sari one last try, but the sword was once again tailed. Until now, there were still no such. Bulgasari guy didn't realize what level Sari was the highest or highest. They looked at each other in silence. The pet showed its appearance of apologizing to its master, and Ern replied that it was fine, praising it for its efforts as it had managed to absorb the magic sword. The guy decided that before his pet would finally lose heart, he should be consoled, because such a case was not described in the complete collection of the Emperor of Beasts. The owner indicated to the pet that it had the highest level, stating that in the highest class, it was the best. Ern asked Sari not to kill herself by failing so badly, because she is already number 1 among all levels. The guy was pleased that he was able to support his pet. He informed him that Sari was the world's best pet, was happy about it. Seeing that the pet was happy, Ern realized that now he could breathe easy. He was worried that Sari might be completely disintegrated. Ern resolutely refused to give up valuable items from the inner secret vault and chose Sari, although the Eye of Conduction helped him a lot. But the truth was that the result was close to a gamble without any guarantees. The guy tried to paint a pretty big picture, and although it's not flawless, he still came back with good results, having prepared well for it. What was happening was just as Ern thought. It would be different in this life. He had a good feeling about the future. He already had a 5-digit sum in his account, which was not a level that could be ignored at the first stage. Ern realized that if things were going so well, he shouldn't just stop there. He bought more items for resale because the Earth level had been skipped, and immediately started selling heaven-level elixirs. A little later, their group entered the city of Midium, though the forced route was difficult. Now they were close to the gate leading to the capital. One of the knights pointed out to the commander that if he worked hard beforehand, it would be easier later, saying that it was just as he said. The knight asked Harvest Oracle what the young lord was doing, for as soon as they arrived here, he went straight to his room and never left it. One of the knights suggested that Ern was a little anxious, for tomorrow they would arrive in Theros. The interlocutor assumed he was joking, but the other pointed out that the young lord had a grim face. The knights realized that even though Ern looked smart beyond his years, he was still worried about the academy. They didn't understand why he was worried about it, because he had decent abilities. The boys replied with one voice that the young gentleman had nothing to worry about, and they looked at each other in surprise. The knights began to discuss their interactions with the young lord, for the former was the one who had fought Ern officially, and Harvest Oracle had fought Ern unofficially in secret from everyone. Harvest Oracle suggested forgetting about the bad stuff and having a mug of beer. His comrade didn't mind, and raised his mug too. The commander assumed that the man was really acting like that because of the academy, realizing that there was something wrong with the situation. Meanwhile, Ern had a nervous breakdown. He didn't understand why the elixirs he had purchased weren't selling. A long time passed, and there was no change in sales. Ern assumed that it was all because the heaven-level elixir was an expensive item that cost around 2,000 coins each. The guy realized that, nevertheless, it was not part of his calculations. It was 100 coins cheaper than the average bargain price, but so far there had been no single request. No matter how many times he looked, there was no one selling such elixirs cheaper than him. He thought it very strange. Ern noticed many reviews that these elixirs he was selling were of the worst quality, and users were warning others not to buy from this vendor. The guy didn't understand what kind of scoundrel had arranged this, because he hadn't sold anything yet. He didn't understand what was going on here. Ern remembered hearing about something like this before there were forces that acted only to mislead public opinion. The guy didn't know where the term came from, but he realized that these guys were definitely part-time employees to slander the rest of us for profit. After going through all the ads, the guy decided to just check just in case, and everything turned out exactly as he had envisioned. The healthcare center and Heavenly River Clinic and the other 5 Tier 1 partner stores were the main elixir makers who were the embodiment of the Murim world, and they had united against Ern. The guy assumed he'd crossed the line because up until now he'd only dealt with wages and deposits, so he wasn't touched. But the big players wouldn't act because of one annoying dwarf. Ern realized that if this little dwarf was selling heavenly-level goods, this kind of thing could not be ignored by the big players because they needed to crush the possible competitor beforehand. What was happening was new to the guy. He had never been so pissed off before Ern realized that the big players were acting like true gentlemen in the figurative sense. Ern realized that since they had settled in at the top of the system, they were slinging mud at others as a special favor. Angry, the guy decided to accept their challenge, saying that he would mix dirty water with slop and all sorts of filth and then pour it on them. He was sure that the big players had messed with the wrong one. Meanwhile, at the healthcare center, the leader didn't understand what was wrong with this lunatic who dared to welcome them. The leader of the Heavenly River Clinic asked to be told what to do because enough time had been wasted on useless chatter, stating that they had been bitten by a rabid dog. A man from Chongjin Taoist Temple warned his colleagues not to do such a thing, as it was obvious that they were using part-time workers. The leader of the North Star Healthcare Center indicated he agreed to this, but their agreement led to a very different event. The man pointed out that no one could have predicted this, but since they had already done it, they had to decide how to handle it. The interlocutor responded that it would be of no benefit to either of them if they broke up, stating that there would be a training camp soon, and they needed to take immediate countermeasures. A colleague asked what action should be taken against the guy, saying that he would try to handle it himself, and everyone else should play along. The man stated that he would show this insolent, low-level guy what the general state of affairs was. In the first system, all 5 major elixir sellers entered the same conversation. Afterward, one of the 5 members asked Ern that having summoned such busy people what he was going to do, asking if he could be held accountable for what he had done against them. The guy replied that why would they suddenly call him a buddy, asking how they would act if it turned out he was much older than them. The man stated that Ern dared not treat him so disparagingly, informing him that he was 67 years old, asking how old he was. Ern was uncomfortable listening to this salesman in return, asking that age was the only thing he could brag about. The men were surprised at such insolence, pointing out that this fellow was ignorant because, from a lower system who did not know elementary manners, it was terribly unpleasant to them. After listening to them all, the guy asked that they immediately decided to run him over with the crowd, informing him that he was offended, and so he would do the measurement deals alone. Suddenly, there was complete silence in their chat room. Everyone present was surprised at this. Ern assumed it was one of the MC's controls. The unknown man thanked Ern for joining them, despite his busyness. He introduced himself as Channel Master MK Mayam. This meeting was set up for the 5 to explain the suspicions about Ern. Miam said that they are not here to argue, so asked them to refrain from sarcasm or profanity, and if the silence mode is used again, they will not be allowed to speak. After the silence was lifted, one of the traders said he wanted to speak out, saying that Ern had claimed that they had mobilized part-time workers. The man said that he had heard such statements many times and was tired of it, asking if Ern's product would have been of high quality. Ern heard their speculations and realized they didn't want to deal with what happened fairly. The man said that everything here is different from the zero-trade system, stating that in the first system, quality is trust. Shouting, the man pointed out to the guy that instead of wasting their time with pointless complaints, he'd better improve the quality of his goods because that's the attitude of a real merchant. The guy attached a document in chat, asking everyone to check it, stating that there is no record of him selling a sky-level elixir. Ern added that people who didn't buy anything complained that the merchandise was of poor quality, asking that if it wasn't part-time employees, then who was? The man replied that he didn't know how to explain it all to him, suggesting that it might be a document that Ern had altered. Miami indicated that a query of the transaction history confirmed that the document contained valid information. The salesman suggested that in that case it was possible that there really were part-time workers there. He couldn't argue it any better. The guy was asked if he had proof that it was these 5 major players who bribed part-time workers, and replied that the MC would confirm that too. Mayam replied that mere suspicion alone cannot reveal information of other exchanges. Ern asked why so, since he was just asking for confirmation of their affiliation with organizations. Mayam stated that this is not possible because buyers' personal information is very valuable to the exchange. The guy asked how they were going to grab part-time workers in that case, assuming that Mayam would just watch and do nothing. Mayam didn't know what to say to this guy, stating that he was just in charge of this channel. Adding that justice is not his job, all 5 major players rejoiced at hearing such words. The guy was aware of the dark collusion between the master and the partner store, but he had a little hope because Mayam seemed legally neutral to him. Afterwards, Ern realized that these all big players in Miami were in the same boat against him. Affiliate stores offered bonuses and MCs provided them with comfortable deals. Ern realized that despite what he knew about the close relationship between those who adhered to this scheme, it was essentially no different from the transactions of the measurements, realizing that one should not expect justice from them. Mayam asked. Everyone they had anything to say, the sellers responded negatively to the MC, stating that, in that case, that was the end of their meeting. Suddenly, Ern asked them to wait, asking that there should be some solid evidence, and not mere suspicion. Mayam answered positively. Ern asked what, if any, such evidence he had. One of the salesmen suggested that this guy was just bluffing, asking him not to make up a problem out of nothing, and better try to find his way. Ern attached a new file and asked after what he had seen if they could lecture him on this as well. When the sellers saw this file, they were surprised because they thought such proof was impossible to obtain. It was an exchange report with 4 people, including Narcissus. Ern said he kept records of exchanges that had left bad reviews on his product that belonged to these 5 major merchants. After reading this document, one of the sellers stated that it was a falsification, asking why he got such nonsense. The guy asked what the MC thought about this document, suggesting that he too thought it was a forgery. Mayam marveled at this, not understanding how this guy managed to get a report like this, assuming he was a VIP. Ern asked why it was the MC who so suddenly activated the silence mode in their chat, suspicious of him. Mayam realized that there was nothing of the sort because saving the screen content provided by the exchange could not be edited. The sellers were surprised to learn from Mayam that the attached file by the guy was real. He didn't understand what in that case they should do. Ern stating that since the MC said so, the level of suspicion was raised. Mayam replied that the elixir companies used part-time workers. The man asked if the MC can do their job properly, because up until today how much they were buttering up. Unexpectedly, Mayam forbade the leader of the Great Mountain Healthcare Center from saying anything in chat. The man did not understand what the MC was doing also. He forbade the leader of the North Star Healthcare Center to speak. After Mayam banned the rest of the big merchants from saying anything in this chat, the leader of the Taoist temple, Chojin, was surprised that he was also banned from speaking because he had been silent all this time. The guy asked the MC if he got too hot doing such acts. Mayam didn't say anything back. Ern asked Mayam that part-time workers for scoring reviews were indeed banned by this exchange. MK gave a positive answer. Ern asked what sanctions would follow for them. Mayam said that the first time a violation is detected, trading is suspended for 30 days, and the same with exchanges that have made similar orders, stating that the 5 companies will only be penalized for 30 days. Ern interrupted the MC, assuming they could all agree since he wasn't particularly interested in doing justice either. Mayam was surprised at the guy's words. Ern asked that for someone who deals in exchange, the most important thing is not the coins. The guy suggested that the big players just pull out of the trade or pay him compensation and get on with their business. 30 days was too pancake term for them, realizing that they would lose a huge amount of coin. They didn't want to do a good favor for a guy like that. The guy asked the MC to remove the total silence mode from those people. Mayam removed the mode, and now the merchants could talk. The man pointed out that the guy was revealing his true nature by asking what he was all about. One of the leaders stated that compensation was not favorable to them. He tried to refuse the guy's offer. Ern responded that if they are twisting things so much, then let them accept the suspension. Man pointed out that they will be able to trade even if they lose the ability to deal with the measurements. The man reported that their center is overflowing with members of the Murim world who buy their elixirs, stating that they are only blocked for a month, not a year. Ern pointed out that then let them do just that by asking what the others thought, assuming they were unanimous with him. The man realized that they were called the 5 major elixir producers for a reason. He was sure he could not undermine their solidarity. One of the major players was at odds with the healthcare center company, causing the leader to sink in shock at this turn of events. The man pointed out that this does not mean that he will unconditionally pay him, because first he has to find out the exact amount of compensation by asking how much Earn wants to receive. It was impossible by the eye of providence to determine the damage they would suffer during the suspension of trade. If Earn says it's too high, they'll just say they're ready to suspend operations, and if it's too low, they'll catch him by the tail. The big players in this case may take this one like they can't help it screaming in pain. In fact, their mouths will stretch into a smile, and they will inwardly cheer. Earn didn't want to let that happen, and so he decided to think for a while before naming the amount to the big merchants. The guy told the merchants that he had saved up something, and the problem wasn't that he couldn't sell the elixirs at all. Earn said that his reputation had been damaged because they had branded him as a seller of low-quality goods, and just the thought of it made him furious. The guy reported that he couldn't get rid of the oppressive feeling of anger if they didn't end up getting punished. Sellers asked the guy what he was ultimately going to do. Earn knew that each major company's monthly income would be different for him. It would be foolish for him to offer a settlement in such a situation. The guy said he would only agree to settle with 3 companies, and the other 2 would be penalized. One company had already refused to settle with Earn, so they had to eliminate one of the remaining 4 companies. Earn stated that he was starting an auction for the amount of the settlement and the remaining companies, indicating that the lowest bidder would receive a card to suspend trading for 30 days. The merchants were outraged and asked the MC if this was acceptable. Mayam realized that with the authority of the clan master, he could press the stop button and end the dispute, but if he intervened, he would be in a more difficult situation. Miam replied that there was no problem. Because the method of agreement is left to the discretion of the applicant, he decided to be a mere observer in this dispute. Earn asked, hearing what the MC said, suggesting that in that case, they could start their auction since they are all busy people. The guy asked who would make the first bet. Since a cartel is a group that has banded together only for profit, they can stick knives in each other's backs for profit. Seeing the initial bets, Earn was pleased, thinking that they would continue to raise them. The bets had already risen to 9,000 coins. It seemed to the guy that they were slowly approaching the estimated amount of damage that would be caused by the suspension of trading. The upward trend was powerful. One of the bidders called Monk Malco an unscrupulous man. The other suggested that they all end the auction by raising the bid to 10,000. The leader pointed out that they wanted only him to suspend the activity, but it was not acceptable to him. The other pointed out that he was a hermit monk, not understanding why he was so greedy. The selfless life of not having any property was the life of a monk. The man pointed out that since property sucks for them, let them give it to him, because there is no merchant who doesn't know what greed is. A man pointed out that a healer should first and foremost think about saving lives, and a colleague replied that this is coming from a merchant who fills his stomach at the expense of the faithful. Earn was curious to watch them, because even if there was only a small crack in the cartel, it could be called a success. But what he saw was the cartel shattering into small pieces. One of the merchants said he was making a bid of 10,000, asking if everyone else was happy. The second asked that by making such a bet, he wanted all other companies to pass away and cease to exist. The third asked why the old man decided to raise the bet to net 1,010 coins. He replied that he didn't want to be last. The trader pointed out that this is all madness. He decided to refuse to raise the rate longer, because if this continues to go on, the skin is not worth it. He decided to simply suspend trading for 1 month. Mayam pointed out that in such a case, the decision was made, and the exchanges that refused to participate further in the auction suspend their activities for a month. Suddenly, the Great Mountain Healthcare Center made a bid of 12,000 coins. The traders did not understand why he suddenly decided to make a bet, because it was ready to suspend trading. Leader responded, came to the conclusion that it would be the right decision. The man stated that he could not think of his monthly income so lightly, bearing in mind that the position of their retail outlet would fall heavily during the downtime. Considering the time and cost of recovery, he decided to go for a settlement. One of the merchants realized that in that case, he would be the one who would have to suspend trading, asking Earn that the healthcare center Great Mountain could also participate in the auction. Earn replied that it wouldn't make any difference if they wanted to trade, then let them bid higher. The man realized that when the amount exceeded 9,000, he was already at a loss, but 6 was definitely too much for him. Watching what was happening, Earn assumed that a decision had been made and their auction was nearing completion. Miam said that in such a case, the Body Care Center, Great Fortune, and Heavenly River Clinic will be suspended from trading for 30 days. The two exchanges will be banned from all channels over the next month and should have paid special attention to future trades, as penalties will become more severe as disciplinary actions accumulate. Earn said that those who were supposed to go out were out, and those who should be paid should pay him. After the guy received 10,000 coins from the Cheongjin Taoist Temple, 10,010 coins from the North Star Healthcare Center, and 12,000 coins from the Great Mountain Healthcare Center. The merchant told the guy that he had made a big mistake by contacting them. He would remember Anna's name for a long time. The guy decided to give them one piece of advice that he realized from the situation. The guy said that if they have time for silly antics, it would be better spent on improving the quality of the goods, asking who said so, because that's the attitude of a real merchant. After that, all the big merchants left the place furious that the guy managed to rip them off. Noticing how they all left lightning fast, Earn realized that they weren't the least bit ashamed of their act, assuming they had tasted the bitter taste of defeat. Earn realized that he, too, should already walk from this chat room and get on with his business. Unexpectedly, Mayam asked the guy to stay with him for a while and talk a bit about what had happened. Earn didn't understand why the MC suddenly suggested he talk to him. He found it very suspicious. The boy assumed that Mayam had managed to find out that providing coins legally was a privilege, but Earn thought it was simply impossible to find out. Earn checked the data aspect before rolling a complaint against the Big Five, just as he couldn't verify the MC's information with his top-class epiphany. Miam pointed out that the guy is a rich zero-system man, asking if he has a lot of coins and why he would mess around with the elixir industry. MK couldn't see Earn's data, which had been altered to information asymmetry. Earn realized that in that case, the topic of conversation had to be related to the disclosure of the exchange report. He had no choice but to avoid mentioning the Epiphany Ocean and look around carefully. The guy indicated that he was willing to listen to MK Miam, asked if Earn knew that he was being condescending to him. The guy replied that he was comfortable with it. In that case, the elf decided to ask him a direct question. Miam asked the lad that he was Mr. Auditor, adding that it was useless for him to pretend as if he knew nothing, for he was very shrewd. The elf added that although he had made a decision to take care of the convenience of the exchanges entering the local trading points, he was very conscious and moderate in his actions, asking if one manager would eat a lot. After Miam asked the guy, thinking he was an auditor, whether he would report the incident to his superiors, Earn didn't understand what it all meant. Rolling over the words, auditor, manager, supervisor report in his head, Earn realized something, assuming that he smelled the scent of profit. The guy reported that Miami got caught because, in any case, the channel masters have good taste. It was a stunning chance that Earn decided to take. Earn realized that a crisis was an opportunity, and there was no more appropriate expression for the situation. The guy managed to win a confrontation with the top 5 producers of the first system, and the MC mistook him for an auditor. Earn was actually a little hesitant about whether he should file a complaint, because the maximum level privileges he was granted were like luck. The guy was always worried that the VIP privileges could be taken away from him at any moment. If he sent a useless complaint, he could start doubting the MC's doubts about his privileges. He was haunted by anxious thoughts. Earn realized that it was foolish to refuse honey for fear of being stung by a bee. He lay in bed and thought about what had happened. He had closed all his debts a little more, and he would have 30,000 coins. The guy managed to earn the Stilgard family's annual profit overnight, comparing it to a spoonful of honey. Once the easy money came to him, the guy decided to put something. He got a lot of messages from other users of the system. As soon as he posted an advertisement about the desire to purchase methods of increasing the inner nurturing techniques, he was flooded with messages. Afterwards, the guy realized that things weren't going his way without understanding where the nonsense came from. Earn assumed he should have changed his profile to the first system first, and then posted the request. He didn't know if those people would see him as a simpleton when it says he's from System 0. The guy said it wouldn't go on like this and decided to find what he needed. Earn punched in a search for the technique of internal cultivation first class without restriction in the search, specifying a price of less than 10,000 coins. Even though he had easy money, it didn't mean Earn should spend it left and right. Even if Earn absorbs QE energy at a certain point, the amount of energy absorbed is still not the same as before, and no matter what he does, his combat skills do not increase. Earn had reached the saturation phase. His inner strength had reached the maximum that the 8-star heavenly cultivation technique could hold. It was possible to increase the level of achievements and nurture internal QI energy, but the first-class wall wasn't malleable enough to be climbed and explored immediately. The only way was to think leisurely practice and move forward slowly but steadily, so it was before the dimension deals. Something that could save people a lot of time, and that was the beauty of the measurement deals, provided there was enough money. Earn decided to check the selected techniques with a professional by sending the file to Seok-hyun, who replied that the techniques he had selected were very good, and the achievement was also high. Seok-hyun advised to remove magic techniques from the list. Earn asked that they should be removed because of the extraction, and the interlocutor said that the more evil the energy, the more loss in the purification process. The man added that this was also an important reason, but the big problem was that if Earn absorbed magic power, his abilities were reduced. The guy asked that the deeper one delves into magic, the harder it is to master martial arts. Seok-hyun said that's exactly what happens. The principle was the same as the difficulty in purifying water that had become cloudy from the ink. Seok-hyun said that times have changed, and since trade between dimensions became active in the past, choices and opportunities were limited. But now there is an era when everyone can learn and master martial arts. The perception from this changed greatly, asking that Earn needs to learn magical techniques with obvious weaknesses. Seok-hyun explained that the amount of mana is also decreasing, so there is more of a limitation in improving achievements. Earn responded that he understood his advice. The man pointed out that if he wanted to reach a high level, then he should empower himself with pure martial arts. The guy, after listening to all the advice, realized that in this case, he had no need to buy magic techniques. He decided to change the search list. Earn suggested that it would be fun to hit someone with lightning instead of aura, but if a simple knight started throwing lightning, he would attract the attention of the entire continent, even if it was a magical swordsman. The fact that 8-star martial arts were displayed on the same page as 7-star martial arts meant that his limit was extremely low. The guy realized that he had to choose one of the two Northern Lights technique, the secret art of the forgotten Chongjin clan, or the method of increasing extreme intelligence. Earn decided to keep his choice on the spiritual technique of the Yang method of increasing extreme intelligence. Seok-hyun asked why Earn made that choice. The guy asked what he was talking about. Seok-hyun said it was nothing, but if he were in his shoes, he would have made the opposite choice. Seok-hyun explained that the Northern Lights technique was the essence of the purest martial art. The guy asked that it was bigger than his existing heavenly cultivation technique. Interlocutor gave a positive answer, indicating that in terms of numbers, it was much higher. The man added that the heavenly cultivation technique was known for its quick gains and gentleness, but if he looked closely, he would realize that it was only a common technique of the Heavenly Sword Castle sect. Earn replied that there was some truth in what he said, and then he began to doubt his choice a little. After a little thought, Earn decided to choose the spiritual Yang. The description said that secret records would be sent as an additional service. Seok-hyun pointed out that if he chose her because of the secret records, he could give them to Ernu. They were in the library, so he could take responsibility and copy them after sending them to Ernu. The guy was surprised that Seok-hyun could get him the secret records of the Northern Lights technique. Earn realized that under this condition, the Northern Lights technique was much more advantageous than the second technique. Spiritual Yang technique. Method of enhancing extreme intelligence. Having chosen this path, he would even be able to look towards the highest point of darkness of Earth energy if the price was the same. Earn decided to choose the option that would benefit him more. The guy didn't understand why that nasty man was acting so strangely, knowing that he would never try so hard for him. Earn asked Seok-hyun if he knew what his character was like, saying that if he had made up his mind, he would follow through with it, and the man said he knew it better than anyone. The guy pointed out that if he didn't want Seok-hyun's profit share to be cut in half, then let him quickly answer his question while he was in a good mood by asking why he was so desperate to recommend the Northern Lights technique to him. Suddenly, Seok-hyun knelt down and begged the guy for forgiveness and mercy for him. Earn didn't understand what had happened. Earn asked why he started acting like this, asking if someone had told him that he was sending Seok-hyun to another world. The guy assured me he wasn't going to do it to him since they signed him to a contract. Seok-hyun said he was speaking figuratively, using the analogy that surviving is not living. The man told the boy that if he helped him just once, Seok-hyun would be devoted to him with all his heart for the rest of his existence. Seok-hyun asked Earn to give him back the heavenly cultivation technique. The guy was surprised at such a request. Moram was a warped world that is crazy about martial arts and dumpling seller Choi and beggar Kim and boys with ruddy cheeks. Each of them had at least one or two low-level talents. Such was the life of a first-rate warrior, maybe. Seok-hyun didn't understand how he could be in such a world when he was suddenly a newcomer. Without any words, it was obvious that Seo-hyun was a defenseless victim among strong predators. Seo-hyun said that he had no excuses if he made one wrong move. His wife would beat him to death. The guy understood Seok's situation. Earn asked that if he retrieved this technique, his status would drop, not understanding why he should suffer such a loss. The man replied that it was because of this that he recommended the Northern Lights technique, which was similar to the Heavenly Cultivation technique and had the same direction. Seok-hyun pointed out that despite any losses, he guaranteed him that Earn would be able to cover them quickly. The boy pondered his words. The man added that when he provided him with the secret records, Earn would be able to reach an even higher level. The guy realized his words were true, but if it was appetizing for a quick bite, he didn't have to obediently follow the man. After a moment's thought, Earn decided to risk telling Seok-hyun that he didn't know what was going on inside him. The guy hadn't known him longer than he thought, asking that he too was feeling some inner discomfort right now. Earn meant that it was hard to pretend to be vulnerable to someone from a lower system. Seok-hyun was shocked to hear the words. The guy asked what the man was waiting for the moment he let his guard down to get back at him for everything. Seok-hyun tells the guy that it's not like that, adding that he's wrong because he knows exactly what will happen if he misbehaves. Earn indicated that he had asked this just in case, but now he assumed that his guess was correct. The interlocutor replied that there had been a misunderstanding, for he had been sincere and honest with him. The guy replied that it was an expected reaction, choosing to pretend he hadn't heard. Seok-hyun was grateful for it. Earn wondered what was the right thing for him to do in such a case. He suggested he do something differently. Seok-hyun was also engaged in the exchange, then should not appeal to his emotions, but only observe the basics. The man did not understand what Earn was getting at. Earn pointed out that if a heavenly cultivation technique had 8 stars, then it was worth around 6 coins. Then he should start the conversation by setting a minimum price. If Seok-hyun wanted to regain the technique of cultivating internal energy, he should come to Earn with a worthwhile proposal and give him a day to think about it. Earn said that the interlocutor must have expected such a thing. When he said he would be truly devoted to him, Seok-hyun was shocked by such a request from the guy. Meanwhile, at the Albrecht family residence, the second captain brought the head of the family a note left by Kunz Albrecht. The head of the family asked why his son had run away from home. Derek replied that it was too presumptuous. He wasn't sure the young lord had done the right thing in leaving his home. Marquis Dorian Albrecht indicated that this letter was accurately written by the hand of his son. He was confused by such news. Derek replied that just because this letter is handwritten by Kunz Albrecht does not mean that Marquis Dorian can believe everything that is written in it. Marquis asked how much his son was threatened for writing this letter. Dorian pointed out that his eldest son was too greedy to pick up and drop everything, considering he had talent. Derek replied that if the boy had really run away, he must have left some trace behind him, but there were no eyewitnesses who had seen him, and no one or servants had noticed him preparing for the train that day. Marquis Dorian Albrecht asked the second captain what he believed his son had been aided or abducted by someone. Derek replied that perhaps it was a desire for revenge against the Marquis or his son. The Marquis asked Derek what he meant. The second captain wondered how to properly convey the thought to his master. Derek reported that 4 days ago at the arcade, Marquis Dorian Albrecht had interrupted him by asking if he even had a brain or if his head was just for decoration. Marcus understood why their knights were judged to be a meaningless band of spendthrifts by asking if they had any dignity, by asking if they wanted to hurt anyone, then why bother going to the Steel Guards in the first place? The second captain asked the Lord for forgiveness. Dorian asked him angrily why he was even paying money to the Night Squad. Dorian pointed out that if they are evaluating someone, it is not necessary to clash with them, because if they continue to behave like this, they will ruin everything by saying that their Night Squad is about to be at the bottom. The Marquis asked that the youngest of the Stilgard family was a surprise. Derek confirmed his words, saying that he was completely different from what was said about him in the report received. The second captain suggested that Earn might be the true successor to Rebahan. Marquis asked what he said about a heart of steel protecting Navarro at the time. If they didn't keep supplying, there was cardiac arrest. Dorian realized that through actions, this heart of steel was still beating. Derek was in agreement with the Lord's words. Marquis realized that in any case, it was very strange that Steelguard appeared in Arcadia. He thought about it. A little afterward, he pointed out to the second captain that he had overreacted a little when he said it might have been revenge, since Stilgard had no reason to harm his son. The second captain replied that if that was the case, the situation that had occurred was too sudden. Derek pointed out that the cold stare Ern cast then was frightening, though their knights may have insulted Stilgard, but as soon as he left, young Mr. Kuntz was gone. The second captain was sure that there was definitely some connection here. He thought there was good reason to investigate this theory. Marquis Dorian realized that Derek is not resting and gave him permission to investigate, because he had to do anything to find his son. Dorian ordered the second captain not to take any rash action on this because the enemy was Stilgard. Derek said he was putting his life on the line to get to the truth. In the rush of the night, Seok-hyun realized that he was doing something really crazy, but in any case, it had been a long time since the situation had become irreversible, realizing that he was going to die sooner or later. As he continued to run, he started to get out of breath, but he knew he was doing the right thing, so he kept running. Ern laughed at what was happening, although he realized that he couldn't do that in this situation. He couldn't help himself when he looked at this picture. The Heavenly Sword of the Lost Soul. In the Fifth World, Miram was one of the top 3 sword techniques, the martial art of ascension, containing the secret of reaching the highest peak. If one were to succeed in this technique, one would not be inferior to the great sword masters. The guy realized that the official #1 technique that had brought the Heavenly Sword Castle to its current position was in his hands, now a sword-wielding martial art that even in the Fifth World of Miram, even infants know about. Seok-hyun stated that he really put his life on the line by choosing this technique. Ern replied that it wasn't bad. He estimated it at 5,000 coins. They were chatting with Seok-hyun. The man replied that this technique is worth a lot more because it's an item he can't find anywhere else. The guy realized that he was right in the first place. Such a thing is not for sale. If you get a chance to acquire such a thing, then whatever the price is, it is worth it. Ern reported that in any case, he had done a good job of proving to him that he was speaking sincerely about being loyal to him. The celestial cultivation technique had already been retrieved, and Ern would deliver it to Seok-hyun as soon as he received the Northern Lights technique. The man replied that he would be done by tomorrow night. Ern replied that it was very good, asking then to contact him. Then he logged out of their chat. The guy assumed that Seok-hyun was in a hurry since he was doing so many reckless things, and this was completely different from the situation of rewriting the chaos cultivation technique. After Ern finished his preparations for the next case and was ready to get down to basics, he would buy the Northern Lights technique and wanted to absorb it. The guy managed to earn the achievement as a bonus reward was 50,000 coins after the settlement money auction felt more and more relaxed. The 7-star. Northern Lights technique was 1 level higher than the 8-star Heavenly Cultivation technique. If he overestimated himself again, he might fall ill for a long time. Ern possessed the method of cultivating inner strength, so the QI energy of the lower abdomen became the 5th wheel in the body. For a while, he should only rely on the mana of the heart, realizing that he needed to spend a few days peacefully. Suddenly, Michael Ern approached the guy and asked him what happened, because he was in the carriage and did not see anything. The knight informed the young lord that they would soon be in place in Theros. Ern replied that he and Havis would go straight to the academy, and he and the knights would go to the inn and get some rest. Michael agreed with him. Left alone, the guy decided to finish as soon as possible with absorbing the new equipment he had bought. The carriage arrived at the Royal Knight Academy. Ern realized he hadn't been here for a full 15 years. Havis stated that it was a very grand appearance for an academy he expected from the academy, from whose walls Rebahan Steelguard emerged. Ern asked the assistant that this was the first time he had been here, and Davis answered positively, saying that he had wanted to come here once before, but that he had to go somewhere else. Havis said that thanks to Ern, he had made it here, which he was very happy about. Ern asked how he was doing, because if he compared it to the Imperial Academy, he looked at him suspiciously. Havis thought that the Imperial Academy was not as imposing as this one, because in the first place, it differed greatly in scale. The aide excused himself by saying that it was just a casual comparison, and he sincerely thought the Royal Academy was majestic. Havis added that it was because of this place that the not great Navarro Empire was considered a knightly power. Symbolically, this nuance meant much more than the Academy as a whole. Ern replied that Havis was far from being a spy, for he spoke so well that the man was surprised at such words of Mr. Havis, who was curious to know where the admissions office was. Entering one of the offices, Havis asked the man that the admissions office was here. The man responded positively by asking for their letters of recommendation. Noticing the seal, the man from the admissions office was very surprised to ask what they and the Stilgard residents were saying, that it was a great honor for them. The man reported that he had taken applications from their two older brothers, indicating that he recognized them at first sight, and the boys knew he was lying to them because he had never looked at them. A member of the admissions committee asked how Earl was doing now and if Earn had any accomplishments during that time. Earn's father was one of the masters representing Navarro, however. Despite his remarkable achievement of heroic rank, he was always compared to his grandfather, who had reached the mythical rank and was judged as not living up to expectations. Earn constantly wondered the same thing, wondering if he should at least rise to the legendary rank, without realizing what about Earn himself and his brothers then. The guy realized that let alone the heroic rank, he and his brothers couldn't even reach the awakened rank. The man apologized for the unacceptable tactlessness of informing him that Earn would be enrolled on the basis of a letter of recommendation. The commissioner said that if they go to the next building, there will be a small training area there. Havis asked about the training area. Havis was sure that the entrance exam had ended a month ago, indicating that the Stilgardum family was eligible for special selection. The man replied that it was just an entrance test. Their academy did not grant special privileges. Despite being from a powerful family, Earn asked that special selection was not a privilege. The entrance committee would consider this as a simplification of the process because the members of the Steelguard family couldn't fail the entrance exam, but the group assignment was no exception. Havis asked what kind of test there would be. He was eager to learn more about it. Instructor Circle reported that the first test would be to leave a palm print on the back of the stone wall. Circle explained that Earn shouldn't strike, but only feel like pushing through the stone, asking him not to think about showing off his strength because the instructor wanted to see overall mana control. The instructor stated that if a guy doesn't want to get the lowest score, he should try harder. The guy asked the instructor what wall he needed to push up to get the highest score. Circle was surprised by this question, because usually children of famous families only wrinkle their faces when they hear that they are addressed in the first name, and Earn's brothers were just like everyone else. The instructor realized they had an interesting specimen at their academy and replied to the guy that he couldn't clearly delineate the boundary, asking him to just show as much as he could at most. Earn remembered that in his previous life, he didn't know what the test meant, but now things were different. Depth was the outlet of his mana. Brightness was the control of his mana. He reached out to touch the wall. The guy noticed that all the prints here didn't look good, but he noticed only one good one and was curious to know who left it. Earn assumed that among the entrants was the one he had heard rumors about. Instructor Circle asked the guy why he was looking at the wall, asking him to proceed. Earn responded positively. Havis looked at the young gentleman and assumed that he was worried, but with his abilities, it would be easy to accomplish this task. Earn touched the wall as the ordeal demanded. The men looked at the boy, who exhaled heavily. Then the guy used all his mana power to leave his handprint on this wall. The instructor was surprised, being not sure if this guy was definitely from the Steelguard family. Earn left an even neither blurred nor deep nor superficial handprint. Circle stated to Earn that he received 5 points for this test. The guy asked, "What is the highest score?" The instructor replied that he got 5 points out of the maximum 10. Havis was surprised at this and didn't know what to say to such a thing to his young master. He stared at his imprint in silence. After they started fencing, the instructor noticed that Earn had a strange fencing technique, because without talent, he tried to look like an ace in the eyes of others. Circle realized that the future of the Steel Guards was not as cloudless as it seemed at first glance, after he informed the boy that that was enough. Turning to 73rd Cadet Earn Steel Guard, the instructor wanted to tell him the result. The guy looked at him. The instructor said that this guy's mana control was ordinary. Sword skills were also ordinary, indicating that it was middle class. Havis asked Earn what middle class means, because it means that the plan he was talking about yesterday is off the table. Earn had previously said he would be graduating early from the academy in 2 years. Earn replied that Havis had reported to the Empire that he had approximately rank 7 and needed to match that information first. Havis pointed out to the young gentleman that he was brilliant. If he had been in his place, he would have long since snapped in indignation, asking until when he was going to hide his abilities. Earn replied that he would hide them until he was sure he could handle the Empire. Havis was surprised at such words. Havis made sure that these breakdowns of the guy weren't like idle chatter, realizing that Earn's potential was no less than Rebahan's. Harvest Duracle suggested that it was possible that the Steel Guards could once again bind the Empire together. Earn asked why his assistant had such a distrustful expression on his face. Havis replied that it was nothing of the sort, adding that at that age it was characteristic of the heart to beat frantically in anticipation of new accomplishments. The guy said he'd have to work for the next 2 years without any respite. Ern asked Harvest Duracle to report constantly on the state of the Empire and the position of the Steel Guards, asking him to disguise himself as Yulaf to hold strongholds around the Steel Guard holdings. If he does well, he will be free from his forced life of loneliness in 2 years' time. Havas replied that he can be relied upon. Ern replied that in that case, he would look forward to it. He was pleased with his subordinate's attitude. After the guy gave him the money saying that he could have a good rest with the members of the night squad and carefully return back, Havas asked that Ern would not go with them because the admission ceremony would be the day after tomorrow. Ern replied that he couldn't waste time on mere amusements without end, adding that he needed to cut the semester in half. Havas replied that everyone would be very upset by this outcome. Ern pointed out that they weren't breaking up for good anyway, asking them to just ignore him and enjoy a well-deserved vacation. Harvest Duracle thanked the young gentleman for the award, wishing him much success, so that he would always be in good health. Saying goodbye to his assistant, Ern realized that he had made all the preparations he was capable of right now, and now he had to prepare for the collapse of the family that would begin in 2 years. Ern was once again walking the path of a cadet within the walls of the Theros Knight Academy, determined to do his best. The boy stood and looked at the Academy's emblem, realizing that this time everything would be different than in his previous life. The semester started the day after the admission ceremony. At the same time, the Academy's curriculum called the Hell Race began. Dmitri Tolobryman's son, a Viscount. Tolobryman asked Ern if he had heard that the first class was a negotiated duel against each other. The guy said it was a so-called internal ranking battle. Ern replied that he knew about it. Ern was really pissed off about this in his past life because being in the lower class, he was on the lower level. Dmitri asked, "What about the internal ranking is not an indicator of uniqueness of the Theros Academy. All cadets had the right to apply for a duel with any other student. And if you win 2 victories, you can change the place in the ranking." Ern realized that he didn't remember Dmitri Tolobryman from his past life and was curious to know a little more about the annoying guy. A young guy and Stilgardov didn't want to get close to him, but for 2 days, he kept up with him. Ern realized he'd screwed up his choice of roommate, deciding that the instructor's appearance would silence Dmitri. Suddenly, Instructor Circle entered the classroom and asked why it was so noisy. He asked everyone to quickly take their seats. The students of the academy were surprised at this sudden appearance of the instructor and decided to follow his instruction. Circle said that he would henceforth be in charge of their class, adding that they would learn about him during their training. The instructor suggested that we start with a duel, explaining that the format is a full tournament in which the entire class participates and the opponents will be determined by drawing lots. Circle asked students not to think that the purpose of the bout is to scout the environment. If they are eliminated in the first round, they are guaranteed to drop lower in the rankings. The instructor asked if everyone understood. All the audience stated that they understood. Circle directed everyone to gather in the training area. Later, the guys started bouts for the fight in the academy rankings. One of the guys managed to defeat his opponent. The instructor reported that Holland won this fight, stating that the next ones would be numbers 33 and 34. Franz's overall score was above average, but in terms of swordsmanship, he was so good that he could safely stand in line with the higher levels and Ern would fight against him. The instructor assumed that Ern was at an intermediate level, no more and no less, realizing that Franz's abilities would be quite sufficient to move up to a higher class. Circle knew that the hero's family was on the lower middle class level, assuming that they were about to witness an extremely pathetic spectacle. The guys were facing each other, preparing to engage in battle. The instructor calmly watched them. The instructor was sure that his judgment could not be faulted. He had watched these guys fight. Franz struck the first blow at his opponent. Ern managed to block his opponent's blow with his sword in time. The instructor noticed that Ern was good at blocking strong enemy attacks, but had trouble finding gaps in the defense to counterattack. Ern realized that it was a fiasco. He could not imagine that in the middle class would be such a frame. He was not just weak, but nothing at all. Ern pretended that he was difficult. Even pretending that they were on the same level with him, the matter was not easy for Ern. He had to accidentally defeat him in a way that didn't look awkward. Franz called his opponent a stubborn man swinging. He offered to repel this strongest blow. Ern realized that this was his chance to win. Ern dodged his attack. Franz didn't understand how his opponent managed to dodge his quick attack. Ern then managed to quickly make an attack on his opponent's leg, thereby knocking him down. The instructor was surprised at such a clean attack by the guy, realizing that it was pretty good, realizing that this guy was aiming for something more. Franz fell to the floor, clutching his leg where the powerful blow had struck. Ern was sure it was his weakest blow, for he had not invested a drop of mana in it. The instructor reported that this fight was won by Ern. Rising phrasen indicated that it was not over yet. Ern didn't care about his threats because the 6th grader had told the 1st grader that he would still see who was who. The lower class was too annoying, as the low-status students keep challenging Ern, decided to just stick in the middle. Ern was enough to win the 2nd round, and in that case, the 3rd round could be abandoned. He was curious who would be the next dueling pair. Next up was Baran Darius versus Dimitri Tolabriman Ernu, had an obvious outcome to this fight. With a deft move, Baran Darius threw a punch at his opponent, who awkwardly blocked his punch. After a few punches, the instructor said that Barandan won this fight, but the guy heard this and continued beating Dimitri Tolabriman. Suddenly, an instructor intervened to stop the bullying of the weak guy. The instructor angrily asked Barandan that he found his words amusing, not understanding why he continued beating his opponent. Barandan apologized to Circle for being agitated and not hearing his words. Circle pointed out that this was a training match and not a final fight, giving him a first and last warning. The guy took note of it. The instructor advised Dimitri to go to the hospital and get some rest. Barandan left the field of fight satisfied. Walking up to Ern, he asked him to relax and not worry about his friend so much, stating that it would be over for him in one blow. Leaving, Barandan assumed that Ern had pissed his pants at his words, and that's why he was silent. Ern looked at the beaten Dimitri. Ern suddenly remembered the past after seeing Dimitri fight and felt sorry for the guy. The guy looking at Dimitri saw himself from a past life, who was angry at his own incompetence. Ern decided to do something not for his roommate, calling his act a payment for making him remember a moment he wanted to forget. Today, Ern decided to give Barandan a good thrashing for his unjust deed. He looked at Barandan with a stern look. The 2nd round was announced by the instructors, in which Ern Stilgard fought against Barandan Darius. Ern managed to dodge his opponent's attacks. Ern managed to seize the moment to inflict his attacks on him, which were a surprise to his opponent. Barandan stated that it pisses him off Ern. He was striking his opponent, amused. Barandan asked that for him, dueling is child's play. Striking, Barandan wondered to what extent Ern's tricks would work on him. Suddenly, Ern struck back at him. Those around him were surprised at this outcome of events. Barandan clutched his stomach where Ern had hit him. Ern asked that he should have waited for his opponent to finish his sentence, pointing out that when he opened up, he unknowingly lunged. The instructor was shocked, assuming that his vision had been deceived, and didn't understand how the average Ern had defeated the top-ranked Barandan. Circle didn't know if it was a victory of resilience after a fierce fight, but from the outside, it looked like he was just having fun with him. The instructor reported that Ern Barandan had won this fight and asked him to wait, stating that he could still continue this fight. Barandan shouted orders to Ern to fight him properly without using his cheap tricks. The defeated man informed the instructor that he was applying for a duel. Ern was surprised at this persistence of Barandan. The instructor replied that no duel in the middle of the tournament was out of the question, and that it was impossible to challenge the same person to a duel 2 times in a row. Barandan could not apply until next week at the earliest. Barandan asked the guy that his name was Ern, and how dare he even lower him in the rankings, stating that in a week they would see who would have the last laugh. Ern was surprised at his words, assuming that everyone would just watch it as long as they liked. The boy claimed to be the son of Count Darius Baran Darius, telling Ern to memorize his name properly, for he was intent on revenge. The instructor laughed at this guy's loud bids Baran, asking why he was laughing, assuming Circle was mocking his family. Circle replied negatively, adding that in no way did he mean to do so, asking how he could raise the Count's family to laughter. The instructor explained that he just thought it was funny that Darius was trying to elevate himself at the expense of the Stilgard family. Barandan was surprised by his words. The people around him were surprised that Ern was from the Stilgard family who possessed a heart of steel, although this family was also an Earl family, but unlike the Darius family, it was on another level altogether. Baranda asked the guy that he was from the Stilgard family, not understanding why he didn't say so from the beginning. Ern answered the boy that he hadn't asked him about it at all. He was pleased that he had made Barandan experience the awkwardness of his actions. A little later, Ern noticed that his neighbor had gone somewhere else, assuming that losing in the first round was good motivation for Dimitri, although Ern thought he was just an annoying guy who talked too much. Ern realized that Dimitri was much better than he was in his previous life, for after he got the last place in the lowest class, he cried for 3 days. The guy realized that he too needed to move out slowly, asking Sari to eat that shield and sit in his room quietly, ordering her not to eat anything else, adding that he would be back soon to play with her. The first day of the academy, cadets' first day, began with a climb up a rocky mountain. This training was also called the Hell Race because of the fog-covered peak and steep slope. Quickly ascending, could not believe that the ascent was always so easy on this mountain. He did not sweat a bit. He felt that he was running on the plane, deciding to climb again later. Suddenly, noticed that the guy who had been the opponent in the first round had come out from behind a tree. Tried to remember Franz's name. Franz said he had waited for him here, specifically implying that he wanted to talk to him. Asked why he had waited for him here. Franz told the guy that he had to go somewhere with him for a short while, saying that it was about his friend Dmitri. Replied that he was just his roommate. Franz thought he and Dmitri were friends and was surprised at that answer. Franz reported that Dmitri had been hit by a rockfall and asked to rush to his aid. Replied that if there was an accident, they should call an instructor. The guy replied that one of the students had already gone after him, stating that Dmitri kept calling for help. Did not trust his words, looked at him suspiciously. Franz assumed that if went to him, it would give him strength. The guy realized that by setting Franz a trap, he should have dug deeper. All his words seemed very unconvincing to knew that if he ignored it, they would probably piss him off even more. Franz eyed the guy suspiciously. Looking at Franz, decided that the best solution would be to get rid of everything now, and replied that he was ready to follow him. Later, Franz brought was pleased that he had fallen for his trick, and they had managed to trick him into the wilderness. Barandan indicated that he had done a good job. Dmitri was lying under his leg and unable to move. Was not surprised at this outcome. Fratz said that now was dead because he had told him that they would see who was who. Was calmly looking at what was happening. Barandan asked how he felt when he saw his friend being beaten like a dog. Replied that he was indeed interested in something, stating that he would only ask him one question. The guy asked that something so serious happened yesterday that Barandan decided to stoop to such a thing. Barandan went into a rage when asked what he had just blurted out, stating that had caused him to drop in the rankings yesterday. Guy asked if knew what pissed him off the most about it, adding that he beat him with a primitive punch, and voluntarily withdrew from the next round. Barandan assumed that had decided to avenge his buddy and then wash his hands of him. Replied that Dmitri was not his friend. Angry and not believing his interlocutor, Barandan asked not to make him laugh, saying that yesterday he had fought him out of resentment. Answered them that of course if they gathered in a group of 5, including Barandan, they would feel more confident. Barandan asked how he knew about the 5 men. Asked that it would have been even more surprising if he hadn't known about it, saying that if they had decided to hide, they should have done it more carefully. Advised them to put some effort into it. If they touched it, they couldn't deal with the consequences. Barandan asked what he had decided to intimidate him with his family, stating that everyone had heard about his older brothers who were acquainted with his older brother Erna. Looking at Barandan asked what he thought he even had the right to be called Steel Guard. Remembered that his brother had also attended the academy, but didn't know what he was like now. Barandan said that brother had given him permission to do whatever they wanted with him, because if he was an errand boy or something like that, no one in their family would take care of pointed out that he had beaten him up yesterday, and asking if it would be better for him to lie down in bed. Barandan said that would lie down here now, and ordered the others to beat him up. The guys rushed at but with deft movements he managed to immobilize the opponents who were approaching him. After knocked them all down, the guys didn't expect such strength from their opponent, and therefore couldn't deal with it. Having dealt with his enemies, suggested that a possible place for Rabandan to lie down would be his coffin. Getting angry and striking at the guy indicated him to shut up. He was confident in his abilities. Calmly placed his hand, thereby blocking the blow of his opponent, who intended to avenge him for the past. Barandan was surprised that his opponent managed to block his blow with one hand with the maximum amount of mana. Grabbing Barandan by the fist, shifted him to the side. Then his opponent cried out in pain, realizing that he could no longer strike him. Stating that he could have withstood more mana in his strike, adding that he was a bit disappointed with his strength. Barandan continued to scream in pain. The fellow suffered a slap to his forehead. Rabandan reported using the mani, so the opponent didn't realize what intended to do to him. On receiving the flick, the lad fainted and fell to the ground. Was pleased with his action against the villain. Saw that Dmitri was watching the whole thing, and he stood up, not understanding how had managed to deal with such strong opponents alone. Looking at Dmitri, Ern said that he had seen nothing and ordered him to keep his mouth shut. After a good lesson on the Rocky Mountain, life in middle school became very easy. Dmitri continued to follow Ern everywhere. The only exception to this problem was the level of teaching in the middle class of the academy was completely inadequate to Ern's level. Ern reflected on the fact that he really should have gone to a higher class, realizing that there was little difference between a chicken and a hen. The guy couldn't wait to graduate from the academy as soon as possible, for that he must first recover QE energy. The system informed the guy that the absorption of the celestial radiance technique had been completed. Ern was glad that it was very timely. A little later, in the capital of Navarro, Theros, as in every great city in this great city, light and darkness coexisted, and what Ern desired was on the dark side. The guy realized that in order to get a guaranteed freedom of action in the academy, he just needed to get his hands on one person. For the sake of today, Ern had watched this man countless times. If he only glimpsed him from the back, he could immediately tell that it was him with the same height and gait. Ern realized that without any doubt in front of him was Instructor Circle, who was walking in an unknown direction. The guy, using a human mask and voice-altering pills, suggested that he too should slowly move out to continue following him. Instructor Circle didn't understand until when he should keep doing this, but he had no way to change anything. Turning around suddenly, the man felt the murderous energy that was near him. The instructor noticed an unknown man in the crowd who was following him, and it was from him that this energy was emitted after he quickly disappeared into the crowd. Circle didn't understand how he had disappeared so quickly in such a short period of time, realizing that this unknown man definitely had a look as if he recognized him. The man was wrapped up in foolish premonitions and decided to run away from this place as quickly as possible to avoid bringing trouble on himself. Suddenly, on a deserted street, the instructor encountered the same unknown man who pointed out that the academy instructor, who was supposed to be a role model, was addicted to alcohol and women. Circle was surprised to hear that love between a knight and a waitress was a bit much. He didn't understand how he knew about it. Ern disguised himself as an unknown man and pointed out to the instructor that if the truth came out, he would become the most talked about person in the capital. Circle asked who he was. Unknown asked to call it a fateful meeting in a good place. Circle did not understand such statements. The instructor did not sense any more energies in the vicinity and was curious to know to what extent this unknown person was aware of his personal life and what goals he was pursuing. Circle decided to catch the unknown man and find out everything from him. He tried to strike at him, but his opponent was able to dodge. The instructor realized that this man was not as simple as he seemed, realizing that a protracted fight could be dangerous for him. Applying mana into his strikes, the instructor decided to deal with this unknown. He thought he had managed to hit it as soon as possible. After the dust cleared, the instructor noticed that the man was standing still and was not affected in any way by his blow. He felt his aura. Ern, pretending to be a man, asked the instructor if he was happy with the massive hit, adding that second class is very close to the borderline of first class. The instructor realized that this user was at the level of enveloping his upper body, with aura realizing that he was of the purest first class. Circle asked the unknown man who he was in general, adding that he didn't look like an ordinary passerby, and what business he was following him for. The unidentified man asked the instructor that waitress's name was Sylvia Circle, was surprised that he knew such details. Circle assumed that this unknown male was from the Knight's check squad. The man replied that he wasn't going to embarrass the instructor. The man added that he had come to help keep his secret. The instructor asked what he meant. Suddenly, the men heard the voices of people who had heard them fighting and were about to check what had happened. Ern, in the guise of a man, suggested that the instructor start by going elsewhere without so much as an eye or ear, asking him to follow. Once alone, the man asked that Sylvia was the daughter of the instructor's former lover, Tirkul, replied that they did not have the relationship he thought they did. The unknown man replied that in life there are all sorts of difficulties, but to the instructor, life was especially cruel such sacrifices for the sake of the daughter of his first love with whom he is not even related. The instructor reported that Sylvia was now doing a job she didn't like at all, and when he was near her, she could feel a little relief for a few hours. The interlocutor suggested that Circle had spent a decent amount of money so far, asking if he was going to continue in the same vein, why he didn't immediately shell out a tidy sum to buy her freedom. The instructor replied that with his salary, it was impossible to realize this, saying that the slave traders demanded 10,000 gold pieces. The man asked White Circle didn't just ruin the business of these owners, pointing out that it was a trifling matter for someone with the power of a knight. The instructor asked his interlocutor what he knew of the Black, adding that it was a huge faction that controlled the entire dark side of Theros. Ern, with the guise of a man, replied that he knew about it, adding that the city guards were not in a hurry to deal with them. Circle pointed out that Sylvia worked in a drinking establishment run by this group. He did not know what to do in such a case. Hearing this, Ern was surprised because this situation was different from what he knew. Ern thought the instructor who had ruined his life by falling in love with the waitress, but now it looked like pure love that brought tears to his eyes. Originally, Ern was going to use this trump card as pressure on the instructor, but chose the wrong approach, realizing that it would be better to do him a favor and leave him in an unpaid debt to himself. The instructor was surprised that John Doe was willing to help him. He didn't know how to respond. Ern, being in the guise of a man, kindly offered Instructor Circle to make a deal with him. The instructor asked what he would then have to do in return for his help. The unidentified man asked the caller if he knew Ern. Stillguard Circle replied that he was the responding instructor. The man asked for Ern's cooperation. The instructor assumed that the unknown person was from the Steelguard residence, asking if it was a directive from Master Rabatin. Circulus pointed out that that man wouldn't have done that, adding that whoever sent him in his offer was no good. Ern was surprised to hear that a cadet's accomplishments were also evaluated by the other instructors, and that manipulation by Circle would not affect the overall grade. The unidentified man pointed out to the instructor that he had misunderstood him, stating that there was no need to manipulate the grades because he had asked for attention to his comfort during his stay at the academy. The instructor told John Doe that he was not the first to ask him to do so, pointing out that bribing instructors from powerful families had always been around. Circle stated that he picked the wrong person because there is no such thing as tampering in his vocabulary. The man explained that he didn't need to care about Ern's grades because he had asked to give the boy free rein. Adding that as payment for this, he was willing to rescue his daughter, Sylvia. The instructor was surprised at such an offer. The man pointed out that if Ern got free rein, then Sylvia would also become free. The instructor asked that he wanted to organize her escape. The instructor stated that the Black Mamba is a stubborn group with no idea how Sylvia might have a chance to get away from them. Ern, in the guise of a man, promised that nothing like this would happen. She would not have to leave Theros. Circle pointed out that, nevertheless, tampering with grades is unacceptable. He could not understand exactly what this unknown person was demanding of him. The man reiterated once again that there was no need for that, offering to prove his words to him. The instructor did not understand what his interlocutor was telling him, but suddenly the man informed him that the allotted time was almost up. Suddenly the man's voice changed. Ern decided to take off that mask of a man and show himself in front of the instructor in his own guise. Ern demonstrated his intentions. The instructor had not expected this outcome and was shocked by it. Circle asked that he used magic. He realized that this guy flawlessly controlled the aura. The guy reported that he was originally faster than the others. The instructor, in shock, stated that it was an astounding growth rate. If he was a freshman, he would barely have an aura similar to his level, calling him a genius that would go down in history. The guy asked the instructor how his strength was, asking if he could get Karsum. The instructor continued to be in shock at this situation. Ern didn't understand why in such a case, Circle should fudge the grades. The instructor made sure that there was really no need for it. The guy told the instructor that he had only one request for him, asking him to just skip lessons from time to time, adding that there would be a legitimate reason to do so. The instructor replied that if that was his condition, he could facilitate it on his part. Circle asked the guy why he was hiding his abilities. In addition, he asked how he managed to find out about his daughter Sylvia. The guy replied that if the instructor asked too many questions, he would get insomnia. Ern said that it was not the most important thing to know right now, suggesting that the instructor think hard and give him his answer. The guy once again asked the instructor if he was ready to make a deal with him after knowing everything. A man came to the bandit group and wanted to take Sylvia down. One of the ringleaders looked at him carelessly. The man replied that he had gotten him right. The ringleader asked the girl if she knew the man who wanted to ransom her. The girl remembered the words of the unknown man who came at her father's request to get her out of here. Sylvia replied that the man's name was Flip, and he came to her often. The leader of the group said that it was a very strange name, and Ern, in the guise of a man, agreed with him, for he had said the first thing that came into his head. The man reported that he just forgot about the girl, and then he was immediately visited by such guys. The leader of the group said that he was ready to give the girl for 10,000 gold pieces, and in that case, he would let him take Sylvia. The man put exactly 10,000 gold pieces on the table, as requested by the ringleader, who was surprised. The leader asked that there were such people who could bring so much money to ransom some girl. Earn, in the guise of Flip, said that in that case, he would take Sylvia and leave here. Suddenly, the leader of the group asked him to delay. The man asked if it was okay to leave like that, saying he had to listen to the end of the conversation. Earn replied that he had given him exactly 10,000 gold pieces and asked him if he had any problems about it. The ringleader said that he was doing it to weed out the scumbags and that he was not doing anything at a loss. The ringleader asked at his discretion how much Sylvia could earn their business in a year. The man said that for some ordinary eatery, her earnings would be 8,000 gold, indicating that he could get 12,000 gold for her. The ringleader asked if there was any point in giving up an ace for money that could be recovered in just a year. Earn, in the guise of Flip, asked how much he wanted for Sylvia, in which case, the man replied that she could be used for the next 10 years. The head pointed out that when she was old enough, she would no longer be in demand. Then she could be sent as a concubine to some local rich man, saying that in this case, he could get 20,000 for her. After calculations, the man said that he could earn a total of 140,000 gold pieces from it, indicating that he was ready to sell it for 130 gold pieces. The man looked at Earn and said that he must have the money to pay such a sum for the girl, adding that if he didn't have the money, he should take his change and go away. Earn, in the guise of a man, replied that he too would be generous and give the ringleader another chance. The man stated to the ringleader either he takes the 10,000 or they fight him for Sylvia. The leader of the group didn't know what to say to this stranger's insolent suggestion, asking where he had seen everyone doing only what they liked. Earn, in the form of a man, replied that he knew it would happen this way, and that all those who were involved in the underworld did the same. The man added that, although he was not a kind man either, he felt that the bandits needed to be taught a lesson. Sylvia asked Mr. Flip what he was going to do, pointing out that those people were in the Red Cobra. Earn, in the guise of Flip, asked the girl not to worry, asking her to just stand behind him. The leader of the bandit group, saying that his blood pressure is slowly reaching the limit, ordered the guys to quickly deal with this impudent. Unexpectedly, a swift blow disarmed one of the guards of the head of the bandit group, who at first did not notice what had happened. The people around them were surprised at what happened. Earn managed to shoot a coin at the guard, stating that he was suggesting they just take the 10,000 gold and end this tedious conversation. Earn, in the guise of Flip, asked the faction leader why he was angry. He continued to shoot coins at the opponents that were in the room. The bandit leader noticed that all of his guards had already been neutralized. He didn't understand how this could happen to him. Taking out his dagger, he intended to attack this crazy unknown who had managed to deal with his guards. The ringleader used the Hellfire technique on his enemies, telling the man to go to the underworld. Earn, in the form of a man, made an attack on his opponent. He didn't understand why he couldn't move his arm. He dropped his dagger. Flip asked his opponent who he wanted to attack. With his dark magic, he intended to strike at him with his fist. Earn asked if he should talk to this thug in the language of the underworld. The ringleader asked what he meant. He didn't understand him. Flip said that since he didn't understand him, he needed a good smack to clear his head. Earn, in the guise of a man, reported that man was indeed a complex creature. Crawling away from him, the ringleader asked to stop. The ringleader said he was willing to give him twice as much just to let him live. The man asked what he meant. Cornered, the bandit leader assumed that Flip was the troublemaker who had been sent to him and asked how much he was paid for his demise, promising that if he let him live, he would pay him 3 times as much. Earn, with the appearance of a man, asked what he was really willing to pay him 3 times as much. The leader of the bandit group replied that there was no need to worry because he had a lot of money, saying that he had heard what a weasel he was. The man offered to tell Flip who his customer was, and in that case, he would pay him 4 times as much. Earn asked to let him think about the offer. The bandit leader asked his buddy how he could even contemplate such a thing, saying that he could give him a recommendation to work in their organization. Earn, in the guise of Flip, replied that it was not that. Earn, in the guise of Flip, said that if you multiply 0 by 4, you get 0 anyway, asking if he should have gotten the order first and then come here. The leader of the bandit group was shocked to learn that this man came to him without any order. He did not understand why he then could not agree with him. Flip replied that he had come here to take Sylvia with him. The bandit leader asked if that was really why he had come to him. Earn, in the guise of a man, replied that the bandit should have grabbed the opportunity when he was providing it to him. The man asked him to stop. Flip fired a coin directly into the head of the bandit leader, sending him to the next world. Ern, in the guise of a man, pointed out that Sylvia had witnessed too violent a scene, explaining that when he heard his words, everything boiled inside him. The girl looked at the man in surprise, asking who he was and how he had managed to deal with the bandits alone. Flip replied that he is the man who sent her father's circle. The girl continued to be in a shocked state. Ern, in the guise of a man, reported that he had granted her freedom. He had managed to rescue this girl from slave captivity. Then they went into one of the hotels, and Flip told the man that he wanted to rent the top floor of the hotel and told him to bring the girl dinner and not to go near him until he called him. The man, having received the payment, was satisfied and replied that he would do as he ordered, adding that he would arrange everything so that not even a mouse could get through to them. Flip told Sylvia that he would be in the room across the hall, saying that she shouldn't worry, asking her to just get a good night's rest. She thanked him for saving her and said good night. Ern erased all traces with fish and acid, and they got out of there unnoticed, realizing that at least this night they would not be threatened. After that, the guy in the guise of a man decided to go into his room and mind his own business, because he was not to be disturbed by anyone. Encountering Circle's aura, a sending method by which Ern channeled chi energy into the gold coins and the footwork technique of 1,000 dimensions, used it to reach the inn. As Ern unleashed his skills without any concealment, he realized how he needed a foundation to comprehend the Northern Lights technique, realizing that he needed to understand the basics of the techniques for further. In the morning, the guy came to his senses, realizing that he had managed to pull together all the scattered strands of techniques, clearing the space by removing weeds and sowing the seeds of Northern Lights, techniques of having 7 stars. Now all of his past actions had finally begun to bear fruit, the special rank that Emperor-founder Fei Wei had attained at the age of 17. Ern managed to achieve this at the age of 16. The system reported that the perpetual record had been renewed. Thunder Sword. The hilt of this sword was made of wood, struck by lightning, and the blade was made of forged iron, smelted in a 1,000-year-old thunder shaft with lightning embedded inside, so it emitted electricity magic even in normal times. The electrical energy could be amplified by introducing internal force. Ern thought that with such characteristics, this sword could be considered magical. After doing a lot of shopping, the guy realized he hadn't shopped like that in a long time, buying cast iron ghost bullets for eating sari. The way of domination is a sublime dignity, and laws adapted to the rank of awakening. Ern assumed that the purchase of the distortion technique was impulsive, but he figured he could use it because messing around with human skin was a bit difficult. After that, the guy decided to test the effectiveness of the new purchase. He couldn't wait to start testing. Waking up in the hotel, a familiar voice knocked on Sylvia's door. The girl opened the door and saw an unfamiliar guy standing there looking at her angrily. Sylvia tried to close the front door to her room, but the guy put his foot down, making it impossible to completely close the door. The guy pointed out that it was him, Flip. Ern, in the guise of a guy, indicated that he was Flip, and this was his real face, and yesterday he had used reincarnation magic and couldn't allow himself to be exposed. Sylvia apologized. He thought it was someone from the Red Cobra. The guy asked the girl why she looked so tired. Assuming that she couldn't sleep, the girl replied that she was very anxious and didn't sleep a wink during the night. Flip pointed out that in that case, she should have come to his room. Sylvia pointed out that he had asked her not to approach him. The guy replied that those words were addressed to the owner of that hotel. The guy handed her a bucket of sewing supplies and told her she couldn't walk around town like that either. Ern, in the guise of Flip, suggested that the girl change her appearance for starters. Sylvia was surprised at such a suggestion. Suddenly, Circle burst into the room and, noticing the strangers, assumed he was in the wrong room and apologized for his visit. Sylvia, with a renewed image, informed her father that it was indeed her Circle did not recognize her and was shocked by this. The girl said that she had just dyed and cut her hair. The man asked if she was really Sylvia, and he had the feeling that he was a complete stranger. Ern, in the guise of Flip, informed the instructor that it was simple cloaking magic. The pendant that Ern gave Sylvia was a magical artifact. With its help, one could avoid the pursuit of the Black Mamba. Instructor Circle asked the guy where he got such a thing after realizing that Ern had also changed his face. Suddenly, something from under the instructor's clothes began to come out. The girl was shocked by what she saw. Sari couldn't bear to rush over to her master, whom she hadn't seen in a while. Ern asked the beast that he was surprised that he hadn't shown up home for the night without any warning. The instructor and his daughter were shocked by such a surprise. All of Circle's clothes were torn to shreds. Ern realized that his pet might recognize him despite his master's change of appearance, assuming it was instinct. The girl wanted to meet the cute animal. Ern introduced Sarah to Sylvia, who wanted to pet the pet. Sylvia said a nice hello to Sari. The beast realized that this person was not hostile to her master. The beast made an approving sound sign. Dating girl Sylvia and her father were shocked by Sari's cuteness. Ern indicated for Sari to play a little with Sylvia. The pet rushed into the arms of the girl standing next to her. Stepping aside a bit, the guy asked the man, "What about his request?" The instructor replied that he had signed him up for a private training session. Closed training was held in the training room, prepared with the achievements of geniuses in mind. Ern replied that this was great news because it could have been a tolerable excuse for many aspects of his future activities. The guy asked for what period he was listed there. Circle replied that it was until the next full moon. Ern replied that it was too short a period. The instructor explained that the number of days an intermediate class can get at one time is very limited, and the rules say that closed training can be done up to 3 times. The guy realized that there was nothing he could do in that case, and he would have to think about what other options there were. Ern said that they would start with what they already had, suggesting that the instructor do an accurate calculation. When he took out the money, he said that it was Sylvia's share of the deed he had done. The girl was surprised. Ern pointed out that they could count it as compensation for exploitation. So far, the guy had managed to rob the bandit's safe. Sylvia pointed out that it was too much after he handed the instructor his share. The instructor replied that he could not accept. Ern asked that it be counted as a refund for the money he had spent in Black Mamba establishments. Ern felt a little awkward appropriating the entire sum to himself alone, and so he decided to share with everyone else. The instructor realized that everything had been resolved so easily, and the shackles that seemed to bind him had been shattered in just 24 hours. He thanked the boy for his kindness. Circle stated that he would definitely repay Ern in any way he could for what he had done, no matter what the cost to him. Ern replied that they would definitely work together in the future. He was glad that he had managed to please the instructor. After the guy asked the girl what she was going to do next, if she had any thoughts on the matter, Sylvia replied in the negative, explaining that it had happened so suddenly that she didn't yet know what to do next. Ern offered her to help him for a while until she made up her mind. The girl was surprised at such an offer. The guy offered Sylvia to work for him officially, suggesting that she do some business with him. The bandit asked his partner that he was pushing back the date of the bribe transfer because he was going to pull a similar stunt. The partner replied that he understood their boss to some extent, and they were standing by the empty safe. The man pointed out to his comrade the game was not the one who said Safe Bass was sure otherwise. Titan pointed out to his partner that he was being judicious again, saying that one look was enough to realize that he'd raked up all the gold and left. Bass asked that, in his eyes, the safe looked like it had been opened with a key, indicating that the door had been broken open using force. Titan replied that in that case, the safe had been broken into by Gabe's subordinates. He was sure of his words. Bass didn't believe that among Gabe's subordinates, there was someone who could cut the iron plates so neatly. Titan pointed out that he hadn't seen such a person. The man reported that he had no doubt that there was an aura involved. Titan asked why an aura wielder would rob Gabe. Bass said he didn't know the answer to that question. Looking around the room, Bass realized that there was definitely something wrong with the situation. Not understanding why everything was so clean, he suddenly noticed a coin under the closet. Looking under the closet, Bass stated that apparently Gabe had indeed been attacked, reporting that this room had been visited by a character unknown to them. The Titan asked his partner in surprise what he meant by those words, because he couldn't think that fast. Showing him the coin, Bass asked how many aura wielders existed who could defeat people with a toss of a gold coin, adding that this was a highly classified place that no outsider could know about. Titan asked his partner who could have done it. Bass, looking around further, said it didn't matter who he was. Bass stating that the most important thing was that this unknown person dared to disturb them. He was ready to find this guy who had committed a crime against them. Ern understood to expand the QE energy concentration area, he used the 1000-level elixir, and if he could gather 100 years of Q energy and awaken the Northern Radiance technique. As he continued to meditate, he realized that he had never been able to reach such a state before. When Ern finished, he said that such progress would be enough for him for the time being. He hoped that he would reach the peak stage of Ki development right now, thus showing excessive greed. The boy had achieved certain goals, deciding that in that case he should get some rest. He thought he might have to live as Flip a little longer than he expected. Therefore, Ern decided to acquire a mansion for 50,000 gold coins, realizing that it was for sale in the capital, and for him, it was a reasonable price that was neither overpriced nor underpriced. After looking at his possessions, the guy realized it was worth the money spent. He noticed strange noises that came to him. After observing Sylvia for a few days, Ern came to the conclusion that she was much more capable than he had thought. The girl managed to finish all the work Ern assigned to her, and she could read and write and was also trained in etiquette. Ern assumed that Sylvia belonged to some fallen aristocratic family, but he didn't ask her about it. If Ern's hunch was correct, then perhaps by his questioning, he might touch upon some painful memory of the girl. He himself had experienced a similar memory in a past life, and it still haunted him. Ern realized that there was no need to interfere in Sylvia's affairs, since he only had 10 days of closed training left. The guy realized that he couldn't waste a minute on useless things, and decided to look at the ads for the sale of mid-level mana stones. Ern noticed that Hearthstone had grown noticeably, and was already selling similar stones. No matter how the Alliance promoted its high-price policy, Ern thought he would limit himself to 20 coins. The guy realized that his familiar salesman was much more sneaky than he thought. After realizing the situation, the guy was happy with it, and said that it was time to cast for the big fish. Again, Ern put out mid-level mana stones for 20 coins. When the buyers saw that the price of the stones went down, they were happy. They were sure that paying 25 coins to Hearthstone is too unthinkable. Guys noticed that these stones are not sold by the Alliance. They realized that the guy had returned. Everyone started buying stones at a bargain price from Ern, who meanwhile was having breakfast in his luxurious mansion. The situation was working out perfectly, as Ern thought now was the perfect time to sell similar mana stones. Hearthstone sent him a private message. Ern decided to accept the request to correspond with him, indicating that he had too quick a reaction to what was happening in the market. Hearthstone was angry at the actions of the guy who had lowered the price of the stones again. The man asked what the brat was up to again. Ern replied that he was glad to hear from Hearthstone too. Ern replied that Hearthstone's business was booming, and because of that, he was able to sell mana stones that were worth 4 coins. The man assumed that this guy was that unscrupulous creep. Hearthstone asked the guy how he did it. Ern said it was a trade secret. The interlocutor couldn't stand it and started calling the guy with hurtful words. Ern said that he didn't contact him for the sake of a fight, because he didn't have a grudge against him. Ern said that he would simply make 10,000 coins and leave this channel, leaving him to continue trading at his own prices. Hearthstone asked the guy to cut the crap, saying he wouldn't just sit back and watch him crash prices, adding that it was all a great excuse to file a complaint against him. The man said that he would soon file a formal protest. Ern realized that he must have gone a little overboard in writing his announcement. The guy did this by planning ahead. He was ready for such threats from Hearthstone. Mayam pointed out that he had a younger comrade among the Zero System Channel Masters, and so he had assigned him to the case. In the future, they would provide Ern with a more comfortable environment for their activities in the Zero System. Ern thanked Mayam, stating that he was indebted to him. The elf replied that no debts could be talked about with their relationship, pointing out that if he continued to talk like that, Mayam would be upset. Mayam reasoned his words with the phrase, "what a hello is like," and Ern's reply realized what he was talking about. Ern replied that it was certainly true, and he did not doubt him in the slightest. Mayam thanked him for that, and said that from now on, he could always count on him. The boy mentally wished Hearthstone good luck, deciding to do some other gift for him. The notification came. Ern was surprised that the official protest of Hearthstone's Golden Dragon with jade-faced Joe Guillaume wanted to talk to the guy about the part-time job offer. Ern assumed that he was sent by the 5 major elixir makers. He used the Eye of Providence. The guy didn't understand where this man came from because he was a very powerful person. The owner of the Trade Guild, the only grandson of the King of Trade, Joe Guillaume. Nama, even the Golden Dragon, envied his skills and wealth. Jade prominent beauties admired his face. The level of inactivity that threatened the super advanced players for wanting to avenge their parents did not reveal all of Ern's abilities. Saw from the summary that he was an outstanding person. The boy wondered about Joe Guillaume, who avenged his parents. Ern didn't know if it had anything to do with part-time workers. The man said it was regarding the hourly wage dispute. Ern didn't understand why Joe Guillaume was going around. Just by looking at the report, one could tell that this person didn't want for anything. The guy assumed that the man had decided to try to play hard to get with him. It had been 4 hours since Ern had received the note from Joe Guillaume. He thought he had stretched the time enough and could now slowly make contact with him. Ern decided to enter the first system by sending a request to talk to the golden jade-faced dragon, Joe Guillaume. Nama Earn asked the man what business he had with him. Jo Geom Nama answered him immediately, apologizing to the guy for disturbing him while he was working. Earn suggested that the interlocutor get straight to the point and asked him how he had found out about the part-time job. Jo Geom Nama replied that he was in a hurry, so he simply demonstrated the urgency of the matter without much preparation and apologized for it. It was rumored that the head of the Great Mountain Health Care Center, Yen, had been severely insulted. Earn assumed that Jo Geom Nama was well acquainted with him since he knew about it, asking if Yen had involved him in this matter as well. Jo Geom Nama replied in the negative, saying that he and Chief N were just acquaintances and that the story had been passed on by word of mouth to him. The man reported that he had heard that Earn had 10 tickets for reporting. Earn was surprised at such words, realizing that the words of the MC had some weight to them. The guy didn't think anyone would believe such nonsense. Earlier, Miak had indicated that he would say anything that the stock report fell out by drawing from a random box. Earn realized that if he stuck to this legend, he would lose nothing. Earn asked Jo Geom Nam how he found out about it since he had not shared this information with anyone. The man realized that the rumors were true. Jo Geom Nama asked if Earn still had those 10 tickets. The guy said he had used them. The man was surprised at that. The man was upset and thanked the guy for his time, but despite his busyness, he wanted to say goodbye. Earn reported that he did not have 10 tickets, but the right to report remained. The man was pleased with this report. Jo Geom Nama asked how many grand Earn had left. The guy said 5, since he used the other 5 to catch part-time workers. The man asked what he was sure to have. 5, Earn pointed out that there was no point in tricking him. Jo Geom Nama laughed and said that he finally had a chance to take revenge on these people, saying that today the heavens had turned away from them. Earn didn't understand his strange reaction. He felt like he was communicating with a bloodthirsty demon. Jo Geom Nama explained that there are those in this world with whom he cannot live under the same sky. He talked about the enemies who massacred his parents. The man added that all his life he had lived with the thought of a place for these people, and now he finally saw a ray of hope. Earn assumed that Jo Geom Nama wants the right to report, and hence his enemies are those who are involved in the exchange. Jo Geom Nama replied that it was a correct assumption, and he had in mind the one he suspected the most. The guy replied that he understood him, and asked how they could be in such a case, because he could not give up the right to provide him with Jo Geom Nama's reports, and said that the contents of this report would be enough for him. The man was ready to buy 5 reports for 50,000 coins. Earn concluded that he was not from an ordinary rich family, since he was ready to part with such a sum. Earn could not judge Jo Gum Hui's grandson, whom he had never heard of in his past life, concluding that for lack of information, Jo Gum Nama had not engaged in transactions on the stock exchange. The guy assumed that Jo Geom Nama thought 50,000 coins would be enough for him, but the guy wasn't some simpleton. Earn asked the man what he could offer, only that Jo Geom Nama indicated that it was more than 2 grams of gold, stating that this stockpile would not deplete even after 3 generations. He knew that Earn had earned 30,000 with the reports. The fellow replied that the amount earned by means of the 5 tickets was exactly 32,010 coins, stating that he had gained from it much more than might appear at first sight. Earn explained that by suspending 2 companies from the top 5 elixir producers for a month, he was able to strengthen his position in the elixir market. It was hard for the guy to say that it was the reports that made it so, but having them increased his chances of success in that case. Jo Geom Nama heard from a guy that depending on how and who uses the report, its value will vary greatly. Earn stated that also, with the help of these reports, he took revenge on the big players. He was overwhelmed with emotions that could not be conveyed in words. The guy asked the man in all seriousness that revenge was only worth 50,000 coins to him. Earn pointed out that if this is really true, it means that his saying that he lived his whole life with the thought of revenge is a lie. Jo Geom Nama was surprised by his words. Jo Geom Nama indicated that he had been looking forward to this day very much, and he let out the reaction that Earn had been expecting, realizing that if pushed a little more, he could get more. Hearing strange sounds outside the window, the guy suggested to the interlocutor to continue their conversation a little later. The man asked why. Earn replied that he had one very urgent matter. Pulling out his sword, Earn felt a suspicious energy gathering outside that could harm him. One of the guys asked his comrade if he was sure it was here, and he replied that he had checked this information several times. Bass informed everyone that the invasion of this mansion would begin in a second. They arrived at Earn's house. After going inside the house, the guys came to one of the rooms. From which the light was shining, they lurked and decided to sneak in unnoticed. Opening the door suddenly, a lightning bolt struck one of the outlaw members who didn't expect this turn of events. The others were shocked by what they saw, not understanding how this could happen, after suddenly Ern ran out of the room. Ern was ready to fight them. In his hand was a sword that could emit lightning bolts at his opponents with the help of his master's mana. The guys realized that this man knew they were coming for him. They decided to throw a mass attack on this guy. Having dealt with a few of the foes, the guy struck at the man, assuring him that if he could answer his question, he would send him to the other world without too much agony, by asking that their target was him. Then Ern used magic and changed his appearance, asking his attacker that they had come for Flip. Titan informed the boss that he saw a blue glow in one of the mansion's windows. Bass replied that he saw it too. Bass didn't like what was going on here, assuming that their guys had gotten into trouble. Titan asked what the owner of the house knew about them going to his place. The boss replied that he didn't think so, realizing that their opponent possessed the aura, and now there was no point in splitting the forces at his disposal into pieces anymore. The commander ordered everyone inside with orders to send this guy to the afterlife in one fell swoop. A squad of brigands entered Ern's mansion, being on guard, not knowing what to expect from the place. There was complete silence that gave me goosebumps. Bass ordered everyone to be alert, saying that they didn't know where the attack might come from. One of the boys informed the commander that he should look ahead. The man was surprised at this. The bandits noticed that the owner of the house was slowly descending the stairs towards them, stating that because they had gone into a frontal attack, he was even more puzzled. The Titan asked in surprise who he was Ern, as Flip indicated that he would not stand silently watching those who had snuck into his home. Bass asked the guy that he was the one who sent Gabe to the other side of the world. The guy replied that the other guys called him Big Brother. Ern looked at the man, asked that he was the boss of the Black Mamba Bass, ordered his squad to attack this guy. The guy pointed out that he was in a hurry, suggesting that we leave the introductions for later and fight first. The Titan tried to hit the guy with a powerful blow, but he managed to dodge and was ready to counter-strike his opponent. Ern realized that this opponent wasn't bad. He was sorry to see such abilities languishing in a criminal organization. Titan managed to block his opponent's lunge by placing his sword, but he couldn't resist the lightning that pierced his body. Bass realized that this guy was much stronger than he thought. The subordinates he had brought with him were a select elite, and moreover, Titan had joined them, and the guy still managed to deal with them alone. The Black Mamba boss hoped that there was no need to use this scroll, but he had no other choice, or else they would lose this battle. Bass realized that if this guy didn't go to the other world from his technique, he would definitely pass out. He signaled his guys. The signal meant that everyone had to leave, otherwise they would also be affected by the technique he would use. Ern noticed that the opponent was using ice blast magic, and many blocks flew at him. The ice blocks blocked Ern Bass as he ran away and told his team that he was about to blow him up, telling everyone to run for cover. There was a powerful explosion. The room was engulfed in vapor and nothing could be seen. The bandits thought they had managed to deal with the owner of this house. The Titan pointed out that the scroll was worth 1,000 gold coins and asked Bass if it was a pity to use it that way. Bass replied, positively adding that it was a mass destruction magic that could be used on the battlefield, but that aura wielder was very strong. Suddenly, Bass heard the voice of a guy who said he bought this mansion less than a week ago. He was surprised he survived. Ern, in the guise of Flip, stated that the repairs would cost a penny, asking if they would be willing to reimburse him. Titan stated that their opponent had taken no damage. Bass didn't understand how that was possible. He was sure the opponent was in the center of the explosion. Ern realized that the highest limit was so great he could block magic in self-defense. The guy was sorry he hadn't been able to completely negate all the cold energy, and his hair had suffered from it. Ern noticed that his hair was icy. He was furious, stating that he had put a lot of effort into taking care of it daily. As he struck, the guy asked his opponents if they were willing to take responsibility for his damaged hair, and the bandits were surprised that the guy was so furious about his hair. The bright light from Ern's powerful attack came from all the windows of his mansion, and the bandits realized that they would not get out of this mess alive. Ern realized that if he hadn't held back, he would have completely destroyed his entire house. He had managed to disarm the leaders of the dangerous group. The guy stated that his hair was standing on the coma, and he couldn't just turn a blind eye to what he had done. Ern noticed that there were fewer people in this room than were originally fighting him, realizing that he had overlooked a couple when dodging the ice blast. Noticing the open door, the guy realized they were in there and decided to run in there to deal with all the hostiles. Running into the room, the guy noticed that all the enemies had already been destroyed, their breathless bodies lying on the floor. Ern saw that they had all had their rib cages pierced through, and the marks were like sword marks. He couldn't understand who had managed to defeat them. Suddenly, the guy noticed a silhouette in the corridor of a horse that began to approach him. Ern drew his sword in anticipation of the worst event. Seeing the unicorn, the guy assumed it was his pet Sari, who used the form of a horse. Ern pointed out that it's awesome that Sari was able to transform and deal with all the enemies. The guy asked the pet that he was the one who dealt with those guys. Sari positively nodded her head. Suddenly, Sylvia walked into them, who saw Ern in the guise of Flip. Along with the unicorn, she was surprised by it. The guy asked if the girl was okay. Sylvia replied positively, indicating that what happened to Sari was more important. Ern said that it was just a normal transformation of Sari. Ern asked why he would carry a regular Martin, pointing out that Sari could take on other guises, and Sylvia would see this often in the future, suggesting that she would soon get used to it. The girl asked the guy what had happened, saying that she had heard some strange noises in the house, asking who the suspicious persons were that were lying on the floor. Ern informed Sylvia that there had been a black mamba invasion, asking the girl not to worry because he had already dealt with them. The guy said he was glad to see her safe and sound, asking her to stay in her room with Sari for now. Ern, in the guise of Flip, said he was going to interrogate them because he had so many questions for them. Suddenly, Bass came to his senses, realizing that he was still alive. He was sure that he had received a blow to the stomach incompatible with life. Afterwards, the man realized that he couldn't move his limbs without understanding why this happened. Ern approached the man, asking if he was awake, yet in addition to asking how he was feeling. Bass angrily asked the guy what he had done to his body and why he couldn't move. The guy was surprised at the reaction of the man he left alive, not understanding why he was yelling at him. After Titan came to his senses and was surprised that he survived, he pointed out that he could not feel his limbs and could not move. Bass advised his partner not to waste his strength, stating that it was some kind of magic. Titan was surprised that his boss also survived the fight. With a pat, Ern said he had to interrupt their sentimental conversation by suggesting they introduce themselves to each other. Sitting against the guys, Ern, in the guise of another guy, introduced himself to the gangsters, as Flip the guy told them in advance, because he was afraid they would keep their mouths shut. Ern reported that it was in his power to bring them back to life again and again, burn and revive. Again, burn, and revive. Again, burn, and revive. The guy threatened that if they didn't talk, he'd do it all night. The men introduced themselves as Bass and Titan. Ern was pleased, stating that this was a great start to their dialogue. Ern pointed out that this was not the kind of incident in which a faction boss would become personally involved, realizing that these men were not the most important. Titan asked if the top leadership would behave like a hunting dog, stating that such people would not engage in a duel with an aura wielder. Ern found out it was the new band the boss had thrown out. The guy looked at them questioningly. Guy thought the Titan was well up to 3rd class. Those who came with them definitely had 4th class, asking that a group consisting of 3rd and 4th class men be thrown out. Ern assumed they wanted to tell him that their organization had suddenly become a royal knighthood. Titan replied that in that case, they would understand why something like this had happened, saying that the leader Kamazan was throwing talented people to the bottom just for not siding with him. Ern asked that a man named Kamazan was their new boss, suggesting that they had a strained relationship with him because they had taken the other side. Titan replied that in general terms, that was the case. The guy realized that these men are just expendable. If they win, it's good, and if they lose, it's no pity. Ern realized that Kamazan would benefit from their demise as well as their return with the stolen money. After the guy asked the next question, in which he tried to find out how they managed to find him. Bass replied that when everyone was saying that other organizations did it, he paid attention to one nuance, because one of the waitresses was missing that day. The man pointed out that if someone had taken her and fled, there were only 2 options. Either they left the capital together, or they were hiding somewhere in Theros. Earlier, Bass had looked at several possible routes, and even looked at real estate deals, so he managed to find this place. Ern asked Bass how he managed to recognize Sylvia since she had changed her appearance. Bass replied that even if her voice and appearance had been changed, it was very difficult to get rid of old habits and gestures, adding that since she was the main ace of their establishment, he often looked up to her. Ern, after listening to the bandit, realized that he was a professional, being very perceptive and meticulous for a member of a criminal organization. The boy realized that one was the torso and the other the head. Realizing that this was not a bad combination, Ern suggested that they might be useful to him. Afterwards, the guy said that he had found out everything he wanted to know from them, saying that now he had to decide what to do with them. Ern asked that ending them would be the most prudent option. The bandits were afraid of this outcome. Suddenly, Bass asked the boy what good it would do him to send them to the other side of the world. Ern replied that it would relieve him of his worries about the future. Bass pointed out that regardless of their being outcasts, the organization would not turn a blind eye to the incident. They had connections all over the capital, and there was no place that would not feed them. The man asked Ern if he could weather the storm by disturbing the Black Mamba. The boy replied that his words made sense, though their organization was not a big threat to him, deciding that it was not worth ignoring the possible consequences. Ern stated that they wanted to live, and he wanted to get rid of the worry about the future by asking if there was a way in which all three of them could get what they wanted. Titan asked Bass to brainstorm, saying that if he didn't come up with a way to do it, they'd be screwed. After a little thought, Ern told the men that there was one way that would suit them all. Later, all the guys were surprised at the offer to get rid of their faction boss. Kamazan Ern resurrected them all too. Bass reported that they could all capture the Black Mamba. Everyone couldn't stop being amazed to hear those words. The man informed the group that they had failed their mission, saying that they would not be able to get rid of Flip, even if they made another attempt. The boys looked at Flip, thinking he was ready to send them off again. In another world, he looked at them strangely and smiled. The bandits replied that it would be quite difficult. Bass pointed out that it wasn't just difficult, it was almost impossible, even if all those who stuck to their line came. One of the guys asked how they could even take Flip's word for it, since he had just sent them to the other side of the world. Bass replied that he brought them back to life when they were dead, asking that even if they didn't believe him, what then should they do in such a situation? The man reminded the squad that Flip had been able to resist the ice blast with his bare hands. Bass explained that even though it seems a little strange, the man was the first person to make them such an offer, suggesting that they might never get another chance like this again. The leader suggested that they should accept that they were lucky to end their discrimination, and if Kamazan continues to be at the head of the organization, they will be used as expendable material. Titan stated that since they were resurrected, they should try to do something big with their lives. The guys were surprised to hear him say that Titan asked if dying here or there was not the same thing. Ern realized that those two had excellent teamwork, as he thought good cohesion was the key to success. One of the guys said he couldn't risk his life for a man he didn't know, but he trusted his commanders and agreed to go with them. The squad realized that the commanders were absolutely right and were ordered to capture the aura wielder, whose abilities they were completely unaware of, stating that Kamazan dared not call himself a boss after such a thing. The guys decided to change the power in their group because the leader Kamazan after such a thing did not suit them. Ern, in the guise of Flip, stated that this is a great event because the Thieros Nightmaster will change tonight. A man in a bandage asked that their acquaintance was captured. He was shocked by the news. The interlocutor reported that the enemy was now on the first floor of this building. The man realized that these guys were like cockroaches. No matter how much he crushed them, they kept on living. The one-eyed man asked what the condition of the aura wielder, the aide, replied that he was on the verge of being made a bloody mess of. Kamazan realized that since his squad had managed to beat the enemy, he was a third-rank boss, ordered the use of restraining devices, chains, and handcuffs, asking him to tie him up and bring him here. The boss ordered a couple of guys with good skills to be brought along, just in case the assistant said he would start executing right away. Kamazan would be pleased if all his subordinates immediately evaporated, realizing that there was nothing to be done since the guy who had cleaned out the company wasn't that good at it. After that, Flip was brought into Kamazan's office in shackles, and it was clear from his appearance that the boy would not be able to escape from such captivity. Kamazan, seeing the guy, said he knew his face, asking him who he was, Ern, as the guy said his name was Flip. The dangerous gang boss angrily asked Flip where he put his money that he had stolen from Gabe's enterprise. The guy calmly asked Kamazan why he thought it was his money, stating that it belonged to Gabe. Flip added that it's his money now. Kamazan called the guy a nut job who doesn't know what he's doing. Kamazan stated that this money is the property of the Black Mamba, and in turn, the Black Mamba belongs to him. After the leader asked Bass what was up with the money, he thought he had taken it with him, but Bass only shook his head negatively. Kamazan was furious at such an act by his subordinate, asking why he was suddenly prostrating himself before him. The leader asked that he not be able to stand at attention and report everything properly. He started pounding the table in anger. Bass replied that he never did anything pointless by asking what good it would do to talk to a dead man. Kamazan was furious at such words from his subordinate, asking how dare he talk to him like that. Looking around, Bass informed Flip that there was no one in this room who was supposed to be alive. The guy replied that this was very happy news. Suddenly, after these words, the captive managed to break the chains in which he was shackled. Flip asked Bass and Titan to get out of this room if he didn't want to hoof it like the others. Using the chain, Ern in the guise of Flip began to slaughter the enemies one by one, and they could not resist him. Kamazan realized that he had had a strange feeling about this from the beginning. He didn't understand what kind of aura wielder this was. The leader realized that those guys had secretly joined him and planned it all together, and took out a dagger he tried to strike at the enemy. The guy noticed his lunge in time and ducked back, trying to throw chains at him. Ern managed to chain the movements of Kamazan, who couldn't move because his neck was shrouded by the chain. Continuing to strangle his opponent, the guy finally told Kamazan that thanks to him, he would completely devour the Black Mamba. Kamazan was shocked by his words, asking him to stop and negotiate with him about it. The guys entering the office were surprised that this guy had single-handedly handled the opponents, and the place was so clean. Flip asked the aides why they were frozen like stumbling blocks on the aisle, directing them to go inside. The boy asked the man how things were going downstairs. Bass replied that they had dealt with all the gang members loyal to Kamazan, and the servants and ambiguous gang members had been bound and thrown under lock and key. Ern, in the guise of Flip, replied that it was a good job, stating that now it was necessary to finish everything before sunrise. The guy asked what the most important thing is: brothels, gambling establishments, trade associations, and smuggling organizations. Bass gave a positive answer. Ern thought he'd done enough by dealing with the upper management. Guy asked the men what they could do to sway the remaining opponents to their side. Bass replied that the smuggling organization still belonged to the line of the previous boss, and Titan had once been a member of their ranks, so the negotiations would go well for them. The trade association was also unkind to Kamazan because of his unreasonable demand for debt repayment. Ern realized that half were already on their side. Bass reported that the main problem was justifying their actions, because otherwise it could be considered treason. Ern looked at the aides, telling them not to worry because the rationale could just be made up. The guy told them to spread the rumor that Kamazan was responsible for Gabe's death, and that it was Kamazan who hired the aura wielder, and they found out about it by investigating the case and found their sword. Bass replied that this is not a bad thing, and in that case, they could even win over the brothels to their side. Ern added that the gambling establishments would be isolated, and they would have no choice but to put up the white flag. Titan asked what they really think organizations would believe a story like that. Ern asked in response for what reason he had been caught by them in the same way, concluding that there were already those who had seen everything and started spreading rumors. The guys suggested they create a rumor like Bass and Titan had captured the aura wielder who was responsible for the incident at the brothel, and so they would have no reason not to believe what they said. The men were shocked to realize that they were now the backbone of the Black Mamba Foundation. Standing up from the table, the guy pointed out that he was just a shadow in this case, and it was the two of them who should come to the forefront. When it came to settling things with other organizations, the men said they would try to do so. As they were leaving, the guy told them that he would listen to their report at his mansion and asked them to come there when they were done. Upon reaching his mansion, Ern realized what kind of rebellion he had caused in the middle of the night. But nevertheless, he now had the Black Mamba. After the guy decided to see what decision the Golden Dragon had made on his suggestion, he sent him a message. "Jo Gyum." Nama quickly answered the boy and told him that he had been waiting for him all this time. Ern assumed that his interlocutor was impatient. The interlocutor said that his grandfather had something to say to Ern, and now he would talk to him. Ern was surprised that the King of Trade would talk to him. The old man introduced himself as the King of Commerce, Jo Gam Huin, after which he said hello at Ern. The guy realized that it was a very good sign that the event had become such a character, because now he had to deal with an experienced merchant. Besides, the King of Commerce does not conduct interdimensional transactions directly, so Ern could not see the information about him. With the help of the Eye of Providence, he did not know whether he needed to negotiate with extreme caution. The guy greeted the head of the Gold Trade Association. Just as Jo Gam Huin assumed this guy knew him, Ern replied that he was famous in his world. Ern made an investigation regarding his grandson's entourage, and he told him that he knew the head of the Great Mountain Enam Healthcare Center. The old man replied that the guy was quite knowledgeable about affairs, saying that he had avoided interdimensional transactions all his life, but couldn't think that a man from the Null system would be knowledgeable about it. Zhou Gum Hui indicated that as he is known to be a merchant and an expert in buying and selling, from his perspective, Ern's request seemed a bit excessive to him. The old man said that heaven-level elixirs were expensive because their production cost was also not small, asking what Ern wanted to say that he had earned about 20,000 gold coins during this time. Ern learned that it was quite difficult to earn such a sum of money because even the head of the great mountain Yen couldn't earn that much. Zhou Gum Hui asked that if the guy didn't think he was a little over the top in offering his grandson that price. The guy realized that he had calculated everything, and he couldn't even argue with him in this regard. Ern replied that the head of the association was underestimating the value of 5 tickets too much. Zhou Gum Hui responded that he too accepts their value, stating that when he heard about the value of these tickets from his grandson, he was amazed. The old man said that he was a merchant, and so revenge would also be viewed from a merchant's perspective. He thought that 50,000 gold coins was enough for those tickets. Ern realized that the old man was definitely different from Zhou Gyum-nam, assuming that it was all about experience gained, and he knew how to calmly assess a situation. The guy realized that this king of commerce had made one very huge mistake. Ern became curious to compete with him in the skill of the trade, drawing the analogy of a game of chess. The guy replied to the old man that he was also a merchant, asking if he thought 50,000 coins was a reasonable price, adding that for him, it was also a pretty decent sum. Ern asked the king of trade if he would regret his decision after Zhou Gam Huin asked what he should regret. Guy asked how he would live out his final years after his grandson's revenge attempt failed, adding that he was a merchant and he should take revenge as a merchant, asking if he could find comfort in such words. It became clear with the appearance of the king of trade in the conversation that the revenge was much larger and was the cherished wish of the whole family and not just one grandson. Ern told the old man that he was the only one who could give them what they wanted. Zhou Gum Huin asked what his terms were. The guy was pleased that he had managed to woo the king of commerce. The guy replied that what he wanted was not coins or objects, saying that he was talking about trust. Zhou Gum Huin thought this guy was a mediocre profit seeker, so was going to listen to what he had to say, but this guy kept making exaggerated demands. The old man asked his grandson to tell his interlocutor his words that the Gold Trade Association was not in the business of trading measurements. Zhou Gum Hui didn't want to start a new commercial business for the sake of report tickets. Those were his words. The old man realized that that young stock trader was too greedy, assuming that he couldn't just be satisfied with a heavenly level transaction. Zhou Gum. How he knew that dreaming is not harmful, daring him to offer a contract for exclusive trade with the Gold Trade Association if they enter into trade measurements. This fact alone will cause a huge commotion in the world of Murim. The old man assumed that Ern wanted to become the sole mediator and profit from the deals Zhou Gum Hui made, but he couldn't imagine how influential he would then become. The grandson informed the grandfather that the stock trader Ern had made another offer, and if this condition was also rejected, he would end the dialogue with them as well. The old man asked him to tell him Ern's offer. Zhou Gyum-nama indicated that Ern would forgive Grandpa to invest 200,000 coins. The old man was surprised at such an amount. The grandson added that the guy would pay back the full amount, and even refund the interest. Zhou Gam Hui didn't understand how he could trust this merchant at his word. Zhou Gyum-nama indicated that his grandfather just has to sign a contract that will provide a guarantee to the exchange. Zhou Gum Hui replied that he didn't know what Ern's trading ability was, and if he blindly invested money in any business, he would probably lose everything. Grandson responded that Ern was offering a solution to this problem and how they could completely eliminate such risks. Ern applied the sponge effect in his head and many other techniques to make a successful deal. The guy realized that no matter how much he did it, he still couldn't get used to it. He felt as if he had opened his head forcibly and stuffed the knowledge into his brain and then put it all back. Ern reported that the person from whom this knowledge was extracted could not continue to work with them in this area from now on. Zhou Gum Hui replied that it was one of his subordinates who had been by his side since he was just taking his first steps in the trade, and Ern indicated that he needed to convey words of thanks. The old man said that there was no need to do so because he had forcibly kept him with him while he wished to move from the capital to the countryside and look after his grandchildren. Now that man would do so. Zhou Gum Hui was sorry that he would become an ordinary villager, but if his abilities persisted in other dimensions, he would only be grateful and happy about it. Zhou Gum Hui added that in any case, he will take care of his men himself, asking the guy not to worry about it. He will treat him with respect, so they will never feel bitterness and regret. Ern pointed out to the old man that he had said that the Gold Trade Association did not deal in trade measurements, asking how he was immediately able to organize the shipment. Joe Nama responded that not only do they transact on behalf of the company, but there are no restrictions on individual transactions. Ern realized that this deal was a real jackpot for him. The knowledge of a subordinate who had spent 50 years of his career alongside the King of Trade, the knowledge he needed was directly supplied by the King of Trade. Zhou Gumhui stated that he had met all of Ern's demands, asking him to remember that he had made all of these concessions on the condition that he would be sure to help his grandson. The fellow replied that he remembered it by promising that he would provide him with the goods necessary for revenge for the next 3 years. Zhou Gumhui realized that Ern was a stock trader, so it was a highly unusual bet. He couldn't think he, the King of Trade, would make a deal with such concessions. Leaving the old man said that in that case, he would consider that they had agreed. There was no doubt that the contract would be of great help to his grandson if used carefully. Ern hoped for further cooperation with Zhou Gamhui. The old man answered him nothing. The old man suggested that this was the so-called hope of good fortune, saying that one day good days would come for them. Then Zhou Nama said that he would immediately provide the merchant with a list. In it were the nicknames of the Wanderer Weed Eliminator and Roots Storm Girl First Island Hangzhou Gundogan and the midfielder. Ern realized that these 5 were all characters from the 5th world of Murim. The amount of coins available in the account and the level of transactions differed, but there was one thing in common. It said that their soul phase was called a transcendent martial arts possessor. The guy realized that Zhou Nama had also reached such a level, but there was no way such a youngster would be able to confront them, so he decided that it was none of his business and sent him a report. Ern reported that he sent Zhou Nam. The report asked him to check. The interlocutor replied that he received it, thanking him for it. Zhou Nama suggested that Ern was joking, stating that to get something more to add some more condition. The man asked Ern to confess, honestly asking him that he had now fabricated this data. Ern replied that the head of the Great Mountain had told him the same thing, adding that the report could not be faked. Ern assumed that something had gone wrong by asking Zhou Nam that perhaps his enemy was not among these people. Zhou Nama replied that there were 2, but the main culprit was missing. He asked again if he had made any changes to the file. Ern replied that it had better be so, stating that no matter how many times he asked him, his answer would remain exactly the same after Zhou Nama thanked him for the data and said goodbye to him. The feeling of fiasco that made one feel anger and frustration, despite the fact that they were in different dimensions, was extremely clear to Ern. The guy became curious to know if the frustration is as great as the despair of Zhou Nama, realizing that in this situation, he can no longer help. Ern realized that if there were 2 enemies among the Ifera, then there was something users with the nicknames Weed and Root Eliminator and Storm Girl had in common. Both of these users played a major role in the Nanzhou Bloody Massacre. A guy thought about it. One of the men suggested it was a dream. The other responded negatively, stating that he still could not believe what had happened. Bass added that the night host of Theros, when he first heard his proposal, he asked himself what the hell he was talking about, but it worked out exactly as Flip said. Titan said that Bass should be the head of the Black Mamba because he was good at paperwork, and as for Titan, he only knew how to use power. The partner assured me that if he settles in this office, it will be no different from the furniture here. Titan asked his partner if he had managed to find out about what he had been asked. The partner was taken aback for a moment. Bass replied that he had been told that neither healers nor mages would have the courage to do such a thing unless a mage could be found who had never seen them before. Titan asked his partner that in that case they would leave things the way they are. Bass replied that they simply had no other choice at this point. Bass pointed out that Titan too endured that pain, and worked partner was shocked to hear his words. For some reason, when Ern said to drink, they got a bad feeling. The guy claimed they had become a team, and so he made them cocktails. Ern asked the men to drink these drinks down to the bottom. He also put yin larvae in them to have control over them, as was done with Harvest Duracle. After drinking these horrible drinks, the men realized that this guy was like the devil. They didn't fully realize what they were walking into. Afterward, the boyfriend suggested the man share with him his feelings on matters that had been going on in his absence. Bass replied that the mood was much worse than he'd anticipated because they had no idea what Ern's demands would be in Flip's guise. The guy asked that they were concerned about taking the reins of the organization into their own hands. Ern added that he would try to give them as much leeway as possible because he was not interested in doing business in the underworld. Placing the envelope on the table, Ern said that it described his conditions on this matter. If they obeyed them, they would never suffer the fate of Kamazan. The men read that trying to get rid of the bugs would be considered cheating. Bass realized that this guy knew everything. The second condition was that attempting to reveal Flip's identity would also be considered treason. The third condition was that he would make a monthly payment of 15% of the organization's net income. All materials necessary for the organization would be purchased from the Flip a Black Mamba trading campaign, including the trade association pledge to actively cooperate with the Flip a trading company. Men did not understand that threats or conditions were written there. Bass said that to some extent, these conditions are quite acceptable. Ern angrily asked. To some extent the men were frightened and replied that these offers were very generous. Ern kindly informed the men that he was a sane man. The men were shocked by his behavior. Bass understood that this was not the worst-case scenario. He wondered what exactly Ern would do if he decided to secretly control the organization, realizing that the monthly payments were quite high, but they could meet the demand. The man asked what Flip's trading company was, stating that it was the first time he had ever heard of such an Ern, and Flip's guys replied that it was his personal trading company. Both men were surprised that this guy was a merchant. They looked at him questioningly. Ern, in the guise of Flip, announced that he was a merchant with 50 years of experience, and they were even more surprised by this. A little later, sneaking into the academy, the guy didn't understand if he needed to use the invisibility technique, realizing that security wasn't as tight as he had assumed. Exhaling, the boy suggested that there was nothing wrong with being overly cautious, because if he got caught, he could be expelled from the academy. Even though 15 days was a small amount of time, Ern managed to get a lot done. Ern, during this time, managed to achieve an excellent rank. Having made a contract with the King of Trade, he gained the knowledge of an experienced merchant for life and received an investment of 200,000 gold coins. Because of this, he was able to buy out the bankrupt guild and open Flip's trading company. In addition, Ern put his own man in place of the Black Mamba boss. The guy even managed to sketch a sketch during this time. He was right not to forget about his studies at the academy. If he went outside and looked around, he could see that the world was simply woven of different possibilities. Ern realized that even the measurement trade exists to enhance reality. The guy would need to ask Circle for another closed practice to keep him going about his business. Going into the room, the instructor saw the guy. He was glad he was back in time. Ern replied that he hadn't seen Kirkle for a long time and he was just about to visit him. The boy wanted to talk to the instructor about the closed training. Circle answered the young man that there was a more serious problem now. The instructor asked Ern if he had gotten into any trouble before entering the academy. Yesterday, a man from the prosecutor's office came to see him and wanted to meet Ern. The young man was surprised that he was being sought out by a man from the prosecutor's night corps. Ern asked what the instructor had told him. Circle indicated that the closed training session ends today. He asked him to come back next time, asking if Ern had any guesses. The guy replied negatively. The man assumed that this event didn't seem like a small thing, since a man from the prosecutor's night corps had arrived here. Suddenly, the instructor remembered that he had a companion with him, Derek from Albrecht's estate. Aaron was surprised by his words. The young man was absolutely sure what their arrival here was all about and why they were searching for him. Ern realized that Marquis Dorian had begun to suspect him of his son Kunz Albrecht's disappearance. After the guy came to the interrogation room, assuming that it was impossible to punish the murderer who left no evidence, and Ern had a solid alibi. Even if this man was from the prosecutor's night corps, there's no way he'd disprove Ern's alibi. The man asked the boy that he was Ern Stilgard. The young man replied that he was. He looked suspiciously at his interlocutor. Zenitz, the commander of the prosecutor's night corps, introduced himself in response, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Ern asked what business he had summoned him for. The man asked the pair not to be frightened, as he only wanted to ask him a few questions. Zenitz asked the guy if he would mind if he got straight to the point. He looked at the guy seriously. The commander of the prosecutor's corps briefed him on the situation, stating that they still had not been able to find Kuntz. Ern pretended not to know anything about the situation. Zenitz asked the young man what he didn't know about what had happened. Ern shook his head negatively. Zenitz pointed out that the boy could not have known about such a thing, for the Steelguard guards had left the day before, and the incident had occurred between midnight and dawn the next day. The commander of the prosecutor's corps asked the guy that he didn't think it was strange that Kuntz was absent from the academy. Ern replied that he thought they were in different classes and was puzzled that he had never seen him at the academy. Ern explained to Zenitz that they didn't even know each other in the first place, stating that Kuntz always did as he pleased. so Ern decided that he had returned to Albert's residence. After this explanation, the commander of the prosecutor's corps replied to the guy that he had no more questions for him. Ern wondered if that was the end of it, if indeed it was. The guy didn't understand why he had summoned him to the interrogation room. He thought there would be some sort of intense interrogation. The young man asked Zeneca if he could leave the room, and the man replied that there was another person who wanted to ask him questions. After the commander of the prosecutor's corps stated that he could now enter their room, Ern had expected such a turn of events. Ern realized that this was the second that the real interrogation would begin, as the second Captain Derek entered the room. The second captain informed the lad that it had been a long time since they had seen him. Ern replied that the man's face had become very gaunt since their last meeting. The man replied that in such a situation there was no other way. Ern looked him silently straight in the eyes. Suddenly, Derek asked Ern why he did it. The young man was surprised that the second captain decided to skip everything and get straight to the point. Ern asked the man what he was talking about, pretending to be unaware of Kunz Albert's passing. The second captain explained that only 24 hours later, on the day after their departure, young Mr. Kunz disappeared without a trace, adding that there had been a fight between the knights the day before. Derek asked that it wasn't too strange a coincidence. Ern was surprised at such a weak basis for blaming. Ern asked the man that he only suspected him because he happened to be there. The second captain replied that until today, for he had pondered this a dozen times, it had been over a month since Kunz had disappeared, stating that if he had disappeared of his own free will, they would have had plenty of time to locate him. Derek stated that if the young lord had been kidnapped for profit, the perpetrator should have already demanded a ransom. The man added that there were no traces anywhere, and no one had made any demand, concluding that it was not an escape or kidnapping. Derek pointed out that when all impossible possibilities are erased, the last thing that remains is the truth, and he believed it, adding that Ern had the motives and opportunities to put what he had planned into action. Zenitz pointed out to Sir Derek that this guy is the son of an earl and a descendant of a hero, asking for respect. Derek apologized for his rash statement. Ern asked the commander of the prosecutor's office if this man had the authority to question him, indicating that he was not a prosecutor. Zenitz replied that Derek had come with him because Marquis Dorian had requested it, asking the lad to show understanding. The commander of the prosecutor's corps said that if the young man had any objections, they could stop the interrogation for the day, to which Ern replied negatively, indicating that he was also curious. Ern asked Derek for his thoughts on what his motives might be for dealing with Kunz, explaining that they live in a world where even destruction sometimes happens just because someone looked at someone the wrong way. The young man asked the second captain to substantiate his speculation by asking what his reasoning was on the matter. Derek replied that on the night of the young lord's disappearance, a Stilgard guard force had stopped at the village of Tain on the map, just 24 hours away from Acadio. The second captain asked if it was strange, because it looked as if Ern was trying to get to the village at all costs. Ern replied that it was because sleeping without a roof over his head was extremely uncomfortable, adding that he was worried about his men. Zenitz agreed with the lad, pointing out that sleeping on the ground was not the most pleasant of pleasures. A soft bed was certainly much better, stating that he too had done the same. Derek agreed with this option, saying that from this point on, the most interesting part of the story begins. The second captain reported that villagers testified that the arriving security detachment remained in the village from nightfall until the following morning. Zenitz replied that this is not enough for the charges, because there are dozens of similar testimonies. Derek pointed out that they stand firmly on their own, and there is a crucial gap in the eyewitness testimony. Derek stated that the man who used the room alone, the one who didn't leave until dawn, was Ern Steelgard. The young man realized that the second captain had prepared well for this meeting, because the information provided was still not enough to sink him. Zenitz pointed out that from what he said, Ern Steelgard returned to Acadio, made Kunz disappear, and then headed back to the village. Derek replied that he thought so. The captain of the prosecutor's corps asked him to listen because Ern was a middle-class cadet, saying that he didn't know if it was possible for him or Derek. Derek replied that he had already done the experiment, stating that he had barely managed to pull it off. Zenitz stated that even if it was physically possible, asking how it was possible to deceive the guards, Derek replied that Acadio had a low fortress wall and it was not difficult to get in and out after midnight. The captain of the prosecutor corps asked that the guy even managed to conduct Kunz's subordinates were in the next room. Derek gave a positive answer. Zenitz stated that it was a complete set of speculation and assumptions, indicating that Derek should take some time off, suggesting that he was getting too carried away. Dirk asked why he didn't ask for a favor since they only had to check it once. The second captain stated that they needed to see if Ern's steel guard was hiding his true abilities or not. Looking at the boy, Dirk knew that having the first rank at the age of 16 was a total nonsense, but from the first time they met, he felt a unique energy. In addition, Dirk suggested that if the opponent is a steel guard, one cannot conclude that it is only speculation, realizing that Ern must have the first rank, and then all their questions would be answered. Zenitz didn't know if Ern was the main suspect, but Dirk's accusations looked really absurd. The commander of the prosecutor corps realized that if he was not stopped, this situation could eventually escalate into a conflict between the two noble houses, stating that Dirk could not place mana into another's body at his discretion. Ern replied that there was nothing wrong with that, suggesting they try to check it out, but he wanted to make one thing clear first. The young man pointed out that they said he was involved in Kuntz's disappearance, and that it was a bit insulting to him to say that it looked like data falsification. Guy asked the men what they would do if it turned out that he had nothing to do with the incident. Dirk replied that he would do anything. Ern was pleased with the answers, letting me know he was ready for the test and wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. They shook hands, and the other captain started putting his mana into the guy's body to test his hunches. Dirk made sure that the guy was rank 4, assuming that this was nonsense, not believing that it could be. He didn't understand where the excess mana had gone. If one did not know about the existence of the first system and the various martial arts techniques used there, he would never be able to find Erna mana. The mana of the first rank was blocked in certain blood vessels. The 100 years of internal chi energy accumulated in the lower abdomen was no comparison to the mana of the heart. After they unclasped their hands, Zenitz asked Dirk what the result of his test. The second captain replied that Ern was on a 4th class, approaching 3rd. Zenitz marveled at his words, asking the young man how he managed to get into the middle class of the academy in the first place. Ern replied that he had recently managed to acquire several achievements. Zenitz said that at first, he was puzzled by the fact that a freshman middle school student had a closed practice, but now he understood everything. The captain of the prosecutor's corps assumed that the boy's father would be proud of him, asking him to try his best from now on as well. Ern thanked him for such words. Dirk apologized for his speculation, saying that he was wrong. Zenitz hoped for the guy's understanding and said that the captain was desperate, and that's why he behaved that way. Ern replied that it was all right. He was glad that the doubts he had had were now dispelled, though they had been groundless from the beginning. Dirk once again apologized for his action, saying that he was very ashamed of it. The second captain, in his defense, pointed out that it was as if a demon had possessed him, and he did not know what he knew. Ern said that although he didn't know Kuntz well, they knew each other well, and he hoped that Dirk would find him. The young man pointed out that he had a class coming up and needed to get going. Zenitz didn't mind thanking the guy for his cooperation. As he left, Ern realized that the Kuntz case was completely closed, and he had succeeded in getting rid of his suspicions. Later, Dmitri asked the guy how he was even able to do that to him. Ern asked him what he had done wrong. Dmitri asked his neighbor how it was possible to go to a closed practice without saying a word to him, stating that he was very worried about him. Ern pointed out that if he had asked Circle, he would have immediately told him about his position. A neighbor stated that he had been up nights waiting for Ern to return. Everyone started talking about it. They didn't understand how a middle-class student could get into a closed training session, assuming he was privileged due to his powerful family. Hearing their words, Ern realized that their level of thinking was still at a low level because they still didn't see the whole picture. Suddenly, Ern's musings were interrupted by one of the boys who asked what he was from Steelguard. Ern realized that this is the same guy who distinguished himself on the ACE placement test, who never came down from the top until graduation, whose very existence was a sort of reinforcement of his inferiority complex in a previous life. His name was Cassian Trauss. The boy was curious as to why Cassian Trauss spoke to him. Ern answered positively to his question, asking what was wrong. Cassian Trauss unexpectedly challenged Ern to a duel. All those around him were surprised by his bid. The entrants didn't understand what the point of this fight was, assuming that Ern was much weaker than Cassian Trauss. Ern replied that he didn't want to fight him in a duel. The students were sure that it should have been Ern offering Cassian Trauss a duel, and not the other way around. Cassian Trauss asked why he was refusing. Ern replied that he just didn't want an interlocutor, replied that was not the reason. Ern asked why he was the one who suddenly decided to challenge him to a duel, asking if he knew him. Cassian Trauss pointed out that it was impossible to refuse the fight, because those are the rules. He wanted to fight him. Ern asked his interlocutor if he knew why this rule was created. If he was at the top, he should not get hung up on his ranking and accept the challenge, pointing out that this rule was given to lower-class students. Cassian Traus noted that he too could use the rule. Ern explained that the right was not given to humiliate others, but to compete fairly, adding that if he was of the upper class, let him have fun with his equals. Guy reported that Instructor Serkal had also given his agreement, and they had agreed that he would be an observer. Ern decided that since the instructor had approved it, he couldn't refuse it, and there was talk of a closed training session. The young man realized he had no choice but to tell Cassian Traus that he agreed, asking when the duel would be. Cassian Traus replied that the duel would be today. Ern indicated that he was ready since it wouldn't take long anyway, asking his interlocutor to go first. Both guys went to the battleground. The rest of the students were surprised at this turn of events. They thought this impossible between freshmen ranked 1st and 72nd. One of the guys offered to go and see Cassian's skills. They were curious to see how talented he was. The instructor noticed Ern's indignant look and mentally apologized, because those were the rules and there was nothing he could do about it. Ern tried to find out from Cassian Traus the true reason for his action by challenging him to a duel. Cassian Traus had heard that until this morning, Ern had been at a special training session among the freshmen, stating that no one had ever gotten to it before him. Ern agreed with his words, realizing that it had only been a week since he had entered the academy and could be said to be an absolute record. Cassian Traus said that he did not understand how Ern managed to do such a thing, as his application was rejected. Ern assumed that his opponent was acting this way because he had stolen the opportunity to be first from him. The guy asked Ern not to talk nonsense, because he was only wondering why he could get a permit and he couldn't. Ern realized that Cassius Traus must have been very hurt. Ern responded that this is not a surprising argument, pointing out that training room assignments are based on potential, not ranking. The guy said that there was a stira in front of him, and thanks to closed training, he was able to cross it, indicating that this was the purpose of the special training. Cassian Traus stated that he knew about it too. Ern asked his opponent what the problem was, then asking that since he entered the academy with the highest grades, he should be first in everything. Cassian Traus asked what nonsense he was talking about. Ian noticed that he had overreacted to such a petty provocation, realizing that Cassian, who had shown in his past life, was still a child. The guy vehemently stated that Ern shouldn't think he was the only one who ran into the wall, adding that he was just like Ern. Ern replied that in that case, he would work hard and overcome it someday. Cassius Traus asked his opponent not to overreact. Cassian Traus, stating that he himself would check to see if Ern, the middle-class student, had improved his skills and if he was even eligible to attend the closed practice. Ern managed to block his opponent's attack in time. Everyone was surprised at his quick reaction. The guy realized that Cassius Traus was without a doubt the most real genius in his past life. This guy would flaunt his head proudly up to the end of his days. Ern remembered his past battles with the ilk and realized that Cassian had chosen an opponent beyond his abilities today. The young man called Cassius Traus a minor speck in his path, preparing to counterattack. Guy stated that Ern used a solid defense, asking, until when will he continue to only be defensive? Ern realized that his opponent was annoying him and wished he could have dealt with him in one blow, because that would make the others suspicious. The guy realized that in the eyes of others, his level was not high enough to defeat Cassian. Now he tried to choose the option of smashing him to smithereens or a draw. The downside of the trace Cassian left behind was that it released mana perfectly, but the control quotes were noticeably lame. Ern realized that this was the way to go. Cassius Traus struck at his opponent, but Ern was able to easily dodge his attack. Then he stood in his own and lowered his sword. The opponent didn't realize what he was doing. Ern asked why he lowered his sword, not knowing what to expect from him. Ern replied that a knight who has reached the heights controls strength by gentleness, overcoming gravity with lightness, and overcoming speed with slowness. Guy stated that these were the words of his father, Cassius Traus, asked that these were the words of his lordship, Rebadan. People around did not understand why the guys suddenly, instead of fighting, began to talk someone, and those watching asked what is acceptable in a fight. Someone said that being heavy, strong, and fast is the best. Cassius Traus asked, what was the continuation of this instruction? Ern replied that his father had said nothing more on the subject. Ern added that Rebadan in return demonstrated everything by example. He pointed his sword at his opponent. Ern's opponent wrestled his sword away, saying what kind of frivolous antics he was letting himself get away with. Suddenly Cassius noticed that his opponent was missing, but he was sure that he had touched him, but there was no sense of impact. Enraged, the guy started trying his best to attack Ern, who kept dodging deftly. Ern, noticing that his opponent had seen his skill, asked how he liked his dodge attack skills. The guy asked that after that, he still wasn't allowed to go to indoor practice. Cassius Trauss looked at his opponent in surprise. Ern calmly looked him straight in the eye. Putting away his sword, Cassius Trauss answered his question negatively. Ern looked at the instructor, who hadn't caught up with the situation. The instructor stated that he didn't see them wanting to fight, declaring a draw in this fight. The observers were surprised by this, saying that this is nonsense, asking the guys to continue the fight, because all the most interesting things have just begun. Instructor Circle ordered everyone to shut up, saying that this fight was over and everyone should return to class. The guys assumed the two had gotten friendly and stopped fighting. Someone asked what was being said about some kind of law. One of the students said they meant closed practice. Since the duel with the first place ended in a draw, then Ern is indeed worthy of attending the closed training session. Cassius Trauss thought about these words. Bowing to the instructor, the boy left Ern and Circle, who were staring at his back. Ern pointed out to the instructor that this was a perfect ending to the duel. Circle asked the lad that this was his plan. The young man replied that it was the best option. Circle asked the guy didn't think he was a bit over the top by doing so in this fight, pointing out that this art was hard for even him to realize. Ern thought that this was exactly how it was, pointing out that it was like leaving a special rank door open after he had mastered it all. The guy realized that what he had demonstrated was the 8 stars darkness sword technique. Magic was a first-class enlightenment, or higher Ern, realized that he had only shown everyone the tip of the iceberg. The instructor indicated that a child who had rapidly reached 2nd grade must have been confused by the demonstration of higher-level skills. Ern replied that that was why he did so, adding that it was because of Circle that the duel had such an outcome. Circulus reported that Ern could have lost if he hadn't overreached and he was going to hide his skills. Ern pointed out that he had just decided to mess with Cassian Trauss a little, and Ern didn't want to lose to that kid. The instructor looked at the kid questioningly. The young man said that after classes, he would have to leave the academy for a while and asked the instructor to prepare a pass for him. Circle didn't understand why Ern had entered the academy in the first place. In the evening, the men were unloading wagons of goods that had arrived at Flip's trading company. Ern, in the guise of Flip, was content to watch this picture, rhetorically asking that it was all his. Suddenly, someone was glad that the head of the trading company had finally come to his place. Flip realized it was the deputy, asking if there had been any incidents in his absence. The man cheerfully replied that there had been nothing of the sort. The head of the former trading company and current deputy, Marcus, informed the owner that things were going so well that not even a mosquito would be able to pinch his nose. Marcus told Flip that he had come just in time because some decisions had to be approved. Ern, in the guise of Flip, noticed that Marcus had hired 15 porters, 10 merchants, and 3 clerks, saying that the number should be doubled. Marcus was surprised at this, asking that it wouldn't be too much. Flip replied that as it stands now, they won't be enough, but from now on, as deals are made, they will increase the staff. The deputy was surprised that the owner intended to increase the number of workers even more. He still couldn't believe the volume of transactions that the head of the trading company had requested. Flip asked the deputy why he was so surprised, because he really wanted to quadruple the staff, but he thought there was no hurry. The head of the trading company pointed out that it is better to slowly gain momentum, because they will have a lot of business ahead of them, as in a few years, Flip will become the largest company in Theros. Flip explained that it was good to be careful, but first they needed to grow the company to a size that would suit him. The deputy replied that he would keep that in mind. The head of the trading company told the deputy another important thing, pointing out that the building was too old, and therefore he should call carpenters to repair it and expand the warehouse. Marcus thought it was unnecessary because Flip had just started his business, and there was still plenty of room in the warehouse. Flip objected because he had just told the deputy about the scale his trading company would take. The head of the company asked if their trading company Flip would use a shabby building, how their customers would look at them, telling Marcus not to try to save money somewhere. The deputy understood his thoughts and said that he would do everything to the highest standard. Ern realized that if you looked through the eyes of an old man who had been in the trade for half a century, Marcus was a pretty good choice for the position of deputy. because Marcus was not greedy, diligent, and he had good practical skills, but being too phlegmatic and timid in making any decision was his biggest flaw. Ern was sure that Marcus would not stab him in the back. He knew that when there was a need to appoint someone to a leadership position, the first choice was someone trustworthy. Flip then asked the deputy where their secretary was, assuming he was indoors. Knocking on the door, the girl was surprised by the visitor. He was busy familiarizing himself with all the documentation of the trading company. Flip asked Sylvia that there were no complaints about the secretary's office. He decided to check on her settling in. The girl, along with Sari, were happy that Ern had come to them in the guise of Flip. The guy stated that he hadn't seen his pet for 1 day at most. He missed him so much. Flip realized they were engaged in a score, asking Sylvia to keep an eye on the Sari, assuming he'd given her too much work. The girl replied that she was only too glad to help him, because under his guidance, she had mastered everything here without difficulty. Flip pointed out to the girl that she was a quick learner, saying that Sylvia was doing better than he expected and advising her to go to him when she had difficulties. Sylvia said that she had just heard from the workshop that Flip's order had already been fulfilled. The guy was surprised that his order had been fulfilled so quickly. The girl added that during the day, the deputy had personally picked up his order, and it was now in the backyard. Flip replied that he shouldn't have bothered because he could have gone to get it himself. The secretary asked Flip where he was going to use the item. She looked questioningly at the head of the company. The guy replied that this order was for Sari. The girl was even more surprised by this. Approaching the carriage, the guy said that it was an exclusive meal for Sari. Asking if she could eat it all, the pet said she could handle it. Ern realized that from a human point of view, it was like seeing a carriage made of sweets. The carriage was really huge, so Sari couldn't eat it in the blink of an eye. After sitting down, Ern, in the guise of Flip, realized that there should have been some result by now, deciding to check the ground first. The guy decided to enter the first system first, congratulated Merchant Ern for successfully passing the entrance exam. The system reported that from now on he could manage the affiliate store menu. Ern was glad that this feature actually worked. It was a real place to invest the coins received from the King of Trade. Ern realized that compared to this money he was spending on trading companies, Flip was only 100,000 coins for the entry fee he had to pay. The price was 1,000,000 gold coins. Guy was grateful to Miam as a channel master, who was very helpful in many ways. From now on, he would make the most of their relationship while the opportunity presented itself. The young man decided that he should start by changing the name of the store by making an enticing description of his store for customers. Rereading his description, the guy suggested it was a bit pretentious for this store. Ern decided that it was okay because he had such a concept, deciding that he should have written something else along those lines. The guy understood that partner stores had one specialized field since the number of seats was limited, but such stores were already overcrowded with representatives of the first system. Ern knew that he was not a producer, but a middleman in this trade, and whatever trick he used, he could not sell wholesale a product of better quality than the others. With this being the case, Ern decided to favor variety as the main advantage of his store, but many items were not yet in stock. It was a shame to call it a store of everything based only on what was in his inventory. The guy decided the day of the start to put a stockpile of martial arts records. Seok Hyun joined in the conversation. Ern was pleased that he had answered him so quickly, asking him what the situation was like. Seok Hyun replied that everything was just fine, because with his help, he was also buying and gathering inner energy, little by little. Ern replied that he wasn't interested, and asked him about the security of the library, because he said that security had been beefed up recently. The man informed the lad that the security of the library was now no joke, informed him that it was very difficult to take away even one single volume. He thought such a practice would last for some time to come. Ern replied that there was nothing to be done in that case, saying that he was going to provide him with a reliable business partner. Seok Hyun asked who he was talking about. The guy asked what was the point of telling him about it if he couldn't do anything about it because of the library's increased security. Seok Hyun said that his words did not mean that it was impossible to make a breach in the guards, adding that he was a legend who was still alive even after putting his life on the line at Heavenly Sword Castle. The young man pointed out to his interlocutor that he was too chatty and asked if there was a way to bypass the guards. Seok Hyun asked how much he needed. Ern replied, the more the better, saying that for the first time, the payment would be about 3,000 coins per month. Seok Hyun realized that in 1 year, he could regain half of the internal energy that he had in the past. Seok Hyun asked who his business partner was in that case. Ern said it was a partnership store. The man said that in that case, the money would definitely not go down the drain, asking what the name of the store was. Earn, in the guise of Flip, replied that the store was called All Sorts of Goods Marima Shop. Earn, the man, was surprised at the name. The guy ordered his interlocutor not to laugh at this title, or he would destroy it, stating that such a concept. Seo-kyun replied that it was not the case, pointing out that he had opened an affiliate store, asking if he knew that he would need to pass a very rigorous background check. The guy replied that he would deal with it himself, somehow asking him to better prepare martial arts recordings. The offer price would be 10% lower than the average price. Seo-kyun pointed out that 10% is a little, realizing that in that case, his income would also be less. Earn suggested to his interlocutor that the problem was that the records had been left behind, or that there were not enough of them among the stock traders willing to make a deal. He chose the stupidest lousy guy and started laying the groundwork. Seo-kyun realized the words of his interlocutor and realized that a large volume of sales was beneficial. Earn asked the man to then prepare martial arts recordings and send them to him after he finished talking to him. After the guy decided to restock other products, it started buying up the goods at low prices. Earn, upon arriving at the academy, realized that the outing had been useful, albeit short-lived. He had opened a partner store, obtained a shelf of goods, and even made progress in the necessary connections. The guy got the achievement of King of Trade, using 250,000 coins in the channel of the first system, and was rewarded with 15,000. In addition, Sari's ability to transform was confirmed, because until now, this possibility had been in doubt. Earlier, after Sari had eaten the carriage, she had managed to transform into it. Earn was surprised that his pet had taken even the smallest of details into account when creating the carriage. The reason why the transformation of the magic sword wasn't perfect was because Sari was still too young back then. As Earn thought, the last transformation into a unicorn wasn't an accident. So, the guy, to make sure conclusively of the abilities of his pet, Sari Bulagasari, was of the highest level. Besides combat aid, there were many other uses for the pet. Henceforth, Earn decided to feed her different items. Entering the room, the guy did not find his neighbor in his seat, assuming that Dimitri had gone to practice. Earn was just burning with impatience, wanting to find out how things were going with the affiliate store as soon as possible. The system reported that the golden jade-faced dragon, Jo Guillaume Nama, had sent him a request to talk. The young man assumed that finally Jo Guillaume Nama had finally managed to make a firm decision. He opened a dialogue box with him. Jo Guillaume Nama reported that he hadn't seen him in a while. Earn asked how he managed to get his thoughts in order. The interlocutor answered positively that after long deliberation, he had finally decided to take revenge. Even though it would be incomplete, he was ready to do it. The young man replied to the acquaintance that he had made the right decision. Jo Guillaume Nama replied that it took him a long time to think about it. Jo Guillaume Nama stated that he hated those two too, but not as much as the main culprit, realizing that if he got rid of them, the main culprit would realize the existence of the vigilante.